Wade awoke in the darkness, his entire body bound by ropes, and he realized he was not alone. Faint memories resurfaced of a time in another life when he was swallowed by a giant water beast. Now, a sea monster with glowing eyes emerged from the dark water to claim his life. Cornered, Wade's will to survive flared in his eyes, and he let out a silent roar of defiance, ready to fight to the death. In a powerful vision, Wade, in new attire, controlled a sphere of pure energy beside a majestic white dragon. His power clashed against a colossal divine entity, surrounded by mighty dragon spirits. The scene abruptly shifted to a peaceful lakeside, and a distant call echoed in the quiet space. The call grew clearer, carrying concern, trying to pull someone out of their thoughts. Wade stood motionless, his back to the call, his eyes fixed on the calm lake surface. Lost in his own world, pulled back to reality, Wade spun around, the wind tousling his hair. A middle-aged man with a warm yet mischievous smile looked at him, his gaze seemingly teasing the young man's distraction. Surprise was evident on Wade's face as he realized the man was his father. Wade's father smiled affectionately, placing a hand on his son's head in a gesture both playfully chiding and full of love. With an enthusiastic gesture, his father motioned for him to come pull the nets. Promising a productive day, Wade looked in the direction his father pointed, but his eyes still held a deep melancholy, as if he hadn't fully escaped the terrifying memory. Wade's father walked away cheerfully, and Wade reluctantly nodded, then followed with a powerful swing. Wade's father sent a column of water flying from the boat, easily netting a school of fish. While Wade watched from behind in astonishment, Wade's father laughed heartily, playfully pinching Wade's leg with a crab, making him jump in fright. In retaliation, Wade unexpectedly pressed a fish onto his father's face, leading to a playful struggle between the two. Wade carefully carved characters onto a wooden pole with a knife, while Wade's father stood behind, watching with proud and appreciative eyes. As dusk fell, painting the peaceful river purple, the wooden boat moored by the reed-lined bank. On the boat, Wade's father affectionately stroked his son's head, both sharing a quiet moment under the twilight. Suddenly, Wade's eyes lit up as he spotted a giant red carp swimming leisurely nearby. The carp, with its dazzling red scales, shimmered beneath the water, a rare and enchanting sight. Noticing his son's intention, Wade's father frantically lunged forward in a desperate attempt to stop him. With burning determination in his eyes, Wade plunged into the cold water without hesitation to chase the fish. Beneath the deep water, Wade froze in confusion as he realized the fish had vanished and his hands were completely empty. A sense of horror washed over Wade as he realized his body was completely paralyzed, unable to move even a finger. Panic turned to despair. He gritted his teeth, struggling against the invisible force gripping him tightly. The last bubbles escaped his mouth as his helpless body slowly sank into the deep darkness of the riverbed, the water's surface only rippling under the cold moonlight. Wade awoke from a dream, his eyes still lingering on the image of his father. Harsh reality struck as Wade realized he was tightly bound, and panic began to rise in his eyes. Two captors loomed before him, Tou, the scarred man, sneering at Wade's fear. Wade struggled hopelessly against the ropes, his eyes questioning his captors. The black-haired man, Zhang, explained their plan to Tou, revealing Wade was merely bait to lure a water beast. On the small boat in the quiet night lake, Wade huddled, trapped between his two captors. Tou leaned down, his tone full of sarcasm as he saw Wade close his eyes. As if mocking his helplessness, Wade's eyes snapped open, realizing the brief, peaceful moment with his father was just a dream. Memories flooded back, taking him to a month ago, to the day his soul took over this body after its previous owner died from a severe illness. The old body's memories surfaced, of happy days with a father who was now gone. The scene dissolved, giving way to another, more distant memory of his own past life. lying motionless in a hospital bed. Back in reality, the boat drifted among the reeds. The silence, intensifying the feeling of being hunted. In the middle of the night, Zhang and Lai Tou stood on the boat, while Wade could only sit still, awaiting his fate. Zhang stood at the bow of the boat, his sharp gaze sweeping across the water, ready for the target's appearance. From beneath the dark water, a colossal, spiky back slowly emerged. The water beast had been lured by their bait. Zhang's eyes flashed. He growled a silent command as he sensed the target approaching. Lai Tou let out a horrified warning cry as he realized the true threat from beneath the water. Sensing the chaos, Wade turned with a worried expression, sweat beading on his temples. From the depths, a colossal dark shadow enveloped the fragile raft, signaling an imminent attack. The water exploded as a giant water beast surfaced, lifting the raft like a toy. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhang's face as he realized the monster's true size far exceeded all calculations. Thrown off by the monster's power, Lai Tou could only look up at the colossal creature with utter horror. The water beast created a fierce wave, charging straight towards the raft with destructive intent. Instead of fear, Zhang landed on the monster's back, his eyes gleaming with the determination of one who had awaited this moment. He took a stance, channeling years of arduous training into a single strike to end the battle. With a roar, Zhang unleashed a terrifyingly powerful punch, an attack carrying the weight of a decade. Unflinching, Zhang directly faced the colossal jaws rushing towards him, ready for the fated collision. With a brutal strike, the monster's claws tore the raft into pieces. Amidst the chaos, Lai Tou and Wade were flung from the wreckage. Lai Tou's scream lost in the roar of the waves. Facing imminent death, despair was evident on Lai Tou's blood-smeared face. Lai Tou looked back, his expression shifting from smugness to utter horror at an unseen threat, while Wade behind him was simply frozen in fear. To execute the bait plan, Lai Tou unhesitatingly plunged his knife through Wade's bandaged hand. A colossal force from above shattered the raft, flinging both Lai Tou and Wade into the dark depths. Beneath the cold water, Wade struggled in despair, his bound hands rendering all escape attempts futile, his lungs burning from lack of air. He coughed up a stream of blood, life slowly draining from his body. As Wade sank deeper, a colossal dark shadow, the source of the chaos, loomed above him, his strength depleted. Wade's will to fight shattered as he realized he could no longer resist. He gave up, letting his body sink into the endless darkness of the water's depth. Reality faded, bringing Wade to a dark place where the image of his father appeared with worried eyes, calling his name. In his final moments, Wade recognized his beloved father, a glimmer of awareness flickering in his fading eyes. He reached out towards the illusion of his father, a hopeless yearning for reunion, even if only in a dream. His emaciated hand almost touched his father's hand in the illusion, a moment of false peace before death. Suddenly, another firm hand from the darkness grabbed his wrist, pulling him out of the hallucination. That saving hand belonged to Zhang, who had waited for the right moment to intervene. Pulled from the water, Wade clung tightly to a piece of the raft, letting out a cry of exhaustion and horror. Wade's eyes flashed with a painful recognition as he saw his father's familiar boat in the night. From beneath the dark water, a colossal dark shadow surged upward with terrifying speed. A desperate hand flailed on the water's surface, next to a shattered bamboo tube with carved characters. A silent scream escaped Wade's horror-distorted face as water filled his lungs. The giant crocodile clamped down on Wade, dragging him into its deep underwater realm, powerlessly dragged away. Wade and the monster were just a tiny speck in the vast ocean. He was pulled through an underwater graveyard, where the bones of previous victims lay scattered among broken ship fragments. Wade's eyes closed, a look of exhausted acceptance on his face as he gave in to the cold water. In his final moments, his hand reached out hopelessly, an unspoken apology to his father. As Wade slowly sank into darkness, an even larger creature glided above, obscuring everything. In the hazy mental space, Wade now with long black hair, directly confronted the monster's shadow. The crocodile's jagged teeth filled his entire vision. But Wade just stood there, devoid of fear, back in the abyss. Wade was unconscious, a small trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. An ancient stone coffin at the bottom of the water suddenly emitted a mystical blue light, its energy enveloping Wade. Wade's eyes snapped open, his body enveloped by water currents that obeyed his will. An ancient power, newly awakened. In the deep underwater space, an ancient altar emitted a mystical light, with energy characters floating around it. Amidst the endless night, Wade's consciousness slowly resurfaced, his eyes opening vaguely. A shocking realization flashed, extreme bewilderment evident on Wade's face as he realized he was still alive underwater. Horrifying memories flooded back, bringing him to the moment he was swallowed by the giant crocodile in despair. Back in reality, Wade was astonished to find that the glowing water currents were unconsciously obeying his hand movements. He extended his hand, feeling an unprecedented freedom as the water's resistance completely vanished around his body. A stream of information flowed directly into Wade's mind, confirming that he now possessed the ability to control water currents. Wade tested his new power, creating a vortex of water that enveloped him. Feeling a deep connection to his surroundings, he took a deep breath, and astonishment erupted as he realized he could breathe as easily as on land. Wade looked down at his hands, noticing that all previous injuries had completely vanished under the effect of healing energy. Suddenly, a gigantic dark silhouette with glowing green eyes emerged from the darkness. It was the monster that had killed him. Instead of fear, Wade's eyes now gleamed with determination as he directly faced the enemy's sharp teeth. A severe headache struck. Wade clutched his head as the energy in his body seemed to explode beyond control. The pain quickly subsided, replaced by intense focus, Wade's eyes becoming sharp and powerful. In response, Wade flung his hand, commanding powerful water currents to surge forward like chains, binding the colossal monster. Wade stared at a blue interface panel that appeared before his eyes, astonishment evident on his face as he realized an impossible concept was becoming reality. A new realization flashed in Wade's eyes. He clenched his fists as he felt infinite power flowing within his body while underwater. The giant crocodile let out a silent roar, struggling violently to break free from the energy chains binding it. Wade realized his control was only temporary as the monster began to break free, forcing him to spring backward to maintain distance. With a final struggle, the crocodile shattered its restraints, opening its menacing, jagged maw. Wade swiftly dodged the monster's bite, his feet gliding lightly just above its snout, hovering above the monster's head. Wade assessed the situation. Realizing that a direct confrontation would be fruitless, Wade's gaze sharpened. He focused on finding a more thorough solution as a new interface panel reappeared. A confident and somewhat mischievous smile spread across Wade's lips as he read information about a new skill, a perfect solution to the problem. With his plan set, Wade charged directly towards the waiting, open-mouthed, giant crocodile. The colossal monster tilted its head back, preparing to swallow its charging foe. Wade remained calm, his eyes fully focused on his target, unwavering before the deadly maw. To execute his plan, Wade activated a new skill, concentrating energy into his hand to control the surrounding water currents. Powerful water currents, controlled by Wade's will, began to tightly coil around the crocodile, pinning it down. Bound once more, the monster roared in helplessness, struggling to break free from the hydraulic grip. In the deep water, Wade directly confronted the colossal crocodile water beast. Blood flowed from Wade's hand, spontaneously forming ancient, fiery characters. A powerful seal was taking shape. The column of seals blazed with primal power, ready to be imprinted upon the target. With a silent roar, Wade exerted all his strength, pressing the blazing seal firmly onto the water beast's head. The power of the seal erupted, throwing Wade backward in the swirling water. A battle of wills began. Crocodile scales started to grow around Wade's eyes, a sign that the monster's will was encroaching upon him. The water beast's eyes blazed with ferocity, resisting the command being imposed upon it. The beast's resistance was too strong. Complex patterns appeared on the scales around Wade's eyes as he was gradually overwhelmed. His consciousness plunged into darkness, bringing him back to the desperate moment on his hospital bed, where life was only sustained by machines. In his memory, the intense desire to live had first summoned this blood art seal onto his weak hand. Back in reality, empowered by his will to survive, Wade roared a final command, forcing the monster to submit. The battle ended, the lake surface returning to stillness under the peaceful moonlight. Exhausted, Wade dragged himself to shore, his body heavy from the life-or-death battle. Lying on his back on the damp grass, he gasped in relief, his appearance having reverted to his original brown hair. Beneath the water's surface, the colossal water beast now silently stood guard, its eyes no longer fierce, but completely submissive to its new master. Liang Kui squatted on the shore, looking down at the colossal crocodile water beast he had just subdued with a smug smile. The water beast submerged into the rippling water, only its head and green eyes remaining visible, looking towards its new master. Exhausted after the battle, Liang Kui stood up, his stomach rumbling with hunger, and decided to return home to rest. He looked up at the star-filled night sky, orienting himself for the journey home based on the new memories he had acquired. Beneath the water, the colossal water beast swam away, its massive body gliding through the reeds. It swam towards a hidden cave beneath the cliff, seeking a safe refuge. The water beast coiled itself in a small pond, surrounded by water lilies, its eyes sparkling under the moonlight. At the same time, in a riverside village, a man hastily led the way for Butler Zheng and his group of stern-faced men. Leading the group was Butler Zheng, with an authoritative demeanor, followed by Lai Tou Zhang and the others. Two villagers watched the group heading towards Wade's house, whispering about the impending trouble. Nearby, Li Libo, a young man with purple eyes, was startled when he heard Wade's name mentioned. Li Libo's expression became extremely anxious, realizing his friend was in danger. Butler Zhang and Lai Tou Zhang's group arrived in front of a simple house, preparing to enter. Lai Tou Zhang flashed a sinister smile, calculating how to seize Liang Kui's assets if he died. He gnashed his teeth, blaming all faults on Zhang's weakness, his eyes flashing with contempt and malice. Lai Tou Zhang led a group of men, kicking open the door of Liang Kui's dilapidated house. Inside, Lai Tou Zhang obsequiously gestured for Zhang Shang, who stood behind him with a stern expression, to enter. A sinister and triumphant smile was evident on Lai Tou Zhang's scarred face. His smile froze, replaced by extreme horror as he saw something in the room. Lai Tou Zhang trembled, pointing towards Liang Kui, who was sitting drowsily at the table, unable to believe his eyes that he was still alive. Liang Kui calmly looked at the uninvited group, his eyes sharpening, demanding an explanation for this intrusion. Lai Tou Zhang took a step back, stammering and pointing at Liang Kui, panic evident in every gesture. Zhang Shang stepped forward, his cold gaze fixed on Lai Tou Zhang, implicitly reprimanding his haste and loss of composure. Lai Tou Zhang quickly turned to explain to Zhang Shang, pointing towards the young man to confirm his identity. Zhang Shang, the Zhao family's butler, looked directly at Liang Kui, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, but quickly replaced by his usual cold demeanor. Lai Tou Zhang muttered with disdain, implying that Liang Kui's survival was a disaster. Without a word, Zhang Shang raised his hand, ordering his subordinates to advance and apprehend the target. Two henchmen immediately rushed forward, restraining Liang Kui. Amidst his weak resistance, Liang Kui gritted his teeth, using all his strength to resist the two men who were holding him tightly. While Liang Kui was restrained, Lai Tou Zhang regained his smug expression, beginning to ramble on, blaming Master Zhang for the previous failure. Lai Tou Zhang pointed at Liang Ku's restrained face, uttering bitter accusations about causing losses to the Zhao family. Liang Kuai, sweating profusely, looked up with indignant eyes, refuting the slander that they had framed him. Lai Tou Zhang's face contorted with rage, and he roared, calling Liang Ku a monster. That accusation pulled Liang Ku back to a distant memory, where he was just a lonely shadow amidst an alienated crowd. In the past, he walked alone, a piece of paper with the word thief on his back, a sign of humiliation and isolation. The bullies burst into laughter at his humiliation, as he could only bow his head and silently endure. But then, the silence vanished, replaced by a cold, challenging gaze thrown towards the mockers. The leader of the bullies, with a sneer, challenged him to dare to resist. Without a word, Liang Ku in the memory lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch that sent blood splattering from the bully's mouth. Back in reality, Liang Ku's eyes were no longer those of a victim, but of a ruthless warrior, determined not to surrender. With a silent roar, Liang Ku used an explosive burst of power to break free from the restraint. Astonishing Lai Tou Zhang. Liang Ku swiftly dodged Lai Tou Zhang's attack and delivered a cunning elbow strike in retaliation. The scuffle knocked over a nearby stool and water basin, splashing water all over the floor. Falling to the floor in a puddle of water, Liang Ku looked up with unwavering eyes, ready for a life or death battle. As Liang Ku placed his hand in the puddle, a surge of blue energy erupted, and fish scales began to appear around his eyes. To the astonishment of the Zhao family members, Lai Tuzong incited Zheng Sheng, suggesting they tie up Liang Ku and hand him over to the Zhao family. A malicious smile appeared on Lai Tou Zhang's face. He considered Liang Ku merely an orphan, easily exploited for their dark purposes. Zheng Sheng, with a menacing expression and supported by his subordinates, issued an ultimatum. Either Liang Ku becomes his master's adopted son, or his legs would be broken. From a hidden corner, Liang Ku overheard the villagers' whispers about mysterious disappearances related to the Zhao family. A group of villagers rushed out, loudly asking who dared to cause trouble and bully Liang Ku. Village head Li, accompanied by Li Libo, appeared with a staff in hand, asserting his authoritative presence to protect the villagers. Zhang Xiang pointed at village head Li's face, uttering insults and calling him a foolish old man. Rage flared, and village head Li roared, questioning Zhang Xiang about assaulting a public official as he invoked his status before village head Li's unyielding fury. Zhang Xiang flinched, sweat beading on his forehead. Village head Li, with Li Libo's anxious support, continued to threaten to make a scene right there if they didn't respect his position. Zhang Xiang, his face bruised after the confrontation, looked at village head Li with resentful eyes. He growled, threatening to report everything to his master, implying that the matter was not over. Zhang Xiang turned his back, signaling his subordinates to retreat, while Li Libo and village head Li watched them leave. As he left, Lai Tou Zhang turned back to cast a disdainful look, insulting Liang Ku as ungrateful, just like his father. Lai Tou Zhang and the Zhao family members disappeared from view, leaving Li Libo standing, watching them with a pensive expression. Village head Li gently offered advice, his eyes filled with worry for the young man's future, and Liang Ku responded with a sincere nod, engraving the teachings into his mind. Li Libo turned around, decisively signaling the curious crowd to disperse, while Liang Ku quietly left the scene, his eyes heavy with thought. In a hidden corner, Liang Ku stopped, his eyes flashing with determination as a mystical blue energy began to gather around his hand. Watching the retreating figures of village head Li and Li Libo, Liang Ku further solidified his realization that he had to find his own path. He clenched his fist, and the blue energy erupted powerfully, as if responding to his resolve, and a faint system interface appeared like a promise. Liang Ku's eyes widened in astonishment as he read the information on the interface. A crucial discovery about the nature of his power had just been revealed. Under the tranquil night, Liang Ku sought out a secluded lakeside. The calm water, reflecting the determination in his eyes. He focused his mind, his two fingers forming a complex hand seal, and a fierce surge of blue energy coiled up from his body. Responding to the summons, the water surface began to ripple violently, and a vortex, emitting a mystical blue light, formed in the middle of the lake. Liang Ku stood firm by the shore, intently observing the energy vortex growing larger, the atmosphere becoming tense. Suddenly, a colossal column of water, glowing brightly with blue energy, shattered the lake's tranquility and shot into the air. From within the water column, a giant crocodile burst out, landing heavily on the shore right in front of Liang Ku. He bent down, his expression shifting from astonishment to curiosity as he saw the fierce water beast suddenly shrink to the size of an arm. The little crocodile harmlessly growled on the rock, while the system interface reappeared, explaining its size, controllability. A confident and satisfied smile bloomed on Liang Ku's lips as he realized the immense potential of this new ability. Under the moonlight, Liang Ku commanded the Taiwa croc, asking it to lead the way to the hidden water essence. Without hesitation, the crocodile plunged into the lake, disturbing the calm water. Liang Ku followed immediately, diving deep into the dark water with his companion creature. The Taiwa croc skillfully led the way through the seaweed, entering a hidden passage at the bottom of the lake. Upon entering an underwater cave, Liang Ku's eyes lit up with astonishment at the sight before him. Bluefish scales appeared around his eyes, reacting to the energy-dense aquatic environment, and an overwhelmed expression was evident on his face. He was stunned to see countless gourd-shaped herbs emitting a brilliant yellow light. Suspended in the cave, Liang Ku cautiously swam closer, unable to believe he had found such a legendary treasure. His bandaged hand reached out, gently touching one of the glowing spirit herbs. Upon contact, a flood of information about the spirit herbs and their extraordinary powers surged into his mind. The stream of memories led him to the image of the Zhao Manor, where there was an ice lake containing rare water chestnuts in the backyard. He realized that the Zhao family had used similar treasures to attract powerful warriors to their ranks. Back in the underwater reality, Liang Ku embraced the freshly harvested spirit herbs, a satisfied smile on his lips. He turned to signal the Taiwa croc, asking it to help him carry this treasure away. In response, the crocodile swelled up and lazily lay on its back. Liang Ku could only shake his head before sitting on its belly, piling the spoils around him. Liang Ku emerged from the water in the cave, pushing a stack of spirit herbs onto the rock ledge. Sitting on the rocky shore, he cradled a glowing spirit herb with a satisfied expression, the fruit of his search, finally, in his hands. Without hesitation, Liang Ku took a large bite, absorbing the energy from the crystal spirit herb. His face lit up with a radiant smile. Enjoying the taste and power it brought, he ravenously ate one herb after another, continuously absorbing more crystal energy. Satisfied and full, Liang Ku leaned back, his hands cradling his swollen belly. He looked at his hand, his gaze sharpening as he decided to prioritize enhancing his own strength first. His finger decisively pressed an add button on the ethereal energy interface, confirming his choice. A surge of blue energy exploded around Liang Ku, and the silhouette of a giant water ape appeared behind him as his power soared. He raised his hand, feeling the flow of new energy, confirming that his water control abilities had significantly improved. After the exhilaration, Liang Ku sat down, his expression thoughtful as he realized he had eaten all his reserves and needed to be frugal. His gaze shifted to the Taiwa croc, curled up asleep, contemplating the upcoming financial issues as winter approached. Suddenly, a fresh fish was thrown onto the rocky shore, still wriggling. Liang Ku looked at the fish in surprise, then at the Taiwa croc, which had just opened its eyes. Realizing the source of the unexpected gift, he burst into laughter, joyfully lifting the Taiwa croc, praising his reliable companion for solving the temporary financial crisis. Dawn broke over a misty valley, where flocks of birds soared above the Rocky Mountains. At a riverside market, Liang Qiu held up his newly earned money bag, his face satisfied with the results of his trade. He wore a smug smile as he recalled how easily he had persuaded the merchants, a skill from his previous life. His smile faded, replaced by a cold, determined gaze, as Liang Qiu thought about settling scores with Lai Tou Zhang. Just then, Lai Tou Zhang, smiling, waved hello, unexpectedly appearing and calling Liang Qi's name. Lai Tou Zhang approached with a feigned apologetic look, offering a decorated fish as a peace offering for their past misunderstanding. With an inviting gesture, he suggested they both go to his boat for a meal and to settle everything. Lai Tou Zhang's smile turned sinister as he was certain that Liang Qiu would not be able to escape the trap he had set. A mysterious and knowing smile appeared on Liang Qiu's face as shadows enveloped half of his features. Facing Lai Tou Zhang, Liang Qiu responded with a confident smile, asserting that he was completely at ease with just the two of them. At the same time, in a courtyard at night, a middle-aged man stood authoritatively before his subordinates and an old man prostrating himself on the ground. The old man, beaten and bruised, fearfully reported on failed experiments and suggested Liang Qiu as the next perfect target. The middle-aged man looked down at the old man with a sharp, cold gaze, an unspoken threat conveyed. The old man, panicked, quickly pledged that Liang Qiu would not escape and that he himself would personally capture and bind him tomorrow. The middle-aged man leaned down, whispering a promise of immortality as a reward to manipulate the old man. The bruised subordinate looked at his superior, a glimmer of skeptical hope flickering in his tired eyes. The mysterious manager smiled smugly, his hand resting on the subordinate's shoulder as a firm affirmation of his promise. The belief in immortality transformed into fanatical zeal on the subordinate's face. In his excitement, he tore open his shirt, revealing a glowing red spider-shaped mark on his abdomen. The subordinate let out a silent roar, determined to carry out the mission at all costs. Meanwhile, on a small boat amidst the calm water, Lai Tou Zhang and Liang Qiu sat facing each other beside a pot of soup, looking towards the sunset over the quiet water. Lai Tou Zhang signaled to Liang Qiu that they were completely alone. While Lai Tou Zhang stirred the soup with dark intentions, Liang Qiu discreetly dropped a small pill into it without his knowledge. Liang Qiu narrowed his eyes, a silent question posed about the safety of the area. Lai Tou Zhang burst into laughter, falsely asserting that he had thoroughly checked the surroundings. Soon after, Lai Tou Zhang looked down at Liang Qiu, lying motionless on the boat floor with his hands tied, a malicious smile on his lips. Suddenly, Liang Qiu opened his eyes, springing up with a swirl of blue energy around his arm, breaking the silence. Lai Tou Zhang froze, horror evident in his eyes, as he realized he had fallen into a trap. A mass of magical water shot from Liang Qiu's hand, engulfing Lai Tou Zhang's face, stifling his scream. Lai Tou Zhang was submerged in the magical water, desperately struggling in silence. Through Lai Tou Zhang's slowly reawakening eyes, Liang Qiu's image appeared with a terrifying calmness. Under the cold moonlight, amidst the rustling reeds, the final confrontation began. Lai Tou Zhang groaned on the wooden floor, the poison he intended for others now tormenting his own body. Panic set in as he realized he was tightly bound. Utterly helpless, Liang Qiu sat opposite, casually juggling a money bag, his gaze full of sarcasm for the betrayer. The revealed truth horrified Lai Tou Zhang, sweat pouring down his tattooed forehead. With a cold smile, Liang Qiu held out the money bag, undeniable proof of Lai Tou Zhang's betrayal. Lai Tou Zhang stammered please, but Liang Qiu merely tilted his chin, forcing him to look at the surroundings of the boat. Realizing he was in the very place where he used to hunt water beasts, extreme fear consumed Lai Tou Zhang. The water erupted as the Taiwa croc's massive jaws emerged from the shadows. Amidst the chaos, Liang Qiu sat calmly, a stream of blue energy swirling around him. demonstrating absolute control. Lai Tio Zhang let out a silent scream. Terrified by the monster he once hunted, Liang Kui gently stroked the crocodile, his gaze piercing Lai Tio Zhang, as if to ask, now, who is the monster? Overwhelmed by fear, Lai Tio Zhang prostrated himself, stammering to call Liang Kui a monster. In despair, he kowtowed, begging for his life. But Liang Kui merely looked down coldly, punitive energy beginning to gather in his palm. Under the moonlight, Liang Kui stared directly at his enemy, his sharp gaze probing, forcing an answer about Butler Zheng's conspiracy at Zhao Manor. His will broken, Lai Tio Zhang confessed in a panic that the servants were captured to be used as materials for refining immortal pills for Master Zhao. A gruesome image flashed bound bodies, bearing glowing red sacrificial marks, victims of an evil ritual. Liang Kui rested his chin on his hand, a cold smirk appearing as he leveled an accusation about the innocent lives that had been captured. In despair, Lai Tio Zhang simultaneously pleaded and roared meaningless threats. Clinging to his master's power, Liang Kui ignored the pleas, gripping a heavy object on the boat, preparing to end the interrogation. With a blood-stained face and emotionless eyes, Liang Kui stood up, asserting that his enemy had seen his ruthless side. Liang Kui's eyes emitted a cold blue light, an unspoken verdict for the one who had witnessed his true nature. Liang Kui coldly pushed Lai Tio Zhang, still bound, into the dark river, realizing this was a fight to the death. Alone on the boat, drifting on the calm river, Liang Kui pondered finding a powerful backer to protect himself. Beneath the water, Lai Tio Zhang's bound body slowly sank into the deep darkness, the last bubbles rising. The mark on Lai Tio Zhang's body suddenly glowed eerily under the water before fading out. A white crane suddenly appeared, gracefully circling above the tranquil lake. Breaking the silence, the crane landed on the bow of the boat, its elegant appearance concealing an unforeseen threat. Suddenly, Liang Kui's bandaged arm emerged from the water, gripping the side of the boat in a desperate attempt to escape the attacker who had just pulled him down. Liang Kui knelt on the boat, sighing in relief after escaping danger, his clothes still drenched, while the Taihua croc clung to his shoulder. A smug smile flickered across Liang Kui's face as he summoned a stream of blue energy into his palm, realizing the convenience his power offered. To conceal his identity, he used his energy to control fish, making them leap into his basket, playing the role of an ordinary fisherman. In his thoughts, he envisioned a fabricated scenario where he tearfully complained to the elders that he had been bullied by Lai Tio Zhang to seize his boat. His thoughts darkened as he imagined the menacing figures of Zhao Manor. Knowing that Lai Tio Zhang's disappearance would eventually be traced back to him, Liang Kui's face became resolute. He realized he had to quickly become a martial artist to defend himself. He set his sights on his goal, the Yang Clan Martial Hall, a majestic structure and the strongest martial arts school in town. His thoughts focused on the legendary power of the martial hall's head, envisioned through an image of him wielding a great saber with the strength to cleave boulders. Looking out at the calm lake, Liang Kui believed that becoming a disciple of the martial hall would be a shield protecting him from Zhao Manor's pursuit. His determination suddenly faltered, his expression becoming awkward as he realized he didn't have enough money to pay the admission fee. The Taihua croc on his shoulder seemed to snort mischievously at its master's predicament. Liang Kui chuckled, shaking off unnecessary worries, confidence returning to his face as he became aware of his growing physical and spiritual strength. With renewed determination, he stood at the bow of the boat, preparing to continue his fishing work to earn money. He plunged into the water, moving naturally and easily, the Taihua croc swimming right behind him. Beneath the clear blue water, Liang Kui turned his training into a race with the Taihua croc, his eyes gleaming with focus and enjoyment. Beneath the deep water, the Taihua croc silently observed, its eyes gleaming with intelligence. Liang Kui released a stream of blue energy from his feet, compressing the water into a powerful thrust to propel himself forward. He frowned slightly, realizing this technique rapidly depleted his stamina. but a confident smile immediately appeared on his lips as he felt his unparalleled speed. He became a blur underwater, darting away at terrifying speed. Suddenly, Liang Ku stopped short, his eyes wide with astonishment as a pink streak flashed right before him. A strange fish with glowing pink scales appeared, and Liang Ku immediately recognized the value of this mystical creature. Knowledge of this world flashed in his mind about mystical creatures, like the armored crab, that had evolved through unique power. These creatures, known as mystic fish, were rare treasures of the swamp. His astonishment doubled when a second fish, identical to the first, appeared swimming beside it. Joy and excitement erupted on Liang Ku's face. He realized this was a heaven-sent opportunity. Without hesitation, Liang Ku lunged towards the pair of rare fish, determined to catch them. He turned to signal Taihua Croc, pointing towards one of the fish, a silent command to attack. In response to the command, a surge of energy erupted around Taihua Croc, its body beginning to transform violently. In a flash, Taihua Croc had transformed into a giant water beast, charging directly towards its designated prey. Meanwhile, Liang Kui pursued the remaining mystic fish himself, separating the pair for an easier hunt. Liang Ku smirked confidently, having already calculated how to capture the prey underwater. He plunged into the deep water, his body swirling in a stream of blue energy. With intense focus, Liang Ku exerted his power, manipulating the currents around him. The water currents tightened, forming a spherical prison that trapped the panicked mystic fish. To be sure, Liang Ku lunged forward with a determined expression, his hands reaching out to seize the fish. Joy was evident on his face as he finally held the rare glowing fish in his arms. Behind Liang Kui, the giant shadow of Taihua Croc rose, its glowing eyes confirming its powerful support. He carefully placed his prize into a gourd, a satisfied smile about the impending gain spreading across his lips. His hands quickly sealed the gourd, locking his good fortune inside. Suddenly, Liang Ku froze, his eyes widening in surprise at an unexpected presence. A massive net of shadows appeared from nowhere, tightly wrapping around Liang Kui, pulling him into the darkness. Trapped and caught off guard, he choked on water, a sharp pain piercing through his body. From the darkness, a giant catfish monster emerged, its jagged teeth and glowing yellow eyes staring at him. Terror rose in Liang Kui's eyes as he recognized the legendary creature he was facing. He recoiled in despair, too small before the towering man-eating catfish in the dark water. Liang Kui was wary as the man-eating catfish gathered a menacing sphere of water energy. In response, Liang Kui launched an attack using his current manipulation skill. Liang Ku's attack struck the water beast's face, stunning it. Liang Ku breathed a sigh of relief, believing he had reacted quickly enough to escape. To his horror, he realized the water beast had tricked him and appeared right behind him. The man-eating catfish bared its teeth, a look of smugness and mockery evident on its face. The monster's right eye flashed with a deadly red light, signaling an impending attack. At the critical moment, Taihua Croc lunged from the side, blocking the catfish's attack. Taihua Croc clamped down on the man-eating catfish's body, completely subduing the water beast. After neutralizing the enemy, Taihua Croc turned to look at Liang Kui, awaiting orders. Liang Ku nodded in approval, acknowledging the invaluable assistance from his immovable companion. Seizing the golden opportunity, Liang Ku clung tightly to the water beast with his bleeding hand. Facing the subdued monster, Liang Kui displayed unwavering determination. Knowing this was his only chance to survive, he poured all his remaining strength into casting the blood command seal, a glowing red incantation to subdue the water beast. Pain surged as Liang Kui's spiritual power was severely overloaded, but he gritted his teeth and endured to complete the incantation, pushing himself to the limit. Liang Kui roared in pain as a blazing stream of energy erupted from his eyes. Beneath the water, a similar mark etched itself onto the man-eating catfish's eyes, completely breaking its will to resist. The ferocity in the water beast's eyes vanished, replaced by a dazed, confused expression as it was completely subdued. On the calm lake surface, a solitary wooden boat floated, marking the end of the battle. Exhausted after the struggle, Liang Ku collapsed onto the side of the boat, his body drenched in water and sweat. He lay sprawled, panting to regain his strength, a sense of relief spreading as he knew he had returned safely. A self-satisfied smile flickered across his tired face, recognizing the well-deserved reward for his daring. Beside the boat, Tai Hua Croc rested, while the man-eating catfish now swam docilely, completely harmless. Liang Kui realized that taming the catfish had opened up a new, potentially powerful path of evolution for it. He looked with amusement at the creature he had just subdued, deciding to give it a new name befitting its appearance. To check the results of his hunt, Liang Kui poured a glowing mystic fish out of the ceramic jar. He was surprised to see Tai Hua Croc also open its mouth, revealing another mystic fish it had caught on its own. Liang Kui affectionately patted his loyal companion, acknowledging its invaluable help in the battle. The boat's hold was now full of fish, the spoils of a bountiful day. On the shore, Liang Kui lit a small fire, preparing to enjoy his spoils to enhance his strength. Liang Kui smiled smugly, examining a small horn as a valuable trophy. His eyes lit up with delight as he realized the immense value of his newly acquired prize. He thoughtfully calculated the potential of larger prey, a grander plan beginning to form in his mind. With determination, he reined in his excitement, focusing on the immediate goal of selling the boatload of fish. The scene shifted to the bustling market entrance of Yixing City, where people moved about in a lively throng. Liang Kui, now wearing a bamboo basket, stepped into the crowd with a determined gaze. He paused, his face showing surprise at an unusual event unfolding in the market. Amidst the crowd, Chen Jun Chang proudly held up a mystic fish, drawing all admiring gazes. From behind, Liang Kui observed the scene with a glint of interest in his eyes. With a mischievous wink, he confidently pushed through the murmuring crowd, heading straight for the center of the commotion. He quickly sold his batch of ordinary fish to a vendor, clearing the way for the main event. Liang Kui faced Chen Jun Chang, who was smug about his achievement. A subtle confrontation beginning. A villager expressed skepticism at the boast of 2 mystic fish caught that day. Liang Kui turned back, firmly denying that the statement was meant for Chen Jun Chang's fish. To prove it, he proudly held up his own mystic fish, a creature far more brilliant and impressive. A muscular fisherman burst into laughter, pointing at Liang Kui with utter disdain, mocking his prize. Liang Kui ignored the jeers of the surrounding crowd, his face darkening with annoyance. Brushing aside the commotion, Chen Jun Chang snorted smugly, showing off his fish next to Liang Kui's superior mystic fish. Chen Jun Chang's gaze suddenly noticed an important figure arriving. He realized his fish had garnered attention. Hu Qi, a martial instructor from the Yang Clan Martial Hall, approached with a dignified demeanor, causing the crowd to part and murmur in awe. Hu Qi stopped before Chen Jun Chang, his sharp gaze assessing the fish and inquiring about its price. Overwhelmed by Hu Qi's aura, Chen Jun Chang became flustered, stammering a reply about the fish's weight, not daring to set a price himself. With a confident smile, Hu Qi offered a price, his eyes seemingly testing the young fisherman's reaction. Chen Jun Chang burst with joy, nodding profusely to agree to the unexpectedly good price. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, Liang Kui interjected, holding out his horned butterfly fish right in front of Hu Qi to catch his attention. The crowd, led by the muscular fisherman, turned to criticize Liang Kui for his audacious actions, fearing he would anger the martial master. Ignoring the crowd, Hu Qi's eyes flashed red as he recognized the true value of the fish Liang Kui was holding. Realizing it was a rare species, Liang Kui confidently confirmed the fish's superior weight, while also learning its exact name from the martial master himself. Hu Qi offered a new price, more than double, for Liang Kui's fish, an offer that made both of them fully understand its value. The entire market fell silent at the enormous sum. Everyone's eyes fixed on Liang Ku and the martial master, astonished by the young man's sudden fortune. Chen Jun Chang stood frozen, his face bewildered as he witnessed his rival's unexpected fortune. Overshadowed, the muscular fisherman uttered a malicious warning about the money Liang Ku was about to acquire. Despite the threat, Liang Ku resolutely offered his fish for sale, his gaze fixed on Hu Qi carrying his basket. Liang Ku decisively walked through the crowd to directly confront the martial master with a respectful demeanor. Liang Ku cupped his hands and asked Hu Qi why his fish was so valuable. Hu Qi calmly explained the medicinal value of the horned butterfly fish's horn, revealing it was extremely useful for his current cultivation state. After understanding, Liang Ku bowed in gratitude, secretly pleased with his decision to keep a small horn as a memento. As dusk fell over the town's rooftops, a tumultuous day of trading came to an end. In a quiet corner, Liang Ku carefully sat counting each coin in his newly acquired money pouch. He clutched the money pouch tightly to his chest, his eyes gleaming with determination to protect his earnings. Suddenly, Li Libo put his arm around Liang Ku from behind, patting him friendly and giving a thumbs up in approval. Liang Ku startled and turned around, then recognized his acquaintance and expressed gratitude for the earlier help. With a mischievous look, Liang Ku extended his hand, demanding back the large sum he had just earned as a tease, leaving Li Libo stunned. Ignoring the joke, Liang Ku seriously asked Li Libo about the cost of joining the Yang Clan Martial Hall. Li Libo flashed a smug smile, confidently asserting that Liang Ku had asked the right person because his father was about to send him there. Li Libo explained in detail the tuition fees of the Yang Clan Martial Hall to an attentively listening Liang Ku. Liang Ku calculated in his head, a satisfied smile appearing as he realized he had enough. 455 when Li Libo happily patted Liang Ku on the shoulder, gave a thumbs up, and suggested they both go register tomorrow. With an admiring look and a friendly punch to the chest, Li Libo teased Liang Ku about his sudden wealth. Suddenly, a vague premonition about the mystic fish flashed through Liang Ku's mind, making him pause. Liang Ku subtly frowned, a vague sense of unease appearing as he looked around. At the same time, at the Zhao Manor shrouded in darkness, a conspiracy was being reported. Inside a dark cellar, a henchman reported to Master Zhao that although Lai Tou Zhang had disappeared, they had traced a clue to a young man named Liang Ku. Master Zhao turned and walked away, waving his hand impatiently, ordering his henchmen to handle these trivial matters themselves. However, once the henchman had retreated, Master Zhao's expression hardened, his annoyance and calculations evident in the silence. As night fell, Liang Ku sat alone on a small boat. Amidst the rustling reeds in the wind, he carefully used a knife to whittle a piece of wood. Preparing for dinner, Liang Ku dropped the crushed fish horn pieces into the bubbling soup pot, while the Taihua crock lay still. Observing, he covered the pot, and the aroma of the stew began to spread through the quiet night air. Inside the pot, a premium horned butterfly fish was stewing with various spices, emitting an alluring, shimmering light. Liang Ku took a sip of the hot soup from the ceramic bowl. An expression of extreme satisfaction spread across his face. He raised the soup bowl like a treasure while the Taihua crock and the six-whiskered man-eating catfish looked up expectantly. With a generous gesture, he tilted the bowl, pouring a portion of the precious soup down to his two companion creatures eagerly waiting underwater. He sat back, a smug smile on his lips, as he felt a surge of pure energy permeating his body. Liang Ku's eyes flashed blue, and he realized his power was rapidly increasing, thanks to the mystic fish. He looked down at the two happily swimming creatures, secretly feeling lucky to have found another valuable fish. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Liang Ku calculated the accumulated essence and decided it was time to upgrade his power. Without hesitation, his bandaged finger pressed a refine button that appeared out of thin air. A massive blue energy surge, taking the form of a water beast spirit, exploded to envelop Liang Ku, his power surging to its peak. As the energy subsided, He clenched his hand, feeling the new power itching, eager to be tested against an opponent. To test his new control, Liang Kui summoned a swirling orb of water in his palm. While the six-whiskered man-eating catfish was also enveloped by similar energy, he realized that just a bit of leftover food had significantly reduced the evolution requirements for both of his creatures. Underwater, the Taihua croc looked fiercer, while the six-whiskered man-eating catfish still maintained its bewildered expression. Both were ready for a major transformation. Liang Kui summoned his core power source, a small ancient metal cauldron, which floated in his palm. Emitting a mystical blue light, he intently examined the cauldron, his eyes tracing the intricate carvings of dragons, apes, and deities. Wondering about its mysterious origin, Liang Kui cast aside complex thoughts, clenching his hand as blue energy surged around his fist. With iron determination gleaming in his eyes, Liang Kui set his goal to go to the martial hall tomorrow to become stronger. Strong enough to confront the Zhao family. Dawn broke over the grassy field. A ladybug perched on a blade of grass, signaling the start of a new day. Village head Li drove the ox cart, while Liang Kui and Li Libo sat in the back. Li Libo excitedly raising his hand to signal departure. On the path winding through the countryside, Li Libo turned to ask village head Li about the journey's duration. While Liang Kui sat silently beside him, Li Libo excitedly pointed forward, trying to get Liang Kui's attention, who maintained a calm expression. In the distance, the city walls and curved rooftops of Pingyang Town appeared. Standing majestically under the sunlight, Liang Kui and Li Libo stepped onto the bustling streets of the town. Li Libo, waving to the lively atmosphere around them, both sat at a roadside eatery, stuffing their cheeks with hot steamed buns. Enjoying the town's flavor, they curiously watched an artisan skillfully molding dough figurines. Amidst the crowd, Liang Kui and Li Libo watched in astonishment a skillful performance where a man used a sledgehammer to smash a stone on another man's chest. The scene shifted to a secluded alley, hidden behind the town's stone walls. In the shadows, a bald man with sinister eyes whispered, confirming whether their target would indeed pass through here. A muscular man wearing a mask crossed his arms, confidently asserting the certainty of the plan. Another man with a smug smile confirmed that he had overheard Liang Kui's plan to register at the Yang Clan Martial Hall. Ambush. Scout, too, pointed at his accomplice, emphasizing the enormous profit their target was carrying, his eyes gleaming with greed. With a sinister smile, Ambush, leader dismissed any intention of sharing, asserting that they would seize all the money for themselves. All three ambushed in a hidden corner of the deserted alley, a perfect position for an interception. At the same time, Liang Kui and Li Libo leisurely entered the alley. Unaware, they were walking straight into a trap. Li Libo excitedly raised his fist, curiously asking about Liang Kui's new power limits. A subtle but confident smile appeared on Liang Kui's lips. He secretly assessed his own strength. Ambush. Scout. One suddenly rushed out, stomping his foot heavily on the ground, blocking Liang Kui and Li Libo's path. Ambush. Leader stepped forward with a smug expression, extending his hand as a silent command, demanding the money. The group of thugs burst into arrogant laughter, pointing at the two young men and issuing a deadly threat. Faced with the threat, Liang Kui responded with a cold smile, his eyes implying that they were the ones about to be buried. Provoked. Ambush. Leader roared in anger, lunging forward to deliver a devastating punch. With astonishing speed, Liang Kui deftly dodged the leader's punch without hesitation. Ambush. Scout. One lunged in from the flank, throwing another punch to pincer the target. Liang Kui spun to evade the second attack, his movements seamlessly transitioning into a counter stance. In a flash, Liang Kui's hand clamped tightly around Ambush. Scout. One's throat. A precise and devastating attack. With his eyes flashing blue light, Liang Kui unleashed a powerful sweeping attack, knocking down both thugs at once. The leader watched in horror as his bald accomplice took a critical blow to the eye, blood gushing out. Another thug only had time to show extreme surprise before a devastating kick landed on his face. Liang Kui delivered the final kick, its power cracking the ground, completely ending the ambush. Standing from afar, Li Libo's jaw dropped. Completely stunned by the speed and efficiency of the battle, Liang Kui stood proudly over the unconscious body of the leader, while Li Libo rushed over with an incredulous expression, looking at his fist. Liang Kui silently assessed his significantly improved physical strength. Li Libo approached, his gestures and expression showing extreme skepticism about Liang Kui's extraordinary strength. In response, Liang Kui just scratched his head and gave a smug smile, joking about his innate talent without wasting any more time. Liang Kui turned around, hastily urging Li Libo to hurry up so they wouldn't miss the enrollment. Li Libo only responded with a silent look, unimpressed by his friend's joke. They arrived at the entrance of the Yang Clan Martial Hall, an exquisitely carved wooden architectural structure. A green-haired youth stepped out, cupped his hands in a friendly greeting, and introduced himself. Liang Kui and Li Libo simultaneously cupped their hands in return, showing respect and eagerness. Xiang Chang Song gestured for them to follow, leading them deeper into the martial hall to begin the test. At the Yang Clan Martial Hall, Xiang Chang Song pointed and introduced the new martial instructor to Liang Kui and Li Libo. Liang Kui and Li Libo were stunned, realizing that the martial instructor was the warrior they had met at the market, the man with silver hair. Lu Xiaohui turned around with sharp yet calm eyes upon hearing the commotion. Lu Xiaohui nodded, recognizing the two, which surprised Xiang Chang Song at this unexpected connection. With a slight smile, Lu Xiaohui explained that he had bought a horned butterfly fish from Liang Kui to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. Xiang Chang Song joyfully announced that they would be personally taught by Lu Xiaohui and allowed to stay at the martial hall. To show their respect, Liang Kui and Li Libo simultaneously bowed in salute to their new martial instructor. Lu Xiaohui gestured for them to follow, his eyes signaling that the first test was about to begin. Liang Kui and Li Libo exchanged confused glances at the concept of bone structure that Lu Xiaohui had just mentioned. Lu Xiaohui chuckled amiably, raising a hand to reassure them that the test was only to find the most suitable cultivation path. Liang Kui regained his composure, humbly asking Lu Xiaohui to explain more about the paths of martial arts cultivation. Lu Xiaohui pondered, hand on his chin, preparing to begin his first lecture on the 4 foundational stages of martial arts. His explanation was illustrated with an image of a body as tough as buffalo hide, impenetrable by sharp weapons. Next was an image of bulging muscles radiating extraordinary strength, capable of easily lifting an adult. Finally, a punch unleashed terrifying power, shattering a stone tablet, illustrating the ultimate realm of bone tempering. Lu Xiaohui began his lecture, describing vital energy as a blazing cloak of power enveloping the cultivator's body. He emphasized that the core of cultivation was refinement. But for ordinary people, limitations were inevitable. To break through those limitations, he explained that 2 things were paramount: cultivation techniques, symbolized by books, and medicinal ingredients, symbolized by medicine. Liang Kui and Li Libo listened, their eyes reflecting confusion and curiosity at the new concepts. Lu Xiaohui continued, likening cultivation techniques to a path, a staircase leading to the heavens for those who wish to ascend. Liang Kui pondered, then spoke up to ask about the role of medicinal ingredients on this arduous cultivation path. Lu Xiaohui explained that while the path of cultivation techniques was real, it was steep and treacherous, and medicinal ingredients were the handrails for a steadier walk. Liang Kui was stunned when he realized that the medicinal ingredient Lu Xiaohui mentioned was the horned butterfly fish he had sold. A glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes, noticing the eagerness of his 2 disciples, Lu Xiaohui smiled gently, reminding them that the path of martial arts required patience, 1 step at a time. Liang Kui bowed in gratitude, then suggested that Lu Xiaohui test their bone structure to begin the training process. From Lu Xiaohui's perspective, the 2 new recruits stood waiting on the training ground, ready for their first test. At the same time, elsewhere, Lu Yanchai sat with 2 henchmen, his contemptuous gaze directed towards the newcomers, a man holding a fan. Zhao Shuiwan pledged to Lu Yansai that with just his command, those two would be expelled from the martial hall. Zhao Shuiyuan gave a smug smile, asserting that Lu Yansai's request would certainly be fulfilled. In another room, a man reported to a powerful figure, revealing that Liang Kuo was an orphan, a perfect material for refining pills. In a dimly lit room, a man reported to his superior, proposing a plan to capture someone to refine pills for Zhao third young master. Master Zhao, the mastermind, read the document with wicked satisfaction, confirming that Liang Q was indeed the perfect material for his plan. Zhao Shuiwan, standing at the doorway, expressed concern that Liang Kuo had joined the Yang clan martial hall, making it difficult to act. After receiving the order, Zhao Shuiyan bowed and left, while a piece of paper fell from his hand. The paper fell onto the cold stone floor, revealing a portrait of Liang Kui, the identified target. Zhao Shuiyuan's eyes flashed with a cruel determination, regardless of any obstacles. To complete the mission, he gritted his teeth, crumpling the portrait in his hand. An unspoken vow made anyone who stood in his way would die. At the same time, in the martial hall, Li Libo pointed forward with an expression of extreme astonishment, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. He comically fumed at Liang Ku's innate talent. While Liang Ku just stood there with a calm expression, Li Libo hastily ran after Liang Kui, urging him to the training ground. Suddenly, Li Libo stopped short, his face surprised as he recognized an acquaintance who had just appeared. A dark-skinned, braided-haired youth with confident eyes named Chen Jiekang stood with his arms crossed, blocking their path. Li Libo immediately stepped forward to confront Chen Jiekang, the atmosphere becoming tense. Both growled, face to face, as if about to clash. But Liang Ku stepped between them, smiling to mediate. Liang Kui greeted Chen Jiechang warmly, knowing him as an old acquaintance of the body's previous owner. Liang Kui smiled amiably, asking Chen Jiekang why he had also come to the martial hall to train. With a firm gaze, Chen Jiechang affirmed his desire to seek strength and explained that he came here after saving enough money. Liang Ku cheerfully led the way, urging everyone to hurry to the training ground, while Li Libo rushed after them, afraid of missing the training session. A powerful punch tore through the air, signaling the start of a rigorous training session. On the training ground, rows of shirtless martial arts students shouted in unison, delivering uniform and powerful punches under the scorching sun. Li Libo gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, straining with all his might to keep up with the exercise until his face was contorted. Liang Kui, Chen Jiechang, and Li Libo were all at their limits, their faces contorted with exhaustion. In the middle of the training session, a decisive hand was raised, signaling a temporary halt for everyone. Martial instructor Lu Xiaohui calmly announced a break for the students, his eyes still retaining the stern gaze of a teacher. Immediately, Liang Kui, Chen Jiechang, and Li Libo slumped to the ground, panting, while Chen Jihang subtly glanced with disdain at their fatigue. Suddenly, an unpleasant fishy smell wafted by, causing Liang Ku and Li Libo to grimace and turn to find its source. A group of three led by Lu Yanchai and Shui Dingyi approached, looking at Liang Kui's group with contemptuous eyes and uttering taunts. Lu Yankai gave a sneering smile, spreading his hand to demand money, making a blatant demand for them to be left alone. Anger flared, and Li Libo and Chen Jiechang immediately sprang up, intending to fight. But Chen Jiekang managed to hold his friend back. In contrast to his two friends' impulsiveness, Liang Ku remained seated, his cold gaze analyzing the strength of the three troublemakers. Lu Yansai cracked his knuckles, gave a sneering smile, and issued a challenge, eager to test his new strength. Liang Ku maintained a calm expression, silently assessing the situation and realizing the disadvantage of not being near a water source. Anger flared on Li Libo's face, while Chen Jiekang beside him also frowned, ready for the confrontation. An authoritative voice rang out, startling Lu Yangkai and his companions, who turned back in fright. Lu Xiaohui appeared with a sharp gaze, pointing and ordering the troublemakers to be punished by holding a horse stance for half an hour. Being scolded in front of his opponent, Lu Yansai gnashed his teeth in anger, uttering venomous words towards Li Libo's group. Faced with defiant silence, Hu Qi roared an undeniable command, forcing Lu Yansai's group to bow their heads in obedience. After the thugs left, Li Libo was still furious, raising his fist and cursing under his breath. But Chen Jiang placed a hand on his shoulder, signaling that it was futile. Amidst the chaos, Liang Kui fell into thought, a blue energy enveloping him as he realized he needed to become even stronger. Li Libo suddenly turned to Chen Jicheng, hastily announcing that he needed to go home immediately. Without waiting for a reply, Li Libo rushed off, leaving Chen Jikeng staring blankly at his friend's disappearing back. Li Libo and Chen Jiesheng looked around, confused to realize that Liang Kui had also disappeared without a word. Elsewhere, Liang Kui's eyes glowed with a warning yellow light as he sensed a lurking danger and clenched his fist with determination. As night fell, Li Libo and Chen Jiecheng stood waiting outside the martial arts arena, footprints in the snow showing they had been pacing for a long time. Both looked up at the night sky, worry clearly etched on their faces as they realized Liang Ku had not returned all day. Li Libo and Chen Jiakang snarled at each other, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring, ready to erupt into a fight. Both their eyes sparked with fire, hostility evident on their faces. Suddenly, Lu Yansai appeared, cracking his knuckles smugly, gloating at the sight of his two old enemies. With a sinister smile, he leaned down, uttering taunts about their lack of a protector. Li Libo and Chen Jicheng were stunned, then enraged as they recognized the one who had provoked them before. Accompanied by two henchmen behind him, Lu Yankai advanced, delivering a cruel threat. At the same time, by a moonlit river, the scene shifted to the tranquil water. The underwater world opened up, where a blue crab was hiding among the algae. Liang Ku glided through the water, riding on the back of the giant Taihua croc. Accompanied by the equally massive six-whiskered man-eating catfish, he pondered, analyzing the danger warning signals his two companion creatures had just sent. Gripping his spear firmly, Liang Ku cautiously advanced into a dense patch of algae, preparing for whatever was to come. He was astonished to discover giant claw marks on the riverbed, evidence of an abnormally large creature. Liang Ku's two companion creatures suddenly shrunk, swimming anxiously around him. Liang Ku focused intently, analyzing his new abilities after absorbing power from the treasure fish. His expression showed a hint of tension, but his gaze remained firm, keenly aware of the enormous danger lurking somewhere in the shadows. From the deep darkness, a pair of glowing red eyes and blue luminous claws slowly emerged, signaling a menacing presence. The faint light revealed a part of the creature, a massive, spiky, unmistakable carapace of a crustacean. The monster's full form was revealed, a colossal crab towering before Liang Ku and his two companions, its size defying all common sense. Facing the spirit beast crab's massive claw, Liang Ku stood firm, his mind rapidly analyzing the deadly threat before him. He stared at the monster, trying to reassure himself by reasoning that if it were truly invincible, his companions would not have been able to escape. However, standing before the beast's colossal body, a flicker of doubt crept into Liang Ku's mind, making him question his own capability. His hand tightened on the spear shaft, hesitation and determination warring within him. A flood of memories suddenly rushed back, bringing with them the face of an old enemy screaming in utter rage. The image of Lai Tou Zhang appeared, his eyes full of contempt as he uttered insults about his father. Next was Lu Yansai's sinister smile, the one who had once called him a coward. Back in the underwater reality, Liang Kui's hesitation vanished, replaced by the acceptance that danger was always a part of his life. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light, realizing that true life-changing opportunities often arose from unforeseen risks. A surge of blue energy erupted around Liang Kui. He resolutely refused to accept defeat when an opportunity was within reach. The memory of having to finish off Lai Tou Zhang in self-defense further solidified his iron will. Liang Ku's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. He was ready to face the monster, to protect what was his, deep underwater. Liang Ku commanded the Tai Hua croc and the six-whiskered man-eating catfish, both swelling in size and radiating energy, preparing for the attack. With a silent command, Liang Ku led his spirit beasts straight towards the colossal spirit beast crab. The scene abruptly shifted, taking us to a brutal memory, where Chen Jiekong collapsed after a devastating punch. Lu Yansai stood over Chen Jicheng, who lay on the ground, a sneer on his lips as he uttered taunts. Cornered, Chen Jicheng grabbed a nearby brick, his eyes flashing with a desperate resolve. With a silent roar of fury, Chen Jicheng sprang up and slammed the brick directly into Lu Yansai's head. Lu Yangkai was momentarily dazed, his face darkening with rage as a shard of brick flew past his temple. His fury ignited. Lu Yansai retaliated by stomping his heel directly onto Chen Jicheng's face, pinning him to the ground. Lu Yansai's eyes flashed with malice, promising a much more painful retribution. He grabbed Chen Jiekeng's hair and pulled him up, signaling his henchmen to step back so he could savor the torture himself. Lu Yankai's henchmen retreated with gleeful smiles, eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. Despite the pain, Chen Jicheng let out a final defiant roar and lunged at Lu Yansai with a raised fist. Lu Yansai easily caught Chen Jiecheng's punch, a smug expression on his face. A dry crack echoed as Lu Yansai broke Chen Jicheng's wrist, his face contorting in extreme agony. Leaning close to Chen Jicheng's pain-distorted face, Lu Yansai whispered taunts while tightening his grip on the broken hand. In a brutal memory, Lu Yansai grabbed Chen Jiekeng's hair, forcing the battered man to look up with a gaze that both mocked and praised his defiant eyes. A venomous promise appeared on Lu Yansai's face as he threatened to gouge out Chen Jiekong's eyes, his fingers curling into a claw shape, pinned to the ground. Chen Jicheng roared a desperate and defiant command, demanding his tormentor to stop. Lu Yankai's fingers pried open Chen Jiekong's eyelids, his purple eyes reflecting utter horror as a tear fell. A silent scream of unimaginable pain tore through the scene as the brutal act was carried out. The memory shattered with a desperate mental cry for help, tearing through the night. Back in reality, deep underwater, the spirit beast crab's colossal claws struck forward with terrifying force. The attack proved futile as the creature's claw shattered against an invisible, impenetrable defense. Liang Ku swiftly dodged in the water, his spear proving useless against the monster's carapace. Disappointment was evident on Liang Ku's face as he realized the crab's shell was nearly impenetrable. Seeing the direct attack fail, Liang Ku gave a silent command to the Tai Hua croc to incapacitate their foe. Obeying the command, the Tai Hua croc lunged forward, clamping its powerful jaws onto the spirit beast crab's claw. With the crab held fast, Liang Ku manipulated a powerful current of water through the transformed six-whiskered man-eating catfish. Liang Kui controlled his spirit beasts with intense focus, pouring his entire mind into the attack. The immense mental strain became unbearable. Liang Ku coughed violently, losing control as his energy waned. The spirit beast crab created a swirling water shield to counter the incoming attack. The monster curled itself tightly, using its spiky shell and massive claws as an impenetrable fortress. As commanded, the six-whiskered man-eating catfish surged through the water, aiming directly at the armored foe. From a distance, Liang Ku flashed a confident smile, signaling his spirit beast to seize the prey. Struck by the unexpected force, the spirit beast crab lost its balance, stirring up the entire area of water. In its stumble, its massive leg crushed a precious lotus-shaped treasure lying on the bottom. Liang Ku's confidence shattered, replaced by eyes filled with horror and rage as he witnessed his treasure being destroyed. Driven by fury, Liang Kui directly charged into the attack, but was mercilessly flung away by the monster's colossal claw. He coughed up blood, pain throbbing from the impact, but the determination in his eyes did not waver. Regaining his balance, Liang Kui used the monster's own back as a springboard, turning a passive stance into a swift counterattack. He uttered a silent vow, his knife-sharp gaze declaring that the monster would not leave alive. Standing alone against the colossal foe, Liang Kui's figure was small but exuded unyielding resilience. He analyzed the opponent's defenses, his sharp eyes searching for a crack, a single weakness to end the battle. He poured all his strength into one strike, the spear piercing the weak point on the monster's shell to deliver the finishing blow. Liang Kui called out the names of his spirit beasts, ordering them to coordinate in an all-out attack. Under Liang Kui's command, Tai Hua Croc and the six-whiskered man-eating catfish simultaneously charged to attack the spirit beast crab. The two fierce spirit beasts tore at the monster's shell, creating a violent melee at the bottom of the water. From a distance, Liang Kui observed the battle, his keen eyes noticing that the monster instinctively protected its abdomen. A spark flashed in Liang Kui's eyes as he realized the fatal weakness. He began to channel energy into his wooden spear, preparing for the decisive strike. The blue energy spirals grew denser, tightly coiling around his hand and spear, a terrifying power being compressed. A red warning interface appeared, signaling that Liang Kui's energy was depleting. But he gritted his teeth and ignored it. Streaks of energy, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes. With a silent, defiant roar, Liang Kui gambled everything, charging straight towards the distracted spirit beast crab. He flipped underwater, transforming his entire body into a living drill. Aiming the glowing spear directly at the enemy's weak point, the energy spear plunged directly into the spirit beast crab's unprotected abdomen. The power exploded, forming an energy lotus, a declaration of Liang Kui's absolute dominion. The blue energy pierced through the shell, causing the spirit beast crab's entire body to convulse in a burst of light. Floating in the water, Liang Kui gave a tired but satisfied smile at his victory. His consciousness faded, his heavy eyes slowly closing as he sank into darkness. The last air bubbles escaped from the corner of his lips, his body floating motionless. Liang Kui suddenly woke up on dry land, holding his head with a confused expression, his two loyal spirit beasts observing him nearby. Waking up after the battle, Liang Kui looked at his two companions and gently patted Tai Hua Croc's head with a gesture of gratitude. He struggled to stand up, clutching his head from the throbbing pain caused by overexertion of power. Liang Kui's eyes suddenly lit up as he realized something, a sudden thought striking him. He curiously approached the colossal corpse of the spirit beast crab lying on the shore. Liang Kui was surprised to realize that his companions had dragged the massive corpse out of the water. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes as he realized the potential value of this spoils of war. Tai Hua Croc used its snout to point at the dead crab's abdomen, drawing Liang Kui's attention. Standing on the crab's shell, Liang Kui looked down and discovered something unusual in the monster's abdomen. He flipped open a shell plate on the crab's belly, revealing a glowing yellow clutch of eggs, a fleeting regret appearing for not being able to tame the mother. But then a new idea sparked, a cunning smile appearing as he realized an even greater opportunity was right before his eyes. Liang Kui sat down before the clutch of eggs, his expression thoughtful as he considered a bold plan. To perform the ritual, he used a sharp piece of shell to make a deep cut in his palm. He pressed his bleeding hand onto one of the eggs, activating a blood magic charm. An intricate, glowing mark called the Blood Domain Talisman spread from his hand, deeply engraving itself onto the egg surface. Liang Kui withdrew his hand, holding his breath in anticipation, his eyes filled with hope and anxiety about the outcome of this gamble. A colossal golden egg began to vibrate, and cracks appeared. The eggshell burst open, revealing a blue creature inside. A small stone crab, successfully tamed, happily emerged from the egg fragments. To absorb power, Liang Kui broke off a large piece of meat, from the leg of the dead spirit beast crab. He ravenously ate the crab meat, and a system interface appeared, showing his power fusion rate soaring. As the fusion rate continued to increase, a fierce surge of blue energy began to pour out from Liang Kui's body. The energy exploded, transforming into the shape of a roaring lion spirit beast, signifying the power being unleashed within him. Liang Ku braced himself against the pain of the transformation, his body emitting a dazzling light. Taihua Croc, the six-whiskered, man-eating catfish, and the newly hatched stone crab watched their master's transformation in astonishment. The process concluded. Liang Kui stood up, his body free of injuries and enveloped by streams of pure blue energy. His spirit beasts looked up with admiration and joy at the miracle that had just occurred. Liang Ku clenched his fists, feeling the new power surging through his body. The fusion rate had reached a new height. He placed his hand on his chest, where a glowing red blood magic mark appeared, signaling that he could now sense his own blood energy. With a confident smile, Liang Ku realized he had not only broken through physical barriers, but had also become stronger than anticipated. He generously shared the remaining crab meat and eggs with Taihua Croc and the six-whiskered man-eating catfish, signaling that they were not worth keeping for long. Under the night sky, Liang Ku affectionately looked at the stone crab on his shoulder, deciding to name it and protect it. His gaze turned cold as he thought about the future. Images of the Zhao family members, including Zhao Shui-wan and Master Zhao, appearing as a threat. A confident smile spread across Liang Ku's lips. He was determined to return to the martial hall to continue his training. Elsewhere, Lu Yansai grabbed Lu Xiaohui's hair, growling an order for him to stop. With a malicious expression, Lu Xiaohui sprang to his feet, angrily shouting a protest. But Lu Yankai merely looked at him with contempt. With a firm gaze, Lu Xiaohui loudly asserted the martial hall's rules. Lu Yankai casually turned his back, his tone full of sarcasm, as he realized his opponent was Instructor Lu. Lu Xiaohui froze, his face astonished as Lu Yankai revealed that he was merely following the orders of Zhao Third Young Master. Lu Yansai turned back with a sinister smile, his eyes wild as he posed a challenging question about loyalty. Lu Xiaohui's face darkened. He remained silent before the question that forced him to choose between the martial hall and the Zhao family. Lu Yanchai and his henchmen burst into mocking laughter at Lu Xiaohui's silence. He continued to insult Lu Xiaohui, reminding him of the favors the Zhao family had bestowed upon him and his father, causing him to clench his fists in restraint. Lu Yankai stepped closer, whispering a venomous threat, reminding him that Lu Xiaohui's father was still in the Zhao family's hand. Hearing about his father, Lu Xiaohui's resolve shattered. He bowed his head in pain and despair, forced to offer a humiliating apology. Seeing Lu Xiaohui submit, Lu Yansai and his henchmen burst into delighted laughter, pointing at him and uttering taunts. Lu Yankai burst into maniacal laughter, his eyes gleaming with malice and self-satisfaction. He looked down at Lu Xiaohui, who lay helpless on the blood-soaked ground, and gave a contemptuous smile. Despite his severe injuries, Lu Xiaohui still looked at his enemy with defiant eyes. Growling a taunt about his despicable tactics, Lu Yankai showed amusement at his opponent's stubbornness, dramatically raising a hand to cover his mouth. To punish that defiance, Lu Yankai stomped heavily on the arm of Chen Jichang, who lay nearby. Chen Jichang's painful scream echoed as Lu Yansai mocked Lu Xiaohui for trying to play the hero. With a sinister smile, Lu Yansai declared that he would not touch Lu Xiaohui, but would instead torment his friends. Powerless to watch his comrade being tortured, Lu Xiaohui roared in indignation, challenging Lu Yansai to target him instead. Lu Yankai crossed his arms, continuing his cruel monologue, mocking Lu Xiaohui's despair as no one came to his rescue. He signaled for a henchman to charge and attack the defenseless Lu Xiaohui. Just as the henchman prepared to strike, Lu Yansai suddenly spun around, his smug expression turning into surprise and vigilance. From within the hazy mist, a figure emerged, its eyes flashing with powerful blue lightning. Liang Kuo stepped out of the mist, his gaze ice cold, sharp as daggers, locking onto the troublemakers. His blue eyes glowed brightly, signaling a terrifying power about to be unleashed. Lu Xiaohui, supporting the unconscious Chen Jikeng, looked up and realized that the newcomer was Liang Qiu. Liang Ku's breathing was heavy, suppressing an impending outburst of rage. Rage erupted. Liang Ku's eyes blazed, and he growled an unspoken vow of revenge directed at his enemy. From a nearby rooftop, 3 figures silently observed the tense confrontation in the courtyard. The white-haired youth turned to the elderly man, his face full of regret, blaming himself for arriving too late. The muscular purple-haired man frowned, remarking on Lu Xiaohui's cold demeanor. The elderly man, Yang Dongxiong, placed a hand on the youth's shoulder, explaining that Lu Xiaohui's concern was genuine, but he had been restrained. Yang Dongxiong concluded sternly, stating that a martial artist lacking courage could not break through their own limits. With a worried expression, the white-haired youth earnestly sought his master's permission to go down and help Liang Kui. Fearing that he was no match for Lu Yankai, Yang Dongxiong suddenly raised a hand to stop him, his eyes flashing as he sensed something unusual in the courtyard below. A powerful and unusual surge of blood energy emanated from Liang Kui, capturing Yang Dongxiong's full attention. Facing that energy, Lu Yankai burst into arrogant laughter, spreading his arms to challenge Liang Qiu. Without a word, Liang Kuo merely clenched his fists, his body tensing like a fully drawn bowstring. He roared a silent affirmation and then charged forward, becoming a blur that tore through the air. The complacent look on Lu Yankai's face turned to panic, and he hastily pointed, ordering his henchmen to block the attack. Liang Kuo glided through the defense with ease, delivering a thunderous kick to a henchman's face, knocking him out instantly. Liang Kuo lunged forward, his eyes flashing blue, unleashing a punch with astonishing speed. His fist landed squarely on a henchman's face, the impact creating a small shockwave. Another henchman, with a fierce expression, charged in from the flank, delivering a high kick aimed at Liang Kui in retaliation. The henchman's face contorted with rage, and he roared an arrogant challenge in midair. His challenge was cut short by a devastating punch from Liang Kui, blood splattering from the corner of the henchman's mouth. After taking down his attacker, Liang Kui turned, his icy blue gaze locked onto his next target. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Lu Yangsai sneered, a fiery energy erupting around him as he mocked Liang Ku's strength. Liang Ku's eyes glowed with an amber light, completely unfazed by the provocation. The henchman who had been struck earlier looked up with a horrified gaze, unable to believe the power he had just faced. Without hesitation, Liang Kui plunged into the encirclement of henchmen, confronting them all alone. A powerful uppercut from Liang Kui sent a henchman flying into the air, blue fish scales shimmering on his cheeks. Liang Kui gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with intense focus as he dodged and parried attacks from all sides. He delivered a decisive punch, breaking through another henchman's guard, causing blood to spurt from his nose. With a final blow, Liang Kui struck down Lu Yansai, sending him sprawling backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Standing over his defeated opponent's body, Liang Kui smirked, his gaze asserting an undeniable truth. His enemy was nothing. Lu Yankai collapsed, his face contorted with shock and pain from the unexpected attack. Liang Kui, with a cold expression, pressed the dagger into his enemy, ignoring his desperate insults. In a frenzy, Lu Yanshai shrieked meaningless provocations, fresh blood gushing from his fatal wounds. With a brutal squeeze, Liang Kui broke Lu Yankai's wrist, extinguishing all resistance. Liang Kui looked down at the defeated opponent, his gaze filled with utter contempt for his adversary's cowardice. Enraged by the insults, Liang Kui swung his fist, pouring all his fury into the finishing blow. An earth-shattering punch landed, the ground shattering under Liang Kui's power, burying Lu Yansai. Amidst the post-battle silence, Liang Ku exhaled a long breath, the tension gradually dissipating from his body. Completely defeated, Lu Yansai writhed on the ground, his panicked gaze directed to one side as he called out Lu Xiaohui's name as a final plea for help. Standing in the distance, Lu Xiaohui was stunned, helplessness and hesitation clearly visible on his face as he witnessed the scene. Lu Xiaohui's gaze triggered a vivid memory. The scene blurred, taking him back to the moment Liang Ku used a large pillar to smash the martial hall floor. In the past, Liang Ku's hand gripped the weapon tightly, determined to carry out an irreversible act. Yang Dongxiang, the head of the martial hall, stood tall, his voice resounding as he listed the names of the troublemakers, including Lu Yansai and Shui Dingyi. With a decisive wave of his hand, Yang Dongxiang declared the expulsion of all involved from the martial hall. Returning to that scene, Lu Xiaohui bowed his head, accepting the order of solitary confinement from his master, while Liang Qut stood behind him, silently accepting his fate of expulsion. Liang Kui knelt, exhausted and covered in blood, his mind desperately turning to a legendary name, Master Yang Dongxiang. Yang Dongxiang's majestic face appeared in his mind, his red eyes blazing with power. Liang Kui bowed his head in bitterness, accepting that his grave mistake meant he no longer had a place in the martial hall. A painful stream of memories flooded back, images of him being humiliated in the past for being a homeless orphan. Amidst his despair, a voice unexpectedly asked his name, and Liang Ku weakly confirmed his identity. Yang Dongxiang, the man in his thoughts, was now standing there, smiling as he made an incredible offer. Liang Kui snapped his head up, his eyes wide with extreme astonishment, unable to believe what he had just heard. Under the bright moonlight, Yang Dongxiang extended his hand, a gesture inviting Liang Ku to step into a new chapter of his life. The scene shifted to the magnificent Yang Manor, a splendid residence that had now become his home. Inside, the other disciples were excitedly whispering about the 9th junior brother who had just been officially accepted by the master. A mischievous young senior sister poked her head through the door, smiling kindly as she called out young Master Liang's name. A group of senior sisters brought ceremonial robes, cheerfully offering to help Liang Ku change and prepare. Liang Kui, slightly flustered by their enthusiasm, politely declined and took the stack of robes, making the girls giggle. Alone in the room, he held the new clothes, a fleeting blush crossing his face. Liang Ku's expression became resolute. He realized 2 weeks had passed since he defeated Lu Yansai, and his life changed forever. Liang Kuai, Chen Jicheng, and Li Libo were soaking in medicinal tubs, their recovery under Master Yang's care almost complete. Liang Kuai, now healthy, held his new robes, his eyes gleaming with faith in a future where he would no longer be alone, having a master and brothers. A cold smile appeared on Liang Ku's lips. He clenched his fist. The flame of revenge against the Zhao family ignited. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Yang clan martial hall, the disciples were gathered, excitedly discussing junior brother Liang's life and death battle. Lu Xiaohui, with an excited expression, recounted the extraordinary feat of the new recruit, who had defeated a powerful opponent in just 1 day. Xu Zishuai, 4th senior brother, tried to stop the story he had heard for 2 weeks, while Xiang Changsong, 8th senior brother, expressed admiration, considering Liang Ku a rare talent. Zhua Xiaoqin, 5th senior sister, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, teased Xu Zishuai about the gift he prepared for the new junior brother, while Cao Reng, 6th senior brother, listened nearby. Yu Dun, 2nd senior brother, proudly boasted that he had given a pair of tungsten steel gauntlets, while Lu Gang, 3rd senior brother, and Xu Zishuai smiled in agreement. Lu Xiaohui chuckled, advising Zhuo Xiaoqian not to tease 4th senior brother anymore, just as Liang Kui's shadow appeared behind the door. Noticing the new arrival's presence, Lu Xiaohui turned with an eager expression, announcing it to the group. The solemn ceremonial robes, white and dark blue with a fur collar, were neatly laid out, ready for their owner. Liang Kui stepped out, clad in his new attire, his demeanor exuding an extraordinary aura. His hands clenched powerfully. He offered a sincere smile, looking towards his senior brothers and sisters who were waiting for him. Liang Kui solemnly bowed, clasping his hands together, expressing deep gratitude for everyone's gifts and warm welcome. Yu Dun slung an arm around Lu Xiaohui, smiling mischievously, signaling that his gift had not yet been given. Yu Dun proudly presented a gleaming piece of tungsten steel, a valuable welcome gift for the new junior brother. Liang Kui bowed, his hands clasped to show deep gratitude for Yu Dun's generosity, who smiled and offered an invitation for him to visit his shop anytime. Lu Xiaohui gestured to everyone, urging the group to quickly proceed to the main hall to meet their master and madam. At the same time, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the Zhao manor. Inside, a subordinate bowed and reported to Master Zhao, who stood with his back turned, silently gazing at a painting. Zheng Sheng, with a tense expression, announced that Lai Tou Zhang's body had been found. But the most important item was missing. A fleeting image showed a dark red, flesh-like entity disintegrating beneath the deep water. His rage erupting, Master Zhao delivered a thunderous punch to his henchman's face, venting his anger over the henchman's failure. He roared, questioning his henchmen about the serious trouble they would face if this matter were discovered by the authorities. The henchman, his face swollen, frantically pointed at Liang Kui, trying to shift all blame onto him to save his own life. Master Zhao brushed aside the excuse, reminding the henchman that Liang Kui was now a direct disciple of Yang Dongsheng, a force they could not casually contend with. Master Zhao grabbed the henchman's collar, his eyes blazing as he ordered him to retrieve the lost item by any means necessary. After releasing the henchman, Master Zhao pondered, a malicious glint flashing in his eyes as he thought of Liang Kui. Returning to the Yang residence, Liang Kui was led before the solemn main hall. Yang Dongxiong, seated on the main chair beside Yang Exushi, looked directly at Liang Kui with a dignified expression and formally offered to accept him as a disciple. Liang Kui bowed deeply, a gesture signifying his acceptance and absolute loyalty. Standing beside Lu Gang, Yang Dongsheng solemnly laid out the sect's rules, his gaze both stern and implicitly approving. Yu Dun and Zhuo Xiaoqin followed, emphasizing the taboos with stern expressions, allowing no transgression. Liang Kui listened with intense focus, his bowed head affirming his understanding and obedience. Yang Dongsheng's gaze sharpened as he delivered his final declaration, a powerful promise of protection for his ninth disciple. Raising his head, Liang Kui responded with a decisive cupped hand salute, his eyes shining with conviction and gratitude. The scene shifted to the training grounds of the Yang clan martial hall, where the shouts of practice echoed under the clear blue sky. In the center of the grounds, the Yang disciples simultaneously struck with great power and focus, sweat pouring down their sturdy bodies. After the training session, the group slumped down to rest, exhaustion evident on every face. During the break, a few disciples began to chat, their eyes directed towards the main hall with curiosity and a hint of envy regarding Liang Kui's fortune. Another whispered with schadenfreude about Lu Yankai's faction being expelled, while also hinting at the puppet masters behind the scene. Elsewhere, Zhao Xueyuan's face contorted with hatred. The name Liang Kui ground out through clenched teeth in an unspoken curse. Back in the martial hall, in a quiet room, Lu Xiaohui began a private lesson for Liang Kui on the martial arts secrets of the sect. Lu Xiaohui patiently explained the 7 paths, his eyes sharp, imparting fundamental knowledge to his new junior brother. Lu Xiaohui began his lecture, explaining the Wild Horse Yema realm, where a martial artist can generate rock-solid strength to resist a herd of wild horses. He continued, describing the Wolf Smoke Langyan realm, where a martial artist's vital energy rises like wolf smoke, creating a fierce aura that overwhelms enemies. His lecture shifted to the Tiger Pounce Hupo realm, with vital energy surging like a tide, and the Elephant realm Xiangjing, where every step can shake the ground. Finally, he described the Heavenly Dragon Tian Long realm, where a martial artist can transform into a divine dragon, breaking all worldly shackles to become a martial saint of a nation. Lu Xiaohui concluded his explanation, admitting that his knowledge of higher realms like Refining Furnace, Lian Lu, and Crimson Transformation Honghua was limited, knowing only that they were the levels of immortals. Liang Kui listened intently, a hopeful question arising in his mind. Could cultivating to the peak help him return to his old world? His gaze turned curious, wondering about the true cultivation level of his master, Yang Dongxiao. Lu Xiaohui smiled, changing the subject with a question to test Liang Ku's knowledge of local martial halls. Liang Kui thought for a moment, then raised 3 fingers, giving his answer. Lu Xiaohui nodded in satisfaction, explaining that the existence of the other 2 martial halls was due to Yang Dongxiang's permission, who remained in Pingyang simply because it was his hometown. With a proud gaze, Lu Xiaohui affirmed the Yang clan martial hall's #1 position, revealing that Yang Dongxiang was the only one in Pingyang to have reached the Tiger Pounce Hupo realm. The name Hupo was etched into Liang Ku's mind, a spark of determination flashing in his eyes as he realized his system might be the key to reaching that realm faster. Lu Xiaohui concluded the lesson, advising Liang Kui not to be impatient, and the young disciple immediately bowed in deep gratitude. When alone, Liang Kui reinforced his resolve, setting an immediate goal to capture a spirit fish to achieve a breakthrough, become a true martial artist, and lessen the burden on the Zhao clan. Amidst the calm lake surface, Liang Kui rowed alone, looking pensive. He looked at the boat full of fish with satisfaction, but also realized the boat was too small for his ambitions. His gaze drifted into the distance, a hint of regret that he still hadn't found the spirit fish he yearned for. A blue interface appeared before his eyes, showing his determination as catching the spirit fish was the key to a power breakthrough. Suddenly, a blazing red feather fell from the sky, startling Liang Kui into alertness. The water around the boat began to churn violently, signaling a colossal danger approaching. Liang Kui braced himself, balancing on the swaying boat, trying to pinpoint the source of the chaos. He looked down at the water in horror, his face paling at what he had just witnessed. A colossal water column erupted skyward, flinging Liang Kui and his boat as a terrifying battle raged beneath. Beneath the water, a gigantic primordial toad was clamping down on a blazing firebird in a deathmatch. The colossal toad creature surfaced, still gripping its prey in its jaws. A tsunami-like wave generated by the battle surged towards Liang Kui, who could only watch helplessly, battered by the wave. Liang Kui desperately reached out, trying to salvage the fruits of his labor that were drifting away. His boat shattered into pieces, sinking all his efforts to the bottom of the chaotic lake. Amidst the rushing water, Liang Kui desperately clung to the last fragments of his boat. From above, the giant firebird let out a sky-rending roar, unleashing a destructive red energy ring. Liang Kui braced himself, his body enveloped and torn apart by the blazing red energy. The overwhelming power of the spiritual attack caused Liang Kui to lose consciousness and slowly sink to the bottom of the cold lake. Liang Kui slowly opened his eyes, realizing he had been brought safely to the grassy shore. A small stone crab looked up blankly, its round eyes full of curiosity. He saw the stone crab and Taihua Croc beside him, his face lighting up with relief and gratitude as he realized they had saved him. Sitting on the shore, Liang Kui clutched his head in despair as he realized the aftermath of the terrifying battle. His gaze turned to the lake surface, where a colossal whirlpool and thunder still roared, a testament to the terrifying power of the 2 monsters. Completely exhausted and disheartened, Liang Kui collapsed onto the grass, realizing his hunting trip had utterly failed and all plans had to be postponed. As he was feeling dejected, Taihua Croc gently nudged his leg with its snout. Startled from his thoughts, Liang Kui turned to look at his small companion with surprise. Taihua Croc opened its mouth wide, revealing a shimmering horned butterfly fish. An unexpected gift. It had hunted for its master. The scene shifted to an image of a concentrated drop of vital energy, illustrating the essence of the power martial artists pursue. An energy figure sat in meditation, streams of golden vital energy flowing throughout its body, converging at a vortex of power in the chest area. Under the starry night sky, warm light emanated from the window of a simple wooden house. A careful hand inserted an incense stick into the censer, and white smoke began to spread. Bare-chested, Liang Ku sat on the floor, beginning his meditation process beside the pot of fish and the burning censer. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Liang Ku closed his eyes tightly, focusing his entire mind on circulating his energy. A stream of memories took him back to the moment Lu Xiaohui, his face hidden in shadow, introduced a special type of incense that helps martial artists focus for breakthroughs. Back in reality, Liang Ku circulated his energy, a golden aura erupting around him as he tried to refine his vital energy. To maintain his strength, he paused, using chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish to replenish his depleted energy. After the 38th attempt, his body was stiff with exhaustion, frustration evident on his face as he was still just short of success. Another memory flooded back. This time, Lu Xiaohui's instruction on the key to breaking through the skin gate piemen, using qi and blood to stimulate meridians and flesh. Realizing the truth, Liang Ku focused his mind. A blazing red energy began to form on his chest. This was vital energy, the source of life. The warm energy flow from his chest began to spread, merging with his vital energy and moving throughout his body, transforming into a powerful heat current. His body glowed with a brilliant golden light, his skin and flesh becoming tougher and stronger than ever. The skin refining Lian Pai process had begun. Inside his chest, his heart beat powerfully, like a furnace, pumping streams of golden vital energy throughout his body, creating an endless cycle of power. Liang Ku exhaled, steam rising from his body, his face revealing disappointment after his 40th failed attempt. He summoned the system interface. The synchronization 49%, coldly confirming his stagnation in breaking through the piemen. Shaking off his frustration, Liang Ku clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination, as he sensed a major change was about to occur at the 50% threshold. He turned to look at the empty bucket, realizing that the supply of fish meat and lotus roots used to replenish his energy had run out, forcing him to find more mystic fish. The morning light filtered through the window, and Liang Ku realized he had been training all night. A creaking sound came from the wooden door, signaling someone's arrival. Outside, two middle-aged men waited. One was Chen Cheng, Chen Jiekong's father, and the other was Li Dekong, Li Libo's father. Liang Ku, now hastily donning a robe, opened the door with a warm smile to conceal his surprise. Recognizing the two uninvited guests, Chen Cheng and Li Dekong expressed their concern, asking Liang Ku about the whereabouts of their two sons, who hadn't returned home for 2 days. Liang Ku scratched his head with a carefree expression, fabricating a story that the three of them had impressed the martial masters and were arranged to stay at the martial hall for focused training. The truth was completely opposite. The image showed Chen Jiakong and Li Libo huddled in a corner, covered in injuries, and too terrified to dare return. Believing the lie, Chen Cheng and Li Dekong burst into joyous laughter, proud of their sons whom they believed were on their way to becoming true martial artists. Before leaving, Li Dekong turned back to remind Liang Ku that their village was about to hold a sacrificial ceremony for the river god. Liang Ku's smile faded, and he frowned in thought, trying to recall this custom and feeling that something was amiss. Li Dekong, with a solemn expression, emphasized the necessity of holding a new ritual, while Chen Cheng stood beside him in agreement, and Liang Ku listened with a calm demeanor. A fleeting image recreated their story. A giant primordial toad, believed to be the river god, shot out its long tongue to snatch a flying giant fire bird from the sky. Liang Ku nodded decisively at Chen Cheng, accepting his role in the upcoming ritual. While Chen Cheng gave a final reminder, the scene shifted to a secluded cave entrance, located beside a clear blue lake shimmering under the sunlight. Inside Lotus Cave, an underground river flowed, its surface dotted with lotus flowers, emitting an ethereal glow. Liang Quaim, now in his training attire, lunged forward with his staff in hand, his eyes intensely focused on an invisible target on the water's surface. He landed on a rock outcrop, his body twisting flexibly, ready for another attack into the water below. Liang Ku lost his balance and was thrown into the water, a vortex of blue energy enveloping him. He sank into the deep water, his face showing the struggle against the pressure. From below, the Taihua croc lunged upward with its jaws wide open, aiming directly at the falling Liang Kui. Liang Kui quickly twisted, landed on the crocodile's back, and used his staff to pin its head down, turning the attack into a sparring session. He focused his energy, and streams of blue water began to coil around his arms and staff. With a silent roar, Liang Kui unleashed a powerful water vortex from his staff, demonstrating his increasing elemental control. From a distance, the six-whiskered man-eating catfish silently observed, while the Taihua croc confronted the powerful energy stream created by Liang Qru. In the deep water, the six-whiskered man-eating catfish and the Taihua croc faced each other in their spirit beast forms, concluding the intense sparring match. Immediately after, both creatures shrunk back to their docile forms, swimming happily together. Their previous ferocity completely vanished. Liang Ku observed them with confidence, a blue system interface appearing before him, confirming his superior underwater strength. He looked down at the broken wooden staff in his hand, a fleeting expression of dissatisfaction, realizing the limitations of the makeshift weapon. His thoughts drifted to images of legendary spirit artifacts, swords capable of self-recovery and growth. A dark sword radiating dark power appeared in his mind, symbolizing the ultimate weapon he yearned for. Back in the underwater reality, Liang Kui seahead, his eyes filled with longing for a weapon worthy of his new power. Suddenly, a scorching sensation spread from somewhere at the bottom of the cave, startling him into alertness. A small water creature pointed out a suspicious spot to him, drawing Liang Ku's attention. Following the guidance, Liang Kui and the six-whiskered man-eating catfish approached a pile of rubble at the bottom of the cave. Among the stones, a brilliant red feather, radiating a warm glow, appeared. Liang Kui picked up the feather, his eyes flashing with recognition. As he recalled the giant firebird from the previous day's event, he looked at the precious feather in his hand, realizing it could be a rare treasure. A determination formed on Liang Ku's face as he enveloped the feather with energy, carefully storing it for later examination. The scene shifted to Pingyang County, a bustling residential area nestled behind sturdy city walls. Liang Kui walked through the crowd, his eyes searching, accompanied by a young man and an old man leaning on a staff. He paused, his gaze thoughtful as he tried to recall the exact location of the blacksmith shop owned by his third senior brother. His attention was suddenly drawn to a strange column of black smoke rising from a distance, but he quickly dismissed it, deciding to investigate later. Finally, he found his target, Lu Gang's blacksmith shop. Inside, the clang of hammers striking red-hot metal echoed loudly, sparks flying everywhere. Lu Gang, drenched in sweat, looked up from his work, his face beaming as he recognized the familiar visitor. Liang Kui smiled back, holding out a cloth bag and signaling that he had an interesting item found during his morning fishing trip that he wanted to ask his opinion about. Inside the bag was a brilliant red feather, radiating a scorching energy and an ethereal glow. Lu Gang was stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment at the treasure, while Liang Kui also realized its significance through his senior brother's reaction. Liang Kui leaned forward, his eyes full of hope, silently asking Lu Gang about the feather's origin. Lu Gang nodded confidently, his meaningful smile confirming that this was an extraordinary discovery. Through Lu Gang's explanation, the image of a blazing giant firebird appeared, a rare spirit beast that had to sacrifice a part of its life essence to escape danger. Among the scattered feathers, a single one, the blood fire feather, contained the most life essence, becoming a priceless treasure. Lu Gang's explanation was visualized a giant firebird sacrificing itself, concentrating its essence into a feather for rebirth. Liang, Queet, his eyes lighting up with astonishment, asked if this was the legendary golden feather. Lu Gang laughed heartily, patted Liang Q's shoulder, and explained that this was the crimson fire remnant feather, causing Liang Qu a fleeting moment of disappointment, but still full of hope. Lu Gang became more serious, advising him not to merely absorb the energy, but to use the blazing feather to forge a divine weapon. Confidence returned to Liang Qu's face. He nodded decisively, stating that he had made his choice. His memories took Liang Qi back to the underwater battle, where he had to use all his strength to counter the attack of the giant stone crab. Back in reality, Liang Qi's eyes were sharp. He boldly declared his choice a spear. Lu Gang was slightly surprised, muttering that spears were rare and difficult to wield weapons in their sect. Liang Qu did not flinch. He handed the blazing feather to Lu Gang, his eyes filled with eagerness and resolve, asking his senior brother to inlay it into a spear. Lu Gang happily agreed, promising to send word when the weapon was complete, and Liang Qu clasped his hands in gratitude with a radiant smile. As the conversation concluded, Liang Qu suddenly noticed a column of smoke rising from a distance and pointed, asking Lu Gang about it. Lu Gang's expression suddenly darkened. He gripped Liang Qu's hand, his eyes tense. Lu Gang's eyes darkened as he explained that it was Fahua Temple, where a large fire had occurred, and something that should not have appeared had revealed itself. The image of the ancient temple, engulfed in raging flames, appeared, illustrating Lu Gang's ominous warning. Liang Qi's expression hardened, his concern evident, as Lu Gang mentioned an inexplicable existence. Lu Gang's narration painted a horrifying scene of mountain demons, deformed creatures with hungry eyes rising from the shadows. The scene faded, bringing the viewer to Fahua Temple, a solemn place hidden amidst mountains and forests. Through the dense forest, a figure dashed with desperate speed. A woman's legs churned relentlessly. Despite the uneven ground, her breath was ragged and her face pale from exhaustion. But she still dared not stop. She clutched her belly, trying to protect the tiny life within her from the invisible danger, relentlessly pursuing her from behind. A desperate cry for help tore through the temple's silence, causing a young monk sweeping the courtyard to halt. The young monk spun around, his eyes wide with astonishment at the urgent plea for help. The woman's eyes flashed with a final ray of hope as she saw the young monk. She mustered her last bit of strength to beg for help. Exhausted, she collapsed, her hand reaching out desperately before consciousness faded into darkness. Without a second's hesitation, the young monk rushed towards the collapsing woman. Inside a room, the young monk and an older master monk together looked after the unconscious woman. The woman's bloodshot eyes slowly opened, signaling her emergence from her daze. Inside Fahua Temple, the old monk and the young monk breathed a sigh of relief as the pregnant woman finally regained consciousness. The woman awoke, clutching her head in confusion as the old monk kindly inquired about what had happened to her. The woman's gaze became distant, and reality blurred as she began to recount her nightmare. Her memories took her back to a stormy night, where she was intercepted by a group of mysterious blue-robed figures. They blindfolded her and roughly dragged her to an unknown location. The blindfold was violently ripped off, forcing her to confront a horrifying truth. Before her eyes was a hellish scene, where victims writhed with glowing red marks burning on their chests. Back in reality, the old monk listened, his usually serene face now etched with deep concern. The woman clutched her head in extreme panic as she recalled the cruel purpose her captors had revealed. The terrifying memory continued, showing a victim convulsing violently as the mark on his body was activated. The black-robed figures clasped their hands, performing an evil ritual over the victim's motionless body. Their leader, an old man with glowing blue eyes, emerged from the shadows, holding a gruesome ritual knife. He raised the knife with a biological hilt, its blade flashing with a deadly light. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as the knife was plunged deep into the victim. Fresh blood splattering. A stream of sacrificial blood flowed down, activating an eerie blue spell circle. The cult leader looked up at the sky, his blood-soaked hands trembling in frenzy as the ritual reached its climax. In front of his black-robed subordinates, the leader raised a Bao Tai Jo, ABAA, a sphere of flesh and blood still dripping, the crystallization of evil. Amidst the crowd, Liangqu turned to a companion, his eyes filled with disgust and confusion, demanding an explanation for the horrifying scene before him. The companion, Lin Guiyong, replied with a solemn expression, revealing the identity of the evil object. Lin Guiyong continued to explain the gruesome process of feeding victims a soup made from shan yao flesh to create the fleshy tumors. His explanation was illustrated by the image of a female victim lying contorted on the floor, her body deformed and eyes wide open in extreme agony. Liangqu continued to question, anxiety evident on his face as he tried to find a weakness in the cult's plan. Lin Guiyong hesitated, a cold drop of sweat trickling down as he revealed that the fleshy mass would blossom if not removed in time. Unwilling to accept the ambiguity, Liangqu stepped closer, his voice low, as he demanded a clear answer about the meaning of blossom. Lin Guiyong avoided Liangqui's gaze, his face contorted in fear, implying a horrific, unspeakable outcome. At the same time, at Fahua Temple, the abbot gave an order to a young disciple named Jiming. Jiming obediently bowed, then carefully carried a tray of hot vegetarian food across the temple courtyard. Arriving in front of a room, Jiming curiously peeked inside, looking for the young lady he was tasked with caring for. Jiming, a young monk, carefully carried the food tray into a quiet room in the temple. His master had informed him that the young lady in the room was asleep, but an unusual silence enveloped the space. Jiming froze, his blue eyes flashing with surprise as he noticed something was wrong. He bent down, confusion evident as he saw a large pool of blood spreading on the floor right before his feet. A drop of blood unexpectedly splattered across his face, momentarily freezing Jiming as fear began to creep in. The bare, pale, and deformed feet of some creature stood towering in the darkness, right beside the pool of blood. Jiming looked up, horrified, to face a giant, deformed shadow engulfing him. The food tray in his hands trembling, sweat poured. His face turned pale as a horrifying realization dawned. This creature was connected to the young lady he was caring for. Jiming's panicked gaze darted towards the bed, where an even more terrifying sight awaited. On the bed, the pregnant woman lay, her eyes wide and lifeless, and her mouth bleeding, her life brutally taken. Unable to suppress it, a horrified scream burst from Jiming's throat, and he dropped the entire food tray to the floor. Amidst the panic, another drop of blood fell from above, landing right on his head. Jiming slowly raised his dazed face, his vacant eyes following the source of the blood. On the ceiling, a shan yao with glowing eyes was devouring the remains of the fetus, its savage appearance explaining the entire tragedy. On the forest path, Lu Yansai led a group consisting of Officer Wang, his subordinate, and the young monk Xiao Luo. Officer Wang expressed his sincere gratitude to Lu Yangkai for agreeing to assist with this investigation. Lu Yangsai humbly replied, stating that it was a responsibility his martial hall had to fulfill. Memories brought Lu Yangkai back to a meeting in the shadows, where Zhang Xiang assigned him a secret mission to go to Fahua Temple, cover up a few bodies, and retrieve unspecified items. To Lu Jiankai's question, Zhang Xiang merely brushed it aside with a cold command, telling him not to ask for details until he witnessed it himself. Back in reality, Xiao Luo clasped his hands and announced that they were almost there, unaware of the tension gripping his companions. Fahua Temple appeared, majestic and ancient, but shrouded in a deadly, dark aura. The heavy temple gate was pushed open, revealing a glimpse of the horrifying scene inside. The faces of Lu Yansai, Officer Wang, and his subordinate immediately froze in extreme shock and horror. The entire temple courtyard was a bloody battlefield. Strewn with the torn bodies of monks, Xiao Luo let out a desperate cry, his panicked eyes scanning the brutal scene for his master. Despite being held back, the young monk rushed forward, determined to find his master amidst the ruins. Lu Yansai signaled Officer Wang to remain calm, deciding to let Xiao Luo go ahead while they stayed to observe the situation. He knelt to examine a body, noticing giant bite marks and realizing that not a single victim was intact. Rage flared in Lu Yanchai's eyes as he realized the blatant deception in Zheng Shang's words about a few victims. Lu Yansai narrowed his eyes, suspicion evident as he analyzed the bloodstains on the ground. He pointed out to Officer Wang the long streaks of blood, gruesome evidence that the bodies had been brutally dragged away. Under the cold moonlight, Fa Temple's pagoda appeared eerily through the bare branches, harboring a deadly secret. The blood trail led them to the entrance of a grand hall, where Xiao Luo and one of Officer Wang's subordinates were already waiting, their faces tense. As soon as they stepped through the threshold, they encountered the slumped body of a monk against the wall, signaling the horror to come. Xiao Luo, Officer Wang, and Lu Yansai were stunned, their faces paling in horror at the scene inside. Rage flared in Officer Wang's eyes, while Lu Yansai gritted his teeth, realizing he had been deceived by Zheng Shang about the severity of the mission. A gigantic, grotesque biosphere emerged from a twisted pile of human bodies, surrounded by the corpses of Officer Wang's subordinates. Completely distraught, Xiao Luo could only clasp his hands and pray in vain, sweat beading on his bald forehead. A sudden noise came from a nearby door. Drawing Lu Yankai's attention, Officer Wang spun around, startled, his tension reaching its peak. He roared angrily towards the sound, but Lu Yansai dismissed it, his gaze fixed on the trembling sphere. Recognizing the greater threat, Officer Wang turned to Lu Yankai, his voice trembling as he demanded an explanation for the absurd existence of the monstrosity before them. Lu Yansai revealed a horrifying truth. It was a mountain demon egg, a sign of the evil Muhuan sect. The name Muhuan sect struck Officer Wang hard. Fear and the realization of an ancient conspiracy evident on his face. Lu Yanchai warned of the mountain demon egg's second stage, his eyes fixed on the pulsating mass of flesh. The entire group stood frozen in the blood-soaked main hall, sensing a terrifying power about to be unleashed from the egg. Cold sweat streamed down Officer Wang's temples, the terrible truth in Lu Yankai's warning leaving him petrified. With a gruesome tearing sound, a bony, sharp-clawed arm pierced through the egg's shell. A deformed foot landed on the wooden floor, signaling the birth of a nightmare. The mountain demon rose from the pile of blood and flesh, its blue eyes glowing wildly amidst the scene of carnage. Faced with the monster moving like a giant spider, Xiao Luo could only clasp his hands and pray in despair. The monster lunged with terrifying speed, its claws tearing at the wooden floor. In a flash, the mountain demon pounced on Xiao Luo. The young monk's scream choked off. Wang's subordinate could only let out a cry of horror as he witnessed his comrade being attacked. Officer Wang roared a silent command, trying to rush forward and intervene. But it was too late. The mountain demon's jagged teeth gaped open, a silent roar filled with savagery. The monster turned to its next target, seizing Wang's subordinate and effortlessly lifting him into the air. Officer Wang was struck by a devastating blow from the monster's arm, blood splattering from his face, held tightly in the mountain demon's claws. Wang's subordinate desperately looked towards Lu Yansai, silently pleading for salvation. Lu Yansai was stunned, cold sweat pouring as he realized the enemy's terrifying power, an overwhelming truth that made him falter. His survival instinct screamed within him, urging him to break down the door and flee. But the thought of the monster escaping into the world held him back. The heart-wrenching scream of Officer Wang's subordinate echoed as he was bitten by the mountain demon's fangs. Lu Yansai tried to reassure himself, his reason telling him that his own life came first. A survival philosophy he had always adhered to. In the shadow of hesitation, the judging image of Butler Zheng appeared, a symbol of the world he always tried to evade. His mind drifted to a peaceful home, a safe haven if he simply turned a blind eye to reality. The soldier's desperate plea, calling his name like a hero, pulled Lu Yansai out of his cowardice and made him despise himself. With a clang of metal, Lu Yankai drew his sword, the blade flashing with a decisive gleam. The mountain demon exerted its full strength, preparing to end the life of the helpless soldier in its grasp. Lu Yansai charged forward, swinging a powerful sword strike. Narrowly blocking the monster's attack, he stood in front of the injured soldier, his gaze firm as he faced the enemy, accepting a battle he wasn't sure he could win. Memories flooded back, taking him to his youth, where a bandaged hand tightly gripped a wooden sword, with a vow to become a great hero. The young Lu Yansai smiled brightly, while an admiring child looked at him, calling his name with complete trust. The young Lu Yansai's eyes shone with faith and ambition, determined to seize the opportunity at Master Zhao's mansion to prove himself. The child's radiant face showed unwavering belief, a conviction that their hero would surely succeed. Memories brought Lu Yanchai back to a humiliating past, where Zhao Liuyuan and his subordinate Fan Shou mocked him after a beating. Zhao Liuyuan pointed directly at Lu Yansai's face, uttering venomous insults about his orphan status and his ailing father. That night, in the dilapidated house, only the dry coughs of his frail old father echoed. Lu Yansai's father gently wiped the wound on his son's forehead, his eyes filled with sorrow as he saw the bruises on the boy's face. He carefully applied a medicinal pouch to the swelling, coughing dryly as he gently advised his son to be humble and patient. Lu Yansai bowed his head, his father's teachings deeply etched in his mind, the boy's eyes gleaming with silent determination. The father smiled kindly, placing his full trust in his son that he would become someone to be proud of. His father's silhouette and the image of the great hero Yang Dongsheng merged in Lu Yankai's mind, planting a big question in his heart about the path of righteousness. Back in reality, the teachings of yesteryear became his strength. Lu Yansai gripped his sword hilt, facing the mountain demon with a completely different aura. He charged forward, his movements as swift as lightning, without a trace of hesitation in each sword stroke. Using his body as a weapon, he plunged down from above, delivering a thunderous blow aimed at the monster. The sword blade clashed with the mountain demon's claws. He fought not just for survival, but also to protect righteousness. In the cramped space of the temple, Lu Yansai moved agilely, each slash adhering to the teaching of protecting the weak. He dodged the mountain demon's attack, his eyes no longer fearful, but filled with the steadfastness of a protector. All plans to escape, all previous cowardly thoughts, were thrown by Lu Yansai into the flames, burning to ashes. Memories brought Lu Yankai back to the martial hall, where his younger self eagerly watched the majestic, unyielding figure of Master Yang. Back in reality, Lu Yansai, his face covered in injuries, strained to block the mountain demon's deadly pounce with his bare hand. In his mind, the images of Master Yang and himself merged, their sword strokes painting dazzling streaks of light, representing the pinnacle of martial arts. Drawing strength from his memories, Lu Yansai unleashed a brilliant sword strike, repelling the mountain demon into the night. He narrowly dodged the monster's counterattack, continuing the desperate battle. The image of Master Yang, standing alone against a horde of monsters despite severe injuries, reappeared, strengthening Lu Yankai's resolve. The mountain demon furiously bit through Lu Yansai's sword, leaving him with only the hilt in his hand. Despite losing his weapon, Lu Yankai did not retreat. Charging straight towards the monster, with a determined expression, he recalled Master Yang's decisive action, a powerful palm strike, imitating the hero in his mind. Lu Yansai plunged the broken sword into the ground, sacrificing himself to unleash a sea of fire that engulfed both him and the monster. Amidst the dying flames, Lu Yansai rose beside the mountain demon's corpse, exhaustedly confirming that he had stopped it. A surviving subordinate crawled towards him, eyes full of admiration, whispering that Lu Yangkai was truly a hero. Those words made Lu Yangkai freeze, a tear rolling down his cheek as he questioned the meaning of the two words, hero. Memories pulled him back to a humiliating past, where he was just a scrawny boy, mocked by everyone around him. The image of Zhao Liyuan appeared, pointing at the miserable children and ordering Lu Yansai to beat them for entertainment. Lu Yansai gritted his teeth, his face contorted by a cruel threat he was forced to deliver. Before him, two orphaned children, cowered in fear, desperately seeking shelter in each other. Lu Yansai stood there, his eyes shrouded in darkness, concealing the internal struggle, tearing him apart. He bowed his head, his bandaged hand clenching into a fist in a painful decision, telling himself that this sacrifice was necessary to gain strength. The scene shifted to Fahua Temple, an ancient and solemn temple, bathed in brilliant sunlight. Back in reality, Officer Wang led his soldiers into the temple grounds, now desolate and ruined. One of his soldiers suddenly pointed up, shouting in alarm as he discovered something amidst the rubble. Officer Wang and his subordinates looked down, their faces frozen in horror at the sight below. Amidst the debris lay the corpse of a mountain demon, and beside it, a figure leaned against his sword, motionless. A golden token lay on the ground, gleaming strangely amidst the desolation. Officer Wang carefully bent down, reaching out to pick up the only remaining piece of evidence. In his palm was the token, clearly engraved with the character Lu, the identity of the fallen hero. The memory returned, showing Lu Yanchai's bandaged hand, not poised to strike, but to offer a steamed bun. The two children looked up, their initial fear now replaced by surprise and skepticism at the unexpected kindness. Lu Yangchai, despite his bruised face and missing teeth, flashed a radiant smile, proudly declaring that the essence of a hero is never to bully the weak. Under the moonlight at Zhao Manor, an angry shout echoed, cursing a useless individual. Inside a room, Master Zhao grabbed the collar of his subordinate, who lay sprawled on the floor, his fury directed at the one who dared to act on his own. Master Zhao pointed directly at his subordinate's face, growling questions about the disastrous consequences if the incident at Fahua Temple were exposed. Sweating profusely, the subordinate hastily explained that it was an immediate decision based on the situation. Memories began to surface as the subordinate recounted how they immediately pursued an escaping woman, not expecting her to run to the temple. In the memory, a group of hooded bandits pursued their target, but by the time they arrived, it was too late. The scene revealed a pool of blood, a motionless body on the floor, evidence of a massacre that had taken place. The reporter explained his plan to have Lu Xiaohui Lu Yankai stall the authorities while they dealt with the newly hatched mountain demon. According to the plan, Lu Yankai and another person were tricked into entering the scripture repository, stepping over the bloodstains on the steps. As soon as they entered, the hooded bandits quickly slammed the heavy door shut and bolted it, trapping them inside. To erase all evidence, they set the entire tower ablaze, the fierce flames engulfing everything. Back in reality, Master Zhao angrily pinched his subordinate's ear, scolding him for the foolishness of using fire, as it would take too long to completely burn everything. A cold, authoritative voice echoed from the shadows, ordering the chaos to cease. The mysterious leader slowly rose from his seat, his long, sharp fingers resting on the chair, signaling for everyone to be silent. The mysterious leader's shadow loomed over Master Zhao and his subordinate, as he declared that all of them were responsible for this mess. The superior stood tall, delivering a chilling accusation to the trembling black-robed subordinate. With a knife-sharp gaze, the superior pronounced the punishment for disloyalty, his hand with long black claws raised. The superior's hand clamped down on the subordinate's head, extreme horror evident on the victim's face as he realized his fate. The superior raised his head, declaring his actions to be the will of the Holy Mother, his face splattered with the dying man's blood. A horrifying scream echoed as the superior finished off the subordinate, blood splattering in front of the stunned Master Zhao and the reporter. The superior calmly wiped the blood from his hand, offering a sarcastic blessing to the pale Master Zhao. He interlaced his fingers, a gesture reminding Master Zhao of their shared fate and a warning that could not be ignored. Master Zhao hastily bowed his head, stammering a promise to clean up all traces of failure under the superior's overwhelming gaze. The superior turned to Butler Zhang, his gaze piercing him with an implied question about his son. A vicious psychological blow. Butler Zhang broke into a cold sweat, prostrating himself on the ground to assure his absolute loyalty would never waver again. The superior smiled grimly, handed over responsibility to Master Zhao and Butler Zhang, then turned and left. Under the moonlight, the superior's silhouette faded into the distance, leaving Master Zhao and Butler Zhang standing in tense silence. When left alone, Master Zhao collapsed into his chair, his face exhausted and bitter after the horrifying confrontation. The reporter approached, pointing at the subordinate's corpse and reporting on the open threat from Butler Zhang. Helpless rage flared on Master Zhao's face, and he gritted his teeth at the humiliation he could do nothing about. Master Zhao stood over a monk's corpse, praising the successful cruel plan to his subordinates. With a tense expression, Master Zhao ordered his subordinates to quickly find a way to retreat. As the imperial court had begun to act, Master Zhao's face relaxed into a smug smile as he outlined his escape plan to Huangzhou, where he already had a foundation. He continued to explain with delight that this plan would also ensure his son's pill refinement could continue without interference from Yang Dongshang. Under the cover of night, the temple's eaves were silent, concealing the conspiracy that had just been discussed. Daylight illuminated the entrance to Yixing Village, a peaceful village market. Liang Quill, in new attire, stood in the middle of the market, his expression pensive as he recalled those who had stood up for justice. Memories brought him back to the moment Lu Xiaohui stepped forward to prevent a confrontation. Back in reality, Liang Ku frowned, wondering why Lu Xiaohui was at Fahua Temple on the day of the tragedy. He sighed, his eyes heavy as he thought about the cruelty of the world and the fate of the mountain demon. Suddenly, Liang Ku's gaze snapped in one direction, recognizing a familiar figure. Chen Qingjiang, a villager, joyfully called out to Liang Ku upon seeing his return. Chen Qingjiang urgently urged Liang Ku to go home, pointing and reporting that a large crowd was gathered in front of his house. From above, a giant centipede silently observed Liang Ku and the villagers from behind a rock. Elsewhere, the mountain demons deformed. Pale hand caressed smaller centipedes, a gruesome confirmation that it was still alive. Amidst the desolation, the mountain demon rose, the name Liang Ku escaping its gruesome fangs like a curse. Ruin enveloped a house, signaling a collapse that had occurred or was imminent. Inside, the room was empty and dilapidated, with only a pile of firewood and a cold cauldron remaining. At the same time, Shui Changquan stood with his hands on his hips, his eyes full of anger and disappointment as he looked at his son, bound in a kang. Shui Dingyi looked up at his father with an exhausted and pleading expression after a long period of punishment. Shui Changquan ignored the plea, coldly leading his son to a public place to continue the punishment. A cruel stick struck Shui Dingyi, who was still bound, with uncontrollable rage. Shui Chengquan roared an inarticulate curse and continued to swing the stick at his desperately weeping son. Relentless blows rained down, and Shui Dingyi could only scream in extreme pain. This entire cruel scene was observed through a narrow crack in a door from a nearby house. Inside, Liang Guangtian and Liang Ku's aunt were arguing fiercely, their anxiety and disagreement clearly visible on their faces. Liang Ku's aunt tried to make a point, but her expression showed helplessness against the anger of the person opposite her. Liang Guangtian brushed her words aside, his anger erupting as he vented his rage on Liang Ku's deceased father. Silently in the shadows, Liang Ku had heard everything. His face showed no emotion, but his eyes turned cold. The door burst open, and Liang Ku stepped into the light, his gaze fixed on Shui Dingyi, ready to face the trouble that awaited. In the courtyard, Shui Chengquan was punishing his son, Shui Dingyi. When Liang Ku's appearance caught his attention, recognizing Liang Kui, Shui Chengquan immediately changed his demeanor. Rushing over to greet him with a joyful expression, he clasped Liang Ku's hand, pouring out praises for his extraordinary demeanor, explaining that this was why Master Yang had accepted him as a disciple. The name Yang Dongxiong of the Yang clan martial hall echoed, causing the crowd to stir in astonishment. Even Shui Dingyi had to look up with a bewildered expression. A villager explained to those around that Liang Ku had become a true disciple, a respected status akin to Master Yang's own son. The news that even the county magistrate had to show respect to Master Yang stunned everyone, making them realize the immense influence Liang Ku had just gained. The crowd immediately surrounded Liang Ku, changing their attitude from disdain to flattery. But he merely stood still with a cold expression, not responding at all. To curry favor with Liang Ku, Shui Chengquan handed him a stick, indignantly declaring that Liang Ku had full authority to execute his incompetent son. Liang Ku took the stick, a cold smile appearing on his lips and his eyes flashing with a menacing red light, accepting the offer in a terrifying manner. Faced with the killing intent emanating from Liang Ku, Shui Dingyi cowered on the kange, sweat pouring out of him in extreme terror. He approached, raising the stick as if to strike, his shadow falling over Shui Dingyi as he delivered a chilling warning about the consequences of holding grudges. Completely broken, Shui Dingyi burst into sobs, stammering pleas for Liang Ku to spare his life, and promising to serve him like an ox or horse to atone for his mistakes. Just as the tension reached its peak, Liang Ku suddenly used his strength to break the stick, a decisive act signifying forgiveness. He turned and walked away, offering an explanation that Shui Dingyi had suffered enough and was not the mastermind, leaving the boy with a stunned and grateful expression. As Liang Ku coldly departed, Shui Dingyi immediately unleashed his pent-up fury on his father, yelling questions about their father-son relationship. With a fawning smile, Shui Chengquan presented a tray of gifts, proclaiming Liang Ku's generosity. The crowd of villagers gasped in astonishment at a tray filled with glittering silver ingots. Liang Guangtian rudely pushed his way in, knocking over an elderly woman to get to the front. With a cunning smile and rubbing his hands together, Liang Guangtian claimed to be Liang Ku's only relative. Attempting to seize the silver, a furious villager pointed directly at Liang Guangtian, exposing his shamelessness before the angry crowd. Exposed, Liang Guangtian strained his neck to argue back, trying to assert his role absurdly. When Shui Chengquan turned to ask, Liang Ku merely glanced coldly at the troublemaker and uttered a decisive denial. A flood of memories rushed back, taking Liang Ku to a torrential rainy night, where this body, as a starving teenager, had been mercilessly abandoned outside the door by Liang Guangtian and his aunt. Back in reality, Liang Ku turned to Shui Chengquan with a meaningful smile, suggesting the money be used for another purpose. Without a single backward glance, Liang Ku turned and walked away, leaving behind instructions to organize a festival and set up a porridge stall for the poor. The crowd erupted in joy, cheering for Liang Ku, while Shui Chengquan clasped his hands in gratitude, and Liang Ku's aunt also excitedly called out to him. Liang Ku stepped inside, slamming the door shut behind him, finally escaping the noise and letting out a sigh of relief. In the silence, he closed his eyes, lightly clenched his fists, focusing on sensing a change occurring within his body. He touched the back of his neck, a flash of realization in his eyes as he felt himself on the verge of a breakthrough. Clear water began to fill a large wooden basin, preparing for the upcoming cultivation process. Liang Ku stood shirtless before a large tub of water, his face resolute as he prepared for a dangerous breakthrough that required cooling his body. He sat in the tub, eyes closed in concentration, as a surge of orange-yellow thermal energy violently erupted from his body, causing the surrounding water to bubble. Hot steam billowed from the tub, obscuring almost Liang Ku's entire form. Amidst the steam, Liang Ku's face remained calm, seemingly in control of the chaotic energy flow. Beads of sweat dotted his temples, a sign of the extreme exertion during the cultivation process. The yellow energy erupted into a swirling vortex around the tub, indicating that the breakthrough process had reached its peak. Suddenly, Liang Ku opened his eyes, a flash of blue lightning appearing, signaling that he had successfully overcome the barrier and mastered his new power. He raised his hand, and a swirling orb of water formed in his palm, controlled by a stream of pure blue energy. Dressed again, Liang Ku touched his shoulder, feeling the change in his body but realizing that the connection to the system had not yet improved. A blue system interface appeared before him, confirming his new power level and existing abilities, but also pointing out his ordinary fate. Despite the indicated limitations, a self-satisfied smile appeared on Liang Ku's lips. He was pleased that his abilities complemented each other perfectly. With newfound confidence, he approached the door and decisively unlatched it, ready to step outside. Just as the door opened, Liang Ku blocked a gaunt man rushing towards him, almost causing the cloth bag in the man's hand to fall. Losing his balance, the strange man fell backward onto the ground with a look of panic and pain. The man, Liang Guangtian, quickly sat up, dusted himself off, and offered a fawning smile, shamelessly claiming to be Liang Ku's uncle. Liang Ku coldly questioned Liang Guangtian about the purpose of his uninvited visit. With a fake smile, Liang Guangtian held out a bag of rice, feigning concern for his nephew. Liang Ku turned away, decisively rejecting the false kindness. Aware of the value of food in difficult times, he began to close the door, but Liang Guangtian's hand quickly slipped in to stop. Without hesitation, Liang Ku forcefully pushed the door, slamming it directly into Liang Guangtian's face. Liang Guangtian fell sprawling onto the dirt courtyard, the bag of rice flying to one side, while Liang Ku stood on the threshold looking down with disdain, clasping his bleeding nose. Liang Guangtian wailed, using their blood relation to justify his actions and demand inheritance rights to the house. The commotion attracted the attention of the neighbors, including an elderly woman who was approaching. Liang Guangtian pointed at Liang Ku, frantically accusing him of refusing a great bargain and arrogantly claiming the right to discipline his nephew. Liang Ku's patience ran out, his eyes flashing with a murderous blue light. An unspoken warning delivered. Liang Guangtian froze, cold sweat pouring out, as he realized the terrifying change in the nephew he once looked down upon. To regain the upper hand, Liang Guangtian began to roll around on the ground, wailing and complaining about Liang Ku's ingratitude to defame him in front of the villagers. Suddenly, a gob of spit flew directly into Liang Guangtian's face, leaving him stunned in humiliation. Liang Ku's aunt stood tall before Liang Guangtian, her voice sharp as she exposed his despicable behavior when Liang Ku's father passed away. Along with another woman, she continued to condemn Liang Guangtian's deceitful tactics in dividing the property back then. Their eyes filled with contempt. Liang Guangtian, his face swollen with rage, pointed forward and roared a shameless threat. A wooden stick suddenly swung, hitting Liang Guangtian directly in the face before he could react. Chen Zhaoan, the neighborhood chief, stood tall over the sprawling Liang Guangtian, his eyes filled with disdain as he reprimanded the scoundrel. Threatened by the stick, Liang Guangtian cowered and fled headlong amidst the indignation of Liang Ku's aunt and the neighbors. Chen Zhao unwatched Liang Guangtian's retreating figure, affirming Liang Ku's authority in the area. After the troublemaker had left, Liang Ku approached, respectfully bowing his head to thank Chen Zhaoan for his help. Chen Zhaoan looked at Liang Ku with a solemn expression, offering a special proposal inviting him to be the chief priest for the upcoming river festival. Liang Ku looked up, his eyes flashing with surprise and contemplation, considering the important role he had just been entrusted with. In his mind, Liang Ku summoned the system interface, noticing the River's Grace progress bar and realizing this was an opportunity to uncover its secret. Having made his decision, Liang Ku turned and accepted the offer. while Chen Zhao An watched with satisfaction, instructing him to memorize the sacrificial texts. Dawn broke the next day, the morning sun illuminating the stone house. On the tree branch, two small birds chirped, welcoming a new day. Liang Kuo opened the door, yawning widely, his face still sleepy as he prepared for his first day of study. Rubbing his tired eyes, he mumbled about having to memorize ancient texts in a world he was still unfamiliar with. Suddenly, the fatigue vanished. Liang Kuo raised his fist with burning determination, motivating himself for his new role. The morning sun shone upon an ancient, peaceful academy, nestled beside a tranquil lake. Inside, an elderly teacher with a long white beard turned the pages of an ancient book, his face revealing the stern, disciplined demeanor of one who adhered to old ways. Liang Kui, who had just arrived, forced a smile, his face clearly showing unexpected boredom. He sat in a classroom, out of place among the children, realizing that the school he had to attend was actually a beginner's class. A quick-witted little girl stood up, pointing at Liang Kuo to tell the teacher that he refused to read. Startling Liang Kui, the teacher's hand gripped the book tightly, his veined fingers pressing into the cover, signaling rising anger. The teacher slammed the table, his face flushed with anger as he loudly reprimanded Liang Kui's arrogance. Considering his admission of favor, his anger subsided, replaced by a look of self-satisfaction, as he looked at Liang Kuo with a condescending gaze, implying that someone like him should be grateful for his instruction. In response, Liang Kuo calmly stood up and began to recite the lesson, his lips moving rhythmically and his confident gestures astonishing the entire class, including the teacher. The little girl who had tattled earlier now gaped in astonishment, unable to believe what she was witnessing. Liang Kuo continued, raising a finger as if lecturing, effortlessly quoting complex knowledge about all things, while the other students stared at him in stunned silence. He concluded his recitation perfectly, standing opposite the teacher's utterly astonished face, and gestured that he had memorized everything. With a calm smile, Liang Kui closed his eyes, showing dissatisfaction not with the content, but with the ineffective teaching method. That implicit criticism was the last straw, the teacher roared, his eyes blazing with fury, grabbing the ruler like a weapon to punish the insolence. The teacher yelled at Liang Kui, but he just stood there, completely unmoved by his rage, his eyes exuding a defiant calmness. Liang Kui raised a finger, beginning to explain his new method. Contrasting it with the academy's complex Fanqi method, he continued his lecture, pointing out how his system used simple symbols to represent pronunciation, a much more intuitive method. With a triumphant smile, Liang Kui boldly declared the name of his invention, his eyes gleaming with unshakable confidence. The teacher and a young student were stunned by Liang Kui's bold declaration, unable to believe what they had just heard. A dignified, middle-aged man, Si Hengyi, appeared at the entrance, his sharp gaze immediately drawn to the debate. The students recognized the important guest, a teacher from the capital, and turned to look with astonishment. The teacher immediately bowed respectfully to Si Hengyi, his demeanor completely changing when facing someone of higher status. Outside the academy, life continued peacefully, unaware of the intellectual confrontation unfolding within. Si Hengyi stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with interest at Liang Kui's idea, while the teacher stood beside him, his face darkened with anger at the blasphemy. Si Hengyi explained the imperial court's reward system for inventions, a subtle hint at the potential in Liang Kui's idea. Liang Kui realized this was his opportunity, a path to stand out and legitimize his extraordinary abilities. Si Hengyi turned to Liang Kui, making a direct offer to take him as a student, leaving the teacher standing beside him, speechless with shock. Ignoring teacher Zhang's objections, Si Hengyi asserted his philosophy that talent knows no status. Teacher Zhang stammered, sweat pouring down, fearing the consequences if such a progressive system were presented to higher authorities. Si Hengyi laughed heartily, placing a reassuring hand on teacher Jiang's shoulder. ending all his worries with a powerful and confident gesture. With a sharp gaze, Si Hengyi made a challenging declaration, promising to break all barriers for his student. He turned around, clenching his fist, an ironclad determination evident as he faced the future. Liang Kui bowed his head, his hands clasped in a respectful and formal farewell gesture to his new teacher. The scene shifted to the deep riverbed, where a colossal, rock-like object lay still and mysterious. To execute a command, Tai Hua Croc used all its might to push a large, rope-wrapped sphere forward. Stone Crab quickly joined in, using its strong claw to help push the sphere. The tamed six-whiskered man-eating catfish also appeared, swimming around curiously. In a humorous moment, the catfish, with a bewildered expression, perched atop the moving sphere. Stone Crab exerted all its strength, pushing the sphere forcefully towards the target. With a blur indicating its speed, the catfish also lunged, using its head to powerfully ram the sphere for added propulsion. A powerful collision occurred, creating a large column of water and shaking the riverbed. After the dust settled, the catfish looked ahead, where a crack emitting a blue light had just appeared. Brilliant blue light emanated from within the crack on the colossal object. The mysterious object was revealed to be a massive sealing jar, now cracked, releasing its confined energy. At the bottom of the river, Liang Ku swam shirtless through the water, tightly holding Tai Hua Croc, confirming he was behind the entire plan. Tai Hua Croc cheered excitedly underwater, celebrating its success. Liang Ku smiled, patting Tai Hua Croc, which lay docilely in his arms. Acknowledging its contribution, he looked down at the entrance to a dark underwater tunnel, where Stone Crab and the six-whiskered man-eating catfish were waiting. Realizing this was their handiwork, Tai Hua Croc smugly patted its full belly, while the catfish glanced with a displeased expression. Liang Kui closed his eyes, giving a helpless yet appreciative smile at the adorable self-satisfaction of the creature under his command. He swam into an unexpectedly vast cavern, illuminated by countless winding blue bioluminescent vines. Liang Ku landed on a rock ledge, observing the vines. Realizing they were the light source and that there seemed to be another space above, he curiously reached out to touch one of the vines, feeling its unusually soft texture. With a bold decision, Liang Kui opened his mouth and bit hard into the vine to test its durability. He puffed out his cheeks in disappointment, realizing that even his teeth couldn't damage the vine. Signaling his companions, Liang Kui led Tai Hua Croc, the six-whiskered man-eating catfish, and Stone Crab to climb up the vines together. He emerged from the water with an astonished expression, discovering an air pocket inside the cavern. Standing before a colossal rock wall, Liang Ku was overwhelmed to see all the glowing vines originating from a single central point. His gaze suddenly focused on a small black beetle crawling on a nearby rock slab. The beetle suddenly transformed into a sharp crystal drill and lunged straight towards Liang Ku in a flash attack. The blue crystal drill from the crystal beetle plunged down, embedding itself directly into the cavern's rock floor. Liang Kui stood firm, without flinching, his gaze already locked on a giant water centipede that had just emerged from the shadows. He squinted, identifying the creature. A large centipede with a hard green shell. The centipede's dark silhouette glided with terrifying speed, darting straight towards Liang Ku like an arrow. To protect its master, Stone Crab on Liang Kui's shoulder lunged out to block the centipede's path. With a deafening clash, Stone Crab's claw blocked the water centipede's attack, and blue energy erupted. Stone Crab, now larger than before, easily crushed the small, helpless water centipede under its foot. The water centipede struggled hopelessly under Stone Crab's overwhelming power. Stone Crab used its massive claw to clamp down on the centipede's head, completely subduing it. With a decisive twisting motion, Stone Crab completely subdued the water centipede, and Liang Ku nodded in satisfaction at its strength. Liang Ku picked up the incapacitated centipede, his eyes full of curiosity as he assessed its potential power. He focused on the centipede's jaws, noticing drops of deadly venom dripping. A calculating smile appeared on Liang Qu's lips as he realized the potential to turn this creature into a secret weapon. He bent down to pick up a dagger-sharp fragment of the crystal beetle from the ground to test his new strength. Liang Qu crushed the hard crystal fragment with his bare hand, his eyes gleaming with astonishment and confidence. Liang Quip looked at his bleeding finger, deciding that this amount of blood was just enough for his plan and that he needed to find senior brother Lu. He squatted down, extending his bleeding finger towards the water centipede, which was restrained by stone crab, preparing to perform a ritual. A blazing orange energy erupted as Liang Qu's finger touched the centipede, imprinting a blood control seal upon it. The pain from the spiritual link surged, and Liang Qu gritted his teeth, enduring it as he felt the creature's wild power. Exhausted but successful, Liang Qu breathed a sigh of relief as a system interface appeared, confirming the water centipede had been subdued. The system interface displayed detailed information about the heavenly water centipede. While Liang Qu decided to give it the new name Away, Liang Qu was stunned to see the exorbitant evolution cost. Realizing that nurturing each new spirit beast was becoming increasingly expensive, regaining his composure, Liang Qu stood up and commanded Away, asking it to lead the way to where the water spirit mushroom was found. Obeying the command, the water centipede Away immediately crawled towards a dark fissure deep within the cave, where strange glowing vines grew. Liang Qu cautiously entered the fissure, feeling a chill as he gazed into the profound darkness within. The light from the vines illuminated the darkness, revealing a human skeleton sitting in a meditative posture at the end of the cave. He approached and was astonished to realize these were the remains of an important person, with lines of a will carved into the stone floor directly in front of them. A moment of silence passed in the cave. After examining everything, Liang Qu stood before the skeleton, flanked by his spirit beasts, Stone Crab, Away, and Taihua Croc. Liang Qu murmured the contents of the will, his expression thoughtful as he learned this was where a vanguard general of the Great Qian Water Army had ended his own life. Liang Qu squinted, trying to decipher the ancient characters carved into the stone. But then his expression became confused as he couldn't read further. He looked at the remains of the Great Qian general, his eyes flashing with curiosity as he speculated about an ancient battlefield and any remaining treasures. With a bow, showing respect for the deceased, Liang Qu carefully reached out towards the wooden box placed on the skeleton's lap. He opened the box, revealing a strange Ganoderma mushroom emitting a mystical blue light. Confirming his speculation, Liang Qu held up the water Ganoderma, a confident smile gracing his lips as he made a silent promise to respectfully bury the senior. His gaze sharpened, filled with determination as he looked at the item in his hand. Ready for a breakthrough in power, he sat down, gesturing to fairly divide the water Ganoderma among the eagerly surrounding spirit beasts Taihua Croc, Stone Crab, and Heavenly Water Centipede. After distributing the portions, he kept the largest piece of Ganoderma for himself. Without hesitation, he put the glowing item into his mouth, his body arched in the air, a pure sensation of exhilaration spreading as the system interface confirmed a large amount of essence points had been absorbed. His eyes widened, realizing the value of this energy source far surpassed anything he had known. An unprecedented upgrade opportunity now before him. The system interface flashed, announcing that the fusion process with Dwelling Spirit Water Marquee was halfway complete and a new innate skill had been unlocked. A giant, glowing blue water dragon phantom coiled behind Liang Qu, embodying the newly awakened power. He gritted his teeth, muscles tensing as the violent energy surged through his body. Intense pain accompanying the power transformation. As the energy subsided, a glowing yellow teardrop-like object lit up on his chest, and his eyes now gleamed with an entirely new power. A fiery orange, root-like energy erupted from the center of Liang Qu's chest. Liang Qu looked down at his body, a self-satisfied smile appearing as he felt the new power spreading. After absorbing the power, Liang Qu stood up and bowed solemnly before the remains of the Great Qian General to show his reverence. With clenched fists and determined eyes, he turned towards a nearby pool of water, ready to test his new skill. Liang Ku released energy, his body enveloped in a swirling current of water, and he shot forward at terrifying speed. Unable to control it, he lost direction and crashed into a sharp rock face. He scrambled to sit up, his expression awkward as he realized this new movement skill was extremely strenuous and difficult to control. Underwater, Liang Ku summoned the system interface, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he read the skill's evolution potential. To verify, he raised his hand, easily controlling a massive mass of water, demonstrating his greatly improved power. The system interface revealed the Taihua Croc's evolution potential into a fearsome horned crocodile. Next, information appeared showing that the six-whiskered catfish could evolve into a tiger-headed catfish. Most astonishingly, the tiny stone crab had the potential to become the mighty stone crab king. Liang Ku looked at the six-whiskered catfish with a puzzled expression, trying to understand why it possessed such superior hidden power. Helpless against the absurdity, he burst into hearty laughter at the catfish's innocent expression. Returning to focus, Liang Ku pondered deeply, realizing this new skill could be the key to the upcoming river festival. A week later, as winter began, a small village lay peacefully nestled among the hills. A young companion eagerly knocked on the door, urging Liang Ku to prepare for the river festival. Inside the room, Liang Ku extended his hand, commanding his heavenly water centipede. The creature quickly obeyed. Crawling along his arm, the centipede coiled around Liang Ku's wrist, transforming into a perfectly disguised bracelet. After preparing, he grasped the door latch and opened it. Liang Ku, in his festival attire, stepped out with a radiant smile, ready to depart. The festival was in full swing, the streets bustling with people. In a deserted alley, the little girl near stood beside a large goat, her face filled with worry. Fear surged, and she burst into sobbing tears. A kind woman rushed over, knelt down, and gently wiped away her tears, trying to comfort the little girl. In a panic, Near pointed towards the alley, trying to warn about a monster she had seen. The woman looked in the direction she pointed, but saw nothing, assuming it was just a child's imagination. To reassure Near, the woman promised to buy her candied hawthorn, leading her away from the alley. As they left, a mysterious figure with cold, glowing eyes observed from the alley shadows. From the darkness, a mountain demon with glowing red eyes whispered a covetous curse, calling Liang Ku's name. In the middle of the square, drummers struck powerful battle drums, inaugurating the river festival. Solemn processions carried ox and pig heads as offerings towards the altar. A masked shaman, holding dry branches, led the procession with ritualistic steps. The chief priest turned, gesturing for the chosen one to step forward. Liang Ku stood at the foot of the stairs, looking up at the altar with a solemn expression, ready to fulfill his role. He ascended to the top of the altar, standing before the incense-shrouded altar, facing all the people. The chief priest raised his hand, declaring the ceremony officially begun. Liang Ku unrolled a scroll, his voice echoing as he read the prayers to the river gods. From below, the crowd of people, including his friends, looked up with reverence. Chen Jikang and another friend looked at Liang Ku on the altar, their eyes filled with admiration for his demeanor. But then Chen Jikang's expression darkened, a sense of doubt and worry appearing in his eyes as he thought about his friend's change. On the altar, Liang Ku seemed to sense those thoughts, and he subtly glanced towards his old friend with a complex gaze. Meanwhile, on the city's rooftops, a hideous shadow moved with extraordinary speed, rushing towards the festival. From behind, the mountain demon, its back covered in gruesome parasites, stared intently at the altar, its target clear. Liang Ku's eyes narrowed in horror as he recognized a familiar threat. On the rooftop, a hideous creature with glowing red eyes, the legendary mountain demon itself, was lurking. An ancient book page appeared, confirming the form of the man-eating monster. The mountain demon glanced down at the unsuspecting crowd, its gaze settling on a child near. The little girl in red shrieked in horror as she finally saw the monster. Panic spread through the crowd as they realized the deadly presence above them. Without warning, the mountain demon shattered the roof tiles and plunged down. The monster charged directly into the scattering crowd, sowing deadly chaos. Amidst the chaos, Liang Ku roared a silent command, trying to urge everyone to disperse. Pushed by the surging crowd, Nier lost her mother. Standing alone and sobbing, Nier's mother desperately screamed her daughter's name amidst the chaotic crowd. Seeing an easy prey, the mountain demon changed direction, charging straight towards Nier. The monster swung its sharp claws, aiming directly at the girl, who was frozen in terror. From afar, Liang Ku realized he couldn't make it in time, helplessness evident on his face. His braided-haired friend also rushed forward in vain. Realizing the tragedy about to unfold before his eyes, Nier's mother screamed in horror as the mountain demon's claws lunged towards her daughter. The mountain demon's foot came down, but only grazed Nier, who lay motionless on the ground. To save the child, Chen Jicheng rushed forward and embraced Nier, both narrowly tumbling onto the wooden floor. The mountain demon roared in anger, turning to its new targets, Chen Jicheng and the child he was protecting. From afar, Liang Kui gritted his teeth, his eyes resolute to act and prevent the tragedy. He swung his hand, launching a sharp dagger flying straight towards the monster. With extraordinary speed, the mountain demon tilted its head to dodge, the blade narrowly missing it. Liang Kui was stunned, realizing the attack had failed and he couldn't reach them in time to save them. The mountain demon turned back, letting out a savage roar, its fangs horrifyingly exposed. Its claws lunged down, aiming directly at Chen Jicheng's helpless eyes. In a moment of despair, Chen Jicheng let out a silent cry for help, calling Liang Ku's name. Just as the claws were about to strike, a surge of blue energy suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. Liang Ku concentrated his power, blue energy swirling around his fist. Enveloped in a blue aura, Liang Kui shot like an arrow towards the stunned mountain demon. He delivered an extremely powerful energy punch to the ground, right in front of the monster, shattering the earth. Liang Kui rushed to the scene, his expression both tense and relieved, believing he had arrived just in time. From his perspective, the mountain demon was delivering a fatal blow to Chen Jicheng, who lay helpless on the ground. Realizing the distance was too great to intervene, the relief on Liang Kui's face turned into horror and despair. His eyes suddenly lit up as he spotted a nearby ceremonial water jar, a bold plan forming in an instant. Without a second's hesitation, Liang Ku plunged his hand into the water jar, unleashing a surge of blue energy that made the water boil. He swung his hand, manipulating the water to form a liquid path that shot towards the battle. Chen Jicheng, facing death, looked in astonishment towards the suddenly appearing energy source. Liang Ku merged with the water flow, rushing at incredible speed and appearing right in front of the mountain demon as it swung its claws. With a powerful landing that cracked the wooden floor, Liang Kui blocked the attack, pushing back the mountain demon. Standing to shield Chen Jicheng, Liang Ku sighed in relief, confirming that he had narrowly saved his friend. Chen Jicheng looked at Liang Ku with an expression of extreme shock, unable to believe the extraordinary power he had just witnessed. Liang Ku turned back, his eyes firm, signaling Chen Jicheng to take Nier and leave immediately. Understanding, Chen Jicheng immediately picked up Nier and turned to run to safety, promising to return for support. Now alone, Liang Kui took a defensive stance, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the enemy, wondering about the monster's origin. But when the dust settled, only cracks remained on the ground. The mountain demon had vanished without a trace. Liang Kui charged to confront the mountain demon directly. His eyes sharp, he swung his arm to block the monster's claw swipe, a piercing sound echoing, overwhelmed by the mountain demon's terrifying power. Liang Kui strained to resist, his face changing color. Unable to withstand the destructive force, Liang Kuo was flung into the air along with the monster. While Chen Jiekang watched from below, as soon as he regained his balance, Liang Kui noticed an opening and his eyes flashed with determination to finish off the enemy. He unleashed a thunderous kick aimed directly at the mountain demon's head. Just then, Chen Jiekang and Chen Junchang rushed in from the pier, signaling that reinforcements had arrived. Chen Junchang drew his dagger, his purple eyes flashing with killing intent, ready to join the fight. Wounded in the shoulder, Liang Kui grabbed a large wooden pillar. Deciding to use it to pin down the monster, he shouted a decisive command, instructing his comrades to aim for the mountain demon's joints. Hearing the command, Chen Jiekang and Chen Junchang simultaneously charged forward, plunging their daggers deep into the monster's back. The mountain demon threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar, rage and pain erupting from its glowing eyes. Liang Ku's expression became tense. He realized the combined attack just now was still not enough to defeat it. He unleashed another powerful attack, creating a fierce thrust to the mountain demon's chest. The monster was knocked far back, sliding across the ground, creating a temporary safe distance. With a decisive command, Liang Kui launched the heavenly water centipede from his arm like a poisonous arrow. The emerald creature plunged into the mountain demon's throat, unleashing deadly energy. Xeno's venom spread, corroding the target like ghostly roots. Despite its wounds, the mountain demon stood firm, its glowing eyes fixed on the terrified villagers. The monster's dark shadow enveloped the people, extreme horror evident on every face. With a savage roar, the mountain demon charged towards the panicked crowd, ready to slaughter, to protect the innocent. Liang Kuo strained to use a giant wooden pillar as a barrier, determined not to let the monster advance another step. Gathering all his strength, Liang Kuo transformed the pillar into a siege spear, thrusting it forward with terrifying force. The wooden pillar shattered the mountain demon's chest with a horrifying cracking sound, sending it flying backward. Liang Kuo landed as the monster was pinned down by the giant pillar onto the shattered ground. Just as Liang Kuo believed the battle was over, a gruesome voice echoed from the wounded monster, calling his name directly. Liang. Encard, the villagers whispered in panic, unable to believe the monster could speak, their fear turning into terrifying superstition. From afar, Chen Jichang and Chen Junchang observed with tense expressions, realizing the villagers' panic could cause another disaster. Ignoring the pain, the mountain demon's eyes gleamed with an evil cunning as it muttered that this destruction was not a curse, but a gift. The monster's words continued to echo, mentioning Yixing village as a blessing. Stunning Liang Kuo as a piece of this body's past was unexpectedly revealed. With a decisive strike, Liang Kuo finished off the mountain demon, which was pinned to the ground. He held up the monster's severed head as a trophy, a system interface confirming this action as a successful sacrifice to the river god. At the ceremonial grounds of Yixing village, the mountain demon's head was solemnly placed on the altar, among other offerings. After the battle, Liang Kuo sat alone on a bench, separated from the crowd of villagers gathered around the monster's corpse. In silence, he pondered the victory, realizing that his superior physical strength had allowed him to penetrate the monster's defenses. He checked his status via the system interface, silently telling himself that even though he was stronger, he was still an unknown in the vast world. His eyes became stern as he admitted that without Xeno's deadly venom, the outcome of the battle could have been very different. However, a flicker of satisfaction appeared as he realized the greatest reward was the river's favor, which had upgraded his abilities. Chen Zhaowan, the neighborhood chief, approached with an elderly doctor, calling Liang Kui to inform him they had come to help. Liang Kui took off his robe, revealing his muscular physique and 3 large scars on his back for the doctor to examine with admiring eyes. With a grateful smile, Liang Kuo gestured for the doctor to begin treating his wounds. While bandaging Liang Kui, the doctor curiously pointed towards his clothes, asking about their special material. Liang Ku explained that they were precious gifts from his senior brothers. While the doctor carefully examined them, the doctor's expression turned serious as he realized the wound was alarmingly deep. And he looked directly at Liang Kui with a meaningful question. The doctor's question about whether Liang Ku had broken through the skin barrier caused a wave of astonished shock among the villagers. The Yixing doctor nodded, confirming Liang Kui's achievement, causing the villagers to erupt in admiration and hail him as a hero. From afar, Chen Jichang looked at Liang Ku with a gaze that was both admiring and somewhat complex. His expression fell, revealing self-consciousness about the power gap and a silently kindling determination. Hidden in the crowd, Liang Guangtian broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes filled with fear as he witnessed his nephew's increasingly terrifying power. Chen Jiawan stepped forward, asking Liang Q on behalf of the villagers about the recently defeated monster with a worried expression. Standing before the headless corpse of the mountain demon, Liang Ku began to explain its bloodthirsty nature. He sternly warned that their appearance in Yixing was an unusual omen, indicating that something was amiss. Liang Ku's warning caused the crowd, including Chen Jiawan and the Yixing doctor, to panic. A man in the crowd suddenly pointed towards the altar, uttering a confused question about the head being used as an offering. All eyes turned to the mutated head of the mountain demon, horrified to recognize the familiar features of Lai Tou Zhang. A sharp glint of realization flashed in Liang Ku's eyes when the name Lai Tou Zhang was called out. Pieces of a dark conspiracy flashed in Liang Kui's mind, connecting Lai Tou Zhang, the mountain demon, and even Lu Yangkai. Liang Ku gritted his teeth, realizing that alchemy was merely a cover for a more sinister plan, cultivating the mountain demon. He turned to Chen Jiawan, stating decisively that he must immediately go to Pingyang County to report the matter. With eyes burning with determination, Liang Ku vowed to make those behind it pay for their crimes. Outside the grand gate of the Yang Manor, an exquisitely carved plaque was displayed. Yang Sushi smiled as she welcomed a guest, showing intimate surprise at Liang Ku's rare presence. From the bottom of the steps, Liang Ku bowed formally, indicating that he had come to report an urgent matter to his master. A white bird perched on the curved, tiled roof of the mansion, the atmosphere exuding peace. In an elegant room, Liang Kuai, now in different attire, presented with a serious expression, asserting the connection between the mountain demon incidents and the Zhao family. Across from him, Yang Shushi calmly raised her teacup, her eyes showing insight and unwavering composure at the news. Liang Kui noticed his master's wife's tranquility, his expression shifting from serious to skeptical, as he realized she might have known everything beforehand. With a confident smile, Yang Shushi closed her eyes, her gesture both reassuring Liang Ku's worries and reminding him of his master's true strength. She opened her eyes, her gaze sharp and full of pride, affirming her husband Yang Dongxiang's unshakable position in Pingyang. The scene shifted to a majestic stronghold of the Ghost Mother sect. Perched precariously on a rugged cliff, 3 hooded sect members were ascending the stone stairs. The last one, suddenly looking back as if sensing something amiss. A sudden attack occurred, throwing the sect members into extreme panic. One, falling, sprawling and screaming, a desperate alarm. A gigantic, blazing yellow energy blade tore through the sky, hurtling down towards the stronghold with destructive power. From the perspective of a sect member lying on the ground, the energy blade appeared as an unavoidable judgment. Yang Dongxiang appeared, his entire body radiating an overwhelming aura, his eyes blazing red as he looked down, declaring his presence to punish the wicked. A powerful punch landed squarely on a rope-wrapped wooden pillar, demonstrating restrained strength. Under the moonlight, in the Yang clan martial hall's training ground, Liang Ku patiently practiced, his mind pondering the need to stay as instructed by his master's wife. He frowned slightly, a fleeting look of confusion appearing as he recalled his master's wife's generosity. A brief memory flashed, where Yang Shushi smiled and handed him a large silver ingot, a generous gesture that overwhelmed him. Back in reality, Liang Ku looked at his hand, feeling the wound gradually healing. Thanks to the pill his master's wife had given him, he let out a sigh of relief, temporarily setting aside his worries about the Ghost Mother sect's conspiracy to focus on protecting himself as instructed. Suddenly, a strange object tore through the air from the side, making Liang Ku instantly sense danger. Without hesitation, Liang Ku spun around and delivered a precise kick, knocking away the incoming object. The yellow spherical object struck the brick wall forcefully, cracking it with a loud thud. Liang Ku landed, his hand still trailing energy smoke, his sharp gaze fixed on the attacker who had just revealed himself from the shadows. Lu Xiaohui emerged with a smug smile, juggling a similar object in his hand to acknowledge he was the one who acted. Lu Xiaohui approached, staff in hand, his eyes indicating he knew Liang Kui was there and wanted a martial artist's greeting. He extended the staff towards Liang Kui, a silent challenge for an impromptu sparring match. Liang Kui took the staff, his eyes gleaming with determination. Accepting the offer without a word in return, he placed a hand on his chest in a humble yet confident gesture, ready for the sparring match with his senior brother. Lu Xiaohui, with a smug smile, swung the staff with an orange attached, initiating the exchange. Liang Kui, though surprised, maintained a calm expression as he faced the strange attack. A dry clang echoed as Liang Kui raised his wooden staff to block Lu Xiaohui's attack. The two staffs continuously clashed at dizzying speed, creating sparks in the night, neither yielding to the other. Noticing an opening in Liang Kui's defense, a triumphant smile flashed across Lu Xiaohui's face. Lu Xiaohui immediately seized the opportunity, leaping into the air and launching a dangerous downward attack with his hooked staff. To dodge the strike and create a new opening, Liang Kui deliberately dropped his staff. Without a weapon, Liang Kui used Lu Xiaohui's own staff as a springboard, gaining momentum to lunge directly towards his senior brother. Instead of being surprised, Lu Xiaohui seemed amused by Liang Kui's clever improvisation. The orange, no longer impaled on the staff, fell and bounced on the cold stone ground. After a series of exchanges, Liang Kui sat on the rooftop, while Lu Xiaohui stood looking down, acknowledging his junior brother's strength and speed. Liang Kui looked up, his face full of questions at Lu Xiaohui's remarks. Lu Xiaohui extended his hand, proposing another match, a challenge for both. To improve, Liang Kui unhesitatingly grasped his senior brother's hand, a handshake, affirming mutual agreement and respect. Under the moonlight, the two figures clashed again in the training ground, the sound of staffs colliding echoing ceaselessly, demonstrating their tireless dedication to training. Liang Kui panted, sweat pouring down after an intense effort. Under the moonlight, Liang Kui sat down next to Lu Xiaohui, explaining that his investigation's findings seemed suspiciously coincidental. Lu Xiaohui listened intently, hand on chin in thought. To Liang Kui's argument about someone deliberately leaving traces, a sharp glint appeared in Lu Xiaohui's eyes. He dismissed that suspicion with a slight shake of his head, deciding to temporarily ignore it. Changing the subject, Lu Xiaohui handed Liang Kui a secret manual, explaining that it was the perfect cultivation method for the martial realm his junior brother had just broken through. A conceptual image appeared, illustrating the difference between two types of martial arts: external techniques and internal qi and blood circulation method. Liang Kui intently flipped through the pages while Lu Xiaohui gestured, instructing him to master it in preparation for an upcoming sparring session. Looking up from the book with gratitude, Liang Kui asked Lu Xiaohui about the real reason his senior brother had sought him out. Lu Xiaohui smiled, announcing that the spirit weapon Lu Gang had forged for him was finally complete, causing Liang Kui's eyes to light up with joy. At the same time, in a damp dungeon of the Ghost Mother sect, heavy iron chains stretched taut, restraining a brutally tortured creature. The emaciated creature with purplish skin and prominent red veins, its head wrapped in bandages, struggled to emit indistinct sounds from its throat. A Ghost Mother sect member in a black robe coldly urged a group of exhausted prisoners forward, leaving behind the creatures confined in cages. Leading the group was Lin Guiyang, another sect member, who silently guided them through the dark corridor. Lin Guiyang suddenly stopped, a flicker of compassion in his eyes as he looked at a young female prisoner with a dirt-smudged face. Another impatient sect member questioned Lin Guiyang, urging him to keep moving, as their superior was waiting. In the darkness of a dungeon, a Ghost Mother sect member reported to an unseen leader that the alchemy materials were ready for a special purpose. The target was revealed to be a chained, mutated creature with purplish skin and jagged teeth, considered a rare and important specimen. At the same time, in another detention area, captured commoners were sinking into despair. A child crying out for its parents amidst the exhausted bodies. An emaciated old man awoke after a violent coughing fit, his tired eyes opening. With his last bit of strength, the old man turned his gaze towards a figure and weakly called out, "Young master." The scene changes. A fiery image appears illustrating the nature of spirit weapons, where warriors with explosive personalities would wield weapons of destructive power. A contrasting image appears, ethereal and gentle, illustrating weapons imbued with harmonious energy. For those with a gentle disposition, the scene shifts to a blazing forge. A molten tungsten steel ingot is lifted from the embers, ready for refinement. Lu Gang, the master blacksmith, highly focused, begins the first step of softening and refining the metal ingot to enhance its ductility. He carefully places a crimson fire remnant feather onto the steel ingot, activating the latent energy within it to merge with the metal. Lu Gang continues his forging work, his powerful hammer blows shaping the weapon amidst the sea of flame. Another rare material, dark bat hide, is introduced, ancient characters on it glowing with an eerie purple light as it forms the mold for the spear's shape. Amidst the blazing forge, Lu Gang turns and urges Liang Kui, who has been waiting, to perform the final step. To complete the process, Liang Kui unhesitatingly uses a dagger to make a sharp cut across his palm, fresh blood dripping down like a sacrifice. He extends his bleeding fist towards the forge, infusing his life force and energy into the weapon, causing it to erupt in a blinding light, completing the soul link. Inside the forge, a fiery surge of energy envelops the silhouette of a weapon taking shape, the heat distorting the air. From within the forge, the essence of the crimson fire remnant feather erupts into the form of a giant fire phoenix, roaring above Liang Kui and Lu Gang. With an intensely focused expression, Lu Gang grasps the scorching hot spear shaft that has just been tempered. He gathers his strength, forcefully plunges the spear into a block of metal, blue lightning sparks flashing. As the weapon is given its final form, suddenly, the spear vibrates violently. Lu Gang is astonished to realize that the weapon's spirit is resisting Liang Kui's blood. Lu Gang grinds his teeth, his eyes flashing with frustration at the phoenix spirit's stubbornness. To subdue it, Lu Gang pours all his strength into his arms, his muscles bulging. With a roar, he uses all his might to plunge the spearhead straight into the stone floor of the forge. An energy explosion cracks the ground, the force of the final blow subduing the rebellious spirit. Panting from the exertion, Lu Gang turns to Liang Kui, nodding decisively, signaling his junior brother to retrieve the weapon. Liang Kui steps forward, silently admiring his spirit spear. Still steaming from the forging process, he lifts the spear with both hands, slightly frowning at its unexpected weight. Liang Kui strains, slowly raising the spear from the ground, feeling the latent power within. On the floor, another broken blade lies shattered, testament to the destructive power just unleashed. Finally, Liang Kui stands firm, holding his new spirit spear firmly, its sharp blade gleaming with a deadly blue hue. Ready for battle, Liang Kui holds the new spear, his eyes reflecting a deep connection, as if the weapon is a part of his own flesh and blood. Lu Gang smiles with satisfaction, nodding and pointing towards the backyard, signaling Liang Kui to go there and test the spear's power. In the backyard, Liang Kui plunges into practice, each thrust and sweep of the spear creating powerful streaks of light demonstrating the immediate harmony between man and weapon. Liu Gang claps in approval, but then crosses his arms, his gaze reminding Liang Kui that such a spirit weapon still lacks a name. With a confident smile, Liang Kui looks at the sharp spearhead and solemnly declares a name for it, Fuba. Liu Gang nods, his eyes reflecting surprise as he sees two other people approaching them. Lu Xiaohui and Xu Zishuai appear, both bearing meaningful expressions. Liang Kui turns around, his face surprised as he recognizes his senior brothers and greets them. Lu Xiaohui ignores the greeting, his sharp gaze fixed on Xu Zishuai, questioning him about the investigation mission assigned by their master. Liu Gang also turns, crosses his arms and sternly asks Xu Zishuai if his trip yielded any useful information. Xu Zishuai's memories surface, taking him back to a luxurious tavern where he was enjoying himself amidst beautiful courtesans. While raising his cup, Xu Zishuai's gaze flickers, inadvertently catching sight of three mysterious figures in black cloaks in the distance. He secretly sneers, showing disdain for those who deliberately draw attention by wearing black in broad daylight. To conceal his attention, Xu Zishuai continues to happily drink with the surrounding courtesan. Back in reality, Xu Zishuai flashes a triumphant smile, raises a finger, and proudly declares that he has tracked them down and found the lair of the Ghost Mother sect. Liu Gang listens thoughtfully, hand on his chin, while Xu Zishuai presents the plan for a direct assault on the lair near Fahua Temple. Lu Xiaohui clasps his hands, decisively approving the plan, setting the raid for tomorrow. Xu Zishuai unexpectedly slings an arm around Liang Ku's shoulder from behind with a mischievous smile, declaring that his junior brother will also participate. Catching Liang Ku completely off guard, with a sharp gaze, Xu Zishuai seriously explains that Liang Ku cannot forever avoid the cruel reality and it is time for him to face the enemy himself. Liu Gang delivers a head knock to Xu Zishuai to stop his provocative words, while Liang Ku and he himself look on with serious expressions. Liu Gang turns to Liang Kui, his eyes awaiting an answer, directly asking his junior brother's opinion on joining the mission. Gripping the Fuba spear tightly, Liang Kui gives a confident and resolute smile, agreeing to join his senior brothers tomorrow. At the same time, inside the dark lair of the Ghost Mother sect, a deformed creature with grayish skin and protruding red veins is chained, its body convulsing in pain. A hooded Ghost Mother sect member respectfully guides Butler Zhang through the dungeon area, where the creature is held captive. The sect member reports to Butler Zhang that Tiger is still healthy and eating a lot, while the creature growls in its chains. Butler Zhang coldly orders his subordinate to withdraw. Wanting private space with his son, he steps forward, gently reaching out to touch the creature's cheek. A tender gesture, completely at odds with its grotesque appearance and the fleeting sadness on his face. Butler Zhang's hand rests on the deformed face, right next to the creature's mouth full of sharp fangs. Butler Zhang's face twists into a crazed smile, his eyes flashing with greed as he monologues about this sacrifice being necessary for its father to achieve immortality. The scene shifts to a black-haired woman with purple eyes. She unleashes a pair of massive purple energy wings, radiating overwhelming power. Under the early winter night, a secluded mansion lies hidden among the hills near Fahua Temple. A group of exhausted prisoners are escorted into the courtyard by black-cloaked Ghost Mother sect members. A green-haired jailer mocks the prisoners, calling them materials for refining pills, while another grumpily scolds a tied-up blue-haired male prisoner. The green-haired jailer rubs his hands, smiling obsequiously at his leader. The leader, a blonde-haired man, growls an order for his subordinates to hurry, fearing to ruin their superior's plan. Meanwhile, hidden in the nearby forest, Liang Ku, Lu Xiaohu, Shang Chang Song, and a white-haired youth observe from a distance, followed by a black wolf-like dog. The dog, Black Fang, sniffs the air, its keen eyes having detected the subtle traces left by Xu Zishuai. Suddenly, Black Fang bares its fangs and lets out a fierce bark, its eyes glowing red, signaling the target's proximity. Xiang Chang Song quickly kneels, one hand holding Black Fang's muzzle, the other signaling for silence to maintain their hidden position. The group looks ahead. Liang Ku grips the Fuba spear tightly, ready to act as they search for Zhu Zishuai's position. In another position, Zhu Zishuai is in position. He raises a blowgun to his mouth, preparing for the preemptive strike. With a powerful breath, Zhu Zishuai fires a dart. It streaks like a brilliant yellow light, tearing through the night. At the same time, the green-haired jailer is grabbing a female prisoner, completely unaware of the deadly dart hurtling towards him. The yellow streak of light slams into the blue-haired prisoner, causing him to scream as energy explodes around him. The explosion sends the Ghost Mother sect members flying, shattering a section of the wall and creating perfect chaos for a rescue. In the middle of the night, a Ghost Mother sect member desperately shouts an alarm as a comrade is knocked down and the wall behind them shatters. In the nearby forest, the white-haired youth recognizes the attack signal, his eyes sharpening as he informs Liang Ku. Liang Ku nods decisively, and the entire group rushes out of their hiding spot. Weapons ready, Lu Gang, the vanguard, leaps onto the rooftop with astonishing speed, leading the raid. From above, a blinding white energy explosion sweeps across the courtyard, sending the sect members flying. Lu Gang stands firm amidst the white smoke, his gaze resolute as he faces the enemy. The remaining Ghost Mother sect members brandish their glowing weapons, preparing to engage Zhu Zishuai, who stands among them. Liang Ku is stunned by the destructive power just witnessed in the ruined temple courtyard. The white-haired youth places a hand on Liang Ku's shoulder, his eyes urging him to join the battle. Lu Gang charges into the encirclement, using a powerful punch to break the attack of a sect member. He easily dodged the sword strikes of the two other enemies, his eyes calm and full of confidence. As Lu Gang swept through the enemy ranks, two arrows unexpectedly pierced the backs of his attackers. Lu Gang glanced up at the rooftop, a smile of appreciation appearing on his lips as he saw his support. Zhu Zishuai stood on the rooftop, drawing his bow with intense focus, ready for the next shot. Driven by impulse, Liang Ku and the white-haired youth charged into battle, their weapons flashing under the moonlight. A cultist stirred, realizing the long spear's weakness in confined spaces, and urged his comrades to tighten the encirclement around Liang Ku's. Despite the disadvantage, Liang Ku fought ferociously, his spear techniques creating streaks of blue light that cut through the night. Holding back the enemies, he moved agilely along the walls, using his movement technique to dodge and counter the waves of enemy attacks. A powerful sweep from Liang Ku forced the black-robed cultists to retreat in shock and fear. Amidst the battle, Xiang Chong Song ordered Liang Ku to break through and rescue the hostages while he held back the enemy. At the same time, beneath the base, a secret stone passage led deep into the darkness. Two Ghost Mother sect members frantically ran through the corridor, alerting others about the raid and ordering their comrades to engage. In another room, amidst the chaos, a member named Lin seemed strangely relieved. Ignoring his comrades' urging to flee, memories of heinous crimes flooded in, and Lin clutched his head in extreme pain. Tormented by the lives he had taken, the burden of guilt completely broke him down, and he knelt amidst the shadowy figures symbolizing the despair engulfing him. A flicker of determination ignited in Lin's crazed eyes as he found the ultimate goal for his atonement. Lin frantically lunged forward, grabbed a comrade, and screamed the names of the true masterminds, Zhao Hongyuan and Zheng Xiang. Struck down by another, Lin lay on the floor, his hand still clutching the knife, his gaze fixed forward with the determination to save his family from Zheng Xiang. Witnessing the chaos, their leader, Lin Guiyong, appeared with an enraged expression, despising his subordinates for being defeated by just a few of Yang Dongshang's disciples. With his rage reaching its peak, Lin Guiyong roared a final command: release all the imprisoned mountain demons. In a dark corridor, the Ghost Mother sect members bowed in obedience before Lin Guiyong. Lin Guiyong gritted his teeth in silent fury, realizing that he had been set up by Zhao Hongyuan. His gaze darted towards a colossal, muscular mountain demon chained in the darkness, a potential trump card, determined not to lose. Lin Guiyang devised a plan to escape through a secret tunnel to turn the tables. Elsewhere, on the mountain pass leading to the fortress, Jiang Changsong, Xu Zishuai, and Lu Xiaohui stood amidst the battlefield after the massacre. They discussed the situation, believing the mission was complete and that Liang Kuo would soon return after escorting the hostages. However, Jiang Changsong frowned, sensing a hidden danger from the overly strong smell of blood in the air. The scene of the brutal battle flashed back, with the bodies of cult members and swords stuck in the ground. In a nearby forest, Liang Kuo and his hound Blackfang continued their mission, searching for any remaining hostages. Blackfang led Liang Kuo to a stone wall covered in vines, revealing a camouflaged tunnel entrance. The hound let out a soft growl, signaling to Liang Kuo that someone was still inside. Liang Kuo pushed the heavy stone door with force, revealing a dark passage. He cautiously peered into the deep darkness within, the light from outside illuminating a cold corridor. Suddenly, the stone door automatically slammed shut behind him, trapping Liang Kuo in complete darkness. A blue system interface suddenly appeared before Liang Kuo, activating a new mission: Mountain Sweep Demon Hunt. Liang Kuo looked at the newly appeared blue system interface, a hint of surprise on his face as he read the text about a new mission beside him. Blackfang bared its sharp teeth and let out a menacing growl into the darkness ahead. From within the darkness, a pair of terrifyingly glowing green eyes appeared, revealing the face of a hideous mountain demon. Immediately after, countless similar eyes lit up in the darkness, a swarm of small mountain demons crawling out. Assessing the intruder, Liang Kuo slammed the hilt of his Fuba spear onto the stone floor, a decisive sound echoing as he accepted the situation. He lightly touched his ear, his gaze sharpening, affirming that there was no retreat until all the monsters were annihilated. Blue energy surged violently around Liang Kuo, and he adopted a combat stance. Without a trace of hesitation, provoked, the swarm of mountain demons roared and collectively charged towards him, determined to tear their enemy apart. Confident in his honed strength, Liang Kuo plunged directly into the horde of demons, swinging his spear to send one flying, and the mission interface began counting. To test his own limits, Liang Kuo tightened his grip on the spear shaft, his blue eyes glowing brightly as he poured all his strength. He actively attacked, spinning to unleash a powerful spear sweep, creating an arc of blue energy that slashed into the monsters. The sharp tip of the Fuba spear pierced through a mountain demon's head, ending it instantly. Without a pause, Liang Kuo glided past the corpse of the fallen enemy while the system interface updated the progress. He moved like a whirlwind amidst the horde, continuously striking, and the number on the mission interface leaped in an instant. After the series of attacks, Liang Kuo stood still. The black blood of the demon splattered on his face, his eyes still cold and focused on the unfinished battle. Liang Kuo gripped the Fuba spear tightly, a confident and challenging smile on his lips, ready for a new fight. A swarm of mountain demons with glowing green eyes roared, charging towards Liang Kuo like a deadly tide. The Fuba spear shot out like lightning, pinning a mountain demon to the ground, its body instantly disintegrating. Without hesitation, Liang Kuo charged forward, plunging directly into the shadowy doorway where the monsters awaited. Two other mountain demons lunged out from the darkness, their sharp fangs ready to tear the intruder apart. Liang Kuo tightened his grip on the spear shaft, pouring all his strength into the next attack. He spun, creating a sweeping arc of blue energy that obliterated the two monsters in a single strike. As the mission progress bar increased, the battle ended. Liang Kuo stood panting amidst the battlefield, sweat and blood on his face, wondering if it was truly over. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, a voice echoing that made Liang Kuo turn around in surprise. Zhang Xiang stepped into the light, a sinister and malicious smile evident on his face. As he mocked Liang Kuo's origins, he grabbed an elderly man by the hair, who had been brutally beaten, and threw him before Liang Kuo like a gift. Liang Kuo was stunned, recognizing the prisoner as Lu Zhongshan. his senior brother's father. Rage flared. Liang Kui's eyes glowed with a murderous blue light, and he growled a warning to Zheng Xiang. Zheng Xiang merely sneered contemptuously. Completely disregarding the threat, he charged with terrifying speed, a deadly blur, hurtling straight towards the motionless Liang Kui, a colossal, muscular mountain demon with fiery green eyes, let out a silent roar, its deadly breath engulfing the space. Liang Kui startled and took a step back, his eyes unable to hide his astonishment as he faced the unexpectedly massive creature. From a distance, Zheng Xiang stood with his arms crossed, a smug smile on his lips as Liang Kui tensed, letting out a silent challenge towards the monster. At the same time, at a hidden base in the Ghost Mother Sex Valley, the first light of early winter dawn began to appear. Through the dense forest, Lu Gang led Shu Zishuai and a white-haired youth, rushing forward at dizzying speed. Shu Zishuai turned to Lu Gang, his tense expression seemingly posing an unspoken question about the mission's urgency. While the white-haired youth remained silently focused, Lu Gang narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed steadily forward, warning that the true danger was not ordinary demons, but something far more powerful. Back in the cave, cold sweat trickled down Liang Ku's temples. He realized this was the most dangerous situation he had faced since gaining this new life. The mountain demon's colossal figure filled his vision, its tree trunk-like arms making Liang Ku appear tiny and helpless. Liang Ku pointed his spear forward, but deep down, he knew the power of this demon was on an entirely different level. A fleeting moment of despair passed, and he bowed his head, a bitter question arising in his mind. Did he truly have to surrender? A flood of memories rushed back, fragments of a life full of hardships and life-or-death battles to seize survival overlapping. The most painful memory resurfaced, the image of a disabled young man, helpless in a wheelchair in a gloomy room. Back in reality, Liang Ku snapped his head up, iron will blazing in his eyes, and he tightened his grip on the spear as energy surged around his body. Despite the disparity in strength, Liang Ku charged directly towards the mountain demon, an unspoken declaration that danger was merely a part of the life he had fought to reclaim. Despite the superior enemy, Liang Ku stood firm, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit as a challenge. The giant figure of the mountain demon loomed, its muscles bulging and eyes glowing wildly. The monster threw a thunderous punch, but Liang Ku narrowly dodged it. The mountain demon stomped its foot down, using its terrifying weight to pin Liang Kui's spear to the ground. Liang Ku strained, using all his strength to push the spear back, creating a fragile distance. Faced with resistance, the mountain demon roared in anger, its sharp fangs exposed. Undeterred, Liang Ku charged, using the monster's arm as a springboard to reach its weak point. From afar, Master Zhao watched silently, his eyes revealing astonishment at the young man's skill and daring. Liang Kui once again confronted the mountain demon directly, preparing for the decisive attack. At the same time, Butler Zhang roared a silent command, his face contorted with hatred, urging his monster to finish off the enemy. Liang Ku poured all his strength into the Fuba spear, its tip flashing with deadly light. With a thunderous thrust, he aimed directly at the mountain demon's chest. The spear tip only grazed the monster's rock-hard skin, unable to penetrate. Thrown back by a brutal counterattack, Liang Ku fell into the rubble, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing the scene, Butler Zhang burst into maniacal laughter, his face filled with glee as he watched his enemy fall. Liang Kui, exhausted and wounded, propped the Fuba spear on the ground, bitterly acknowledging the insurmountable power gap. A blue system interface appeared before his eyes, announcing the mission's completion and beginning to calculate rewards. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, a bitter yet unyielding smile on his lips as he faced the desperate situation with a flash of determination. Liang Kui embraced fate as part of his strength, ready for whatever was to come. His consciousness sank into an empty space, where a drop of black ink fell onto the calm water, beginning a mysterious fusion process. Liang Kuo found himself standing in the void, confusedly looking down at his feet, standing on the rippling water. In the deep darkness, a pair of golden eyes blazed, observing him with ancient power. A giant water dragon, River Lord Tixi, appeared, a tear of emerald green rolling down its scales as it questioned Liang Ku's decision. Liang Kui looked up at the mythical creature, completely overwhelmed and not understanding why it called his name. Liang Kui realized he had entered a new body, a majestic warrior with long black hair and exquisite armor, which was River Lord Tixi's human form. The dragon raised its head, letting out a sky-shattering roar, its blue eyes glowing with approval. Under the dragon's roar, Liang Kui, in his new body, stood firm, ready to receive the power being transmitted. Liang Ku's eyes now glowed golden. He gripped River Lord Tixi's staff tightly, feeling the surging power in his veins. He swung his weapon, unleashing a powerful move called Dragon Cleave, a sharp stream of energy cutting through space. Back on the battlefield, Butler Zhang laughed contemptuously and maliciously as he witnessed Liang Kui, in his new form, being overwhelmed by a surge of energy. An eye-patched steward, his face full of despair and resentment, cried out about the injustice of fate. In his frenzy, he roared his indignation toward Zhao Hongyuan and the others. Feeling disrespect, with eyes blazing with hatred, he pointed forward and issued a deadly command. At his command, a giant mountain demon, its muscles bulging with grayish-blue skin, charged to attack Liang Kui, who lay on the ground. Pinned to the ground, Liang Ku's eyes snapped open, his pupils now glowing a defiant golden. The mountain demon delivered an earth-shattering punch to the ground, creating a terrifying tremor. From afar, Butler Zhang was stunned, his face paling with shock at the unfolding scene. Despite the fierce attack, Liang Ku endured resiliently, an aura beginning to rise from his body. Amidst the dust, Liang Ku's golden eyes flashed with a confident gleam, signaling a transformation. A surge of dark energy erupted around Liang Kui as he slowly rose, the Fuba spear in hand, ready for a counterattack. The scene shifted to ancient rooftops under the dawn light of early winter. The stream of memories brought Liang Kui back to a sunny day, where he was curiously asking Yang Dongxiong about the limits of power. Yang Dongxiong, with a scholarly demeanor, calmly explained to the young disciple about realms few could reach. Back in reality, Liang Kui stood firm on the battlefield, his golden eyes reflecting understanding and iron determination. A wisp of eerie black smoke poured from Liang Kui's fingertips, converging into a new power, ready to be unleashed. With blazing eyes, Liang Kui channeled his strength to unleash an ultimate move, releasing a terrifying surge of energy. From his move, a giant, distorted black shadow rose, leaving even Liang Kui stunned by the power he had just summoned. The dark vortex suddenly erupted, irresistibly pulling the Zhao steward and one of his subordinates into it. Inside the vortex, the subordinate knelt, his eyes fixed on something with extreme horror. Believing it was just a trick, the Zhao steward roared a cruel command, urging the mountain demon to destroy Liang Kui. Receiving the order, the mountain demon charged with terrifying speed, swinging its sharp claws towards Liang Kui, who stood firm, waiting. With blazing golden eyes, Liang Kui remained unfazed, the Fuba spear spinning to form a solid shield against the attack. The attack was blocked, and the mountain demon froze, a flicker of confusion in its wild eyes as it looked towards its master. The Zhao steward burst into delighted laughter, believing Liang Ku's power was just a harmless trick. His smile suddenly vanished, replaced by extreme astonishment as an unbelievable event began to unfold. The mountain demon's arm began to disintegrate into eerie green smoke. It screamed in pain and panic, not understanding what was happening. In agony, the monster spun around, and from the Zhao steward's throat burst a horrifying, desperate scream as he realized the disintegrating creature was his own son. Amidst the dissipating smoke, the mountain demon struggled to utter disjointed words, a final attempt to call out to the one who had turned it into a monster. Powerless, the Zhao steward could only watch as his son's arm completely disintegrated into dust right before his eyes. All hope shattered. The Zhao steward collapsed onto the cold ground, only wisps of green smoke lingering like a mockery of his cruelty. The Zhao steward knelt, his face distraught as he realized he had lost everything. From behind, Yu Dun froze as he saw someone lying motionless on the stone floor ahead. Liang Ku lay face down on the ground, unconscious amidst the rubble, his Fuba spear lying right beside him. Rage turned despair into hatred. The Zhao steward grabbed a sharp piece of stone, determined to retaliate before he could act. An invisible force struck, shattering the stone in his hand and making him halt in terror. Through a hole in the wall, Yu Dun led a group of people, including Xu Zishuai and a mysterious white-haired youth, into the secret chamber. The group immediately recognized the familiar figure of Liang Ku lying on the ground. Without hesitation, Yu Dun and Cao Rong rushed to help Liang Ku, while the others cautiously observed their surroundings. Hiding in the shadows, the Zhao steward saw the chaos as his only chance to escape. Seeing that the group had taken Liang Ku away, a glimmer of hope flickered in the Zhao steward's eyes. As he looked towards the exit, he rushed forward and pushed hard on a stone wall, revealing a secret passage. As the door opened, a figure in a black cloak stood blocking the way, leaving the Zhao steward stunned as he realized it was Zheng Xiang. Zheng Xiang pushed back his hood, his face contorted with anger and pain, roaring a desperate question about his family's whereabouts. Lin Guiyong stepped out of the shadows, blocking Zheng Xiang's path with a smug smile, declaring his new authority over the Zhao steward. Rage erupted. Zheng Xiang grabbed Lin Guiyong by the collar, his eyes blazing as he demanded an answer. Grabbed by Zheng Xiang's collar, the Zhao steward screamed in despair, denying all responsibility for the surrounding chaos. In his frenzy, the Zhao steward laughed wildly, defiantly blaming the mountain demons. His patience exhausted, Zheng Xiang's eyes flashed with a deadly glint, his rage reaching its peak. Without warning, Zheng Xiang drew a sharp blade, its steel glinting in the darkness. The cold blade pierced the Zhao steward, fresh blood splattering, extinguishing his defiant smile. With an icy face, Zheng Xiang silently pronounced a death sentence on his enemy. Determined to reclaim justice for his family, the Zhao steward's body fell backward, his eyes still wide with horror as life faded from them. After completing his revenge, Zheng Xiang turned and walked away, his figure disappearing into the shadows to continue his desperate search. Reality dissolved. A tearing pain ripped through Liang Ku's mind, bringing him back to the memory of a life-and-death battle. In the chaotic space of his subconscious, the merged form of Liang Ku and Hibadisi appeared, majestic and covered in injuries. A surge of wild energy in the form of a water dragon roared, a destructive attack unleashed from within the memory. He swung his weapon with the might of a god, each movement a desperate effort to survive. Hibadixi's glowing golden eyes pierced through the darkness, holding an unyielding resilience even in the face of defeat. The nightmare ended abruptly. Liang Ku jolted awake in bed, drenched in sweat, a scream still caught in his throat. Liang Ku looked around the unfamiliar room in a daze, realizing he had been rescued by his senior brothers from the battle with the Shan Yao, and a new power was stirring within him. Liang Ku realized that the reward from the mission had allowed his Zhai Ling to merge with a powerful entity. He sat up in bed, his new Fuba spear propped right beside him. Liang Ku grasped the spear, his eyes resolute as he sensed his new martial potential. A sense of profound insight spread within him. His understanding of martial arts had deepened manifold as he gripped the spear's shaft. A hot, breathing energy surged from his hand. Suddenly, a blazing, root-like energy burst forth from his chest. The energy mass grew stronger, signaling a new power that could begin to temper his physical body as well. He looked towards the small cauldron, emitting a blue light, realizing this was the opportunity his Jialing had brought. Suddenly, his room door was forcefully pushed open. Xu Zishuai and Lu Xiaohui entered with radiant smiles. Surprised that their junior brother was awake and full of energy, Liang Ku turned around in surprise. Not expecting visitors, he cupped his hands in greeting to his two senior brothers, while Xu Zishuai explained that they had only come to ask about what happened in the secret chamber. A fleeting stream of memories. The image of him confronting the Shan Yao finally appeared before he lost consciousness. Xu Zishuai announced a shocking piece of news. Zheng Xiang had died at the scene. Liang Hua was stunned, a horrifying thought flashing through his mind. There might have been a third party hidden in the shadows, witnessing everything. Liang Ku was lost in thought, his eyes reflecting suspicion and confusion about those who had helped him. Lu Xiaohui and Xu Zishuai stood before Liang Ku. Xu Zishuai announcing that they would report everything and advising their junior brother to rest, while also hinting at an upcoming sweep operation. Xu Zishuai happily congratulated Liang Kui, mentioning that his house was almost finished with renovations. Liang Ku's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected news about a house. Liang Ku stood before a large construction site, his expression still bewildered as he realized this was his own house. Carrying a long wooden box on his back, Liang Kui entered the large, unfinished two-courtyard compound. While the workers cheered his name, a large mansion was gradually taking shape, with scaffolding and groups of diligent workers toiling on the roofs and inner courtyards. A foreman named Liu Quanfu enthusiastically greeted Liang Kuer, reporting that they had built according to the two-courtyard design he requested. Liang Kuo humbly cupped his hands, suggesting that Liu Quanfu continue to call him Ah Shui as before, showing respect for the elder. Village head Li explained that the house was a gesture from the villagers and offered a bag of money as an additional reward for their hero. Liang Ku gently refused the bag of money, holding out both hands to indicate it was unnecessary. In the presence of village head Li and the other villager standing in a higher position, Liang Kui announced to everyone that this money would be used for wages, to provide 2 full meals every day, and the rest would be a bonus. 2 workers carrying wood paused, their faces filled with astonishment and emotion at the unexpected generosity, especially the promise of meals with white rice. Excited cheers erupted from all over the construction site, the workers praising Liang Ku's integrity and generosity. Liang Ku smiled brightly, a little flustered, but filled with warmth at everyone's cheers and gratitude. Liang Kui friendly inquired with Lu Xiaohu about the town's situation. Lu Xiaohui replied, hinting that the martial artist scent looked quite intimidating, causing Liang Kui to give a wry laugh at the truth of it. Afterwards, upon seeing the warm welcome from village head Li and the other villagers, a feeling of pride and emotion welled up in Liang Ku's heart. A flood of memories about his difficult days and happy moments rushed back, strengthening his resolve to live a meaningful life. Night fell, the calm lake surface reflecting the starry sky. A peaceful scene. Liang Ku stood by the riverbank with Tai Hua Croc and 2 stone crabs. Pondering the need for a new boat, he stepped onto the water's surface, a new resolve forming as he prepared to practice a skill he had long anticipated. He channeled power into his feet. The water beneath him began to swirl rapidly, converging into a powerful current. Liang Ku stood firm on the surging water, a satisfied smile on his face as he felt the extraordinary water manipulation power flowing through his body. Meanwhile, at a secret base, the envoy stood tall before 2 kneeling subordinates, the atmosphere in the room as tense as a drawn bowstring. A subordinate tremblingly reported in despair that the main base had fallen and even butler Zheng Xiang had perished. The image of over 100 Shangui being annihilated flashed in the reporter's mind, the horror still lingering. Unable to contain his rage, the envoy delivered a brutal kick to the wailing subordinate. He roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Questioning how their crucial base could have been exposed, the envoy tried to suppress his anger, gritting his teeth as he pondered the losses and the remaining pill-refining materials. The envoy issued an urgent command to Master Zhao, demanding that a boat be prepared for an immediate return to the sect. Master Zhao hastily obeyed with a fawning expression, promising that the boat would be ready by tomorrow morning, while Lu Xiaohui stood silently observing from behind. Under the night sky, the envoy led the way out to the courtyard, followed by Master Zhao, who bowed in gratitude. When only the two of them remained, Lu Xiaohui looked at the eye-patched man beside him and spoke, confirming his father-son relationship with the Zhao steward. The Zhao steward looked up at a withered tree in the courtyard, beginning a parable about its value. Lu Xiaohui listened to his father speak about the fruitless tree, his expression still confused. The Zhao steward turned to ask his son why he kept the tree, his eyes full of hidden meaning. He answered himself, explaining that the tree's value lay not in its fruit, but in the creatures it attracted as food. The Zhao steward's face was cast in shadow as he revealed a horrifying truth: people like Zheng Xiang were merely prey, born to be devoured by them. The truth struck like a hammer blow. Lu Xiaohui gritted his teeth, unable to believe his father's cruelty. Shock turned to horror as Lu Xiaohui connected the events. Realizing his father's hand was behind everything, the Zhao steward looked directly at his son, his eyes sharp and cold, declaring that the Guimu sect was like a rotting tree, on the verge of collapse. He handed Lu Xiaohui a small wooden box, ordering him to send it to Liangku as a final move. Under the tree, the Zhao steward declared their plan. Tonight they would depart for Huangzhou, leaving the mess for others to clean up. The scene suddenly shifted to outside the Yang clan martial hall, where a voice called out, "Senior brother Liang." Liang Ku walked through the courtyard, his expression slightly uncomfortable under the admiring gazes and whispers of the surrounding crowd. In the crowd, other martial artists whispered rumors of his feat of single-handedly eliminating dozens, even hundreds, of Shan Yao, spreading with astonishment. Xu Zishuai appeared beside Liang Ku with a smug smile, winking mischievously, implicitly admitting that he was the one who had exaggerated those rumors. Liang Kui flinched, his eyes widening as he noticed the presence of others approaching. A group of senior brothers, led by Lu Xiaohui, Yu Dun, Su Zishuai, and Shang Changsong, stood waiting with serious expression. Zhu Zishuai waved to Liang Kui, inviting him to see a gift that the Zhao Manor had just sent. Liang Kui approached, his face full of surprise and skepticism at this unexpected news. He took a wooden box, inside which was a stack of land deeds and letters. The image of the Zhao steward appeared with a sinister smile, his message both a generous apology and a meaningful farewell. Yu Dun picked up a letter to examine it, realizing that it was not just a gift, but also contained detailed information about the Guimu sect's escape routes. Lu Xiaohui and Xu Zishuai exchanged a meaningful glance, realizing that their base might have been deliberately revealed by Zhao steward as part of a deeper scheme. Shang Changsong clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination, declaring that he would report to their master to cut off all escape routes for the enemy. The scene faded, bringing the story back to a month ago in a peaceful riverside village. A villager chopping wood called out to old Lu, who was carrying a bag of food, praising his diligence in bringing a meal to his wife. A woman was loudly scolding a disheveled man, using old Lu as an example of diligence to criticize him. A memory surfaced. Old Lu strode through the reed fields, carrying a lunchbox, his heart burning with fear that his wife and child might be hungry. He walked through the tall trees, determination evident in every step. The riverbank was right before his eyes. He reached out as if he could touch it instantly. A gentle smile flickered across his lips as he thought of his wife. Ah, Zhu. Suddenly, the shadow attacker appeared from behind, a curved blade swinging towards old Lu. Despite being severely wounded, old Liu still tried to reach out with a trembling hand, pushing the blood-stained lunchbox forward as a dying wish for his daughter. His hand placed the lunchbox on the ground, completing his final task. With a serene smile, old Liu collapsed, his determination to bring a meal to his family fulfilled with his very life. The violent illusion faded, and old Liu walked away, leaving a mysterious corpse behind in the mist of memory. Back in reality, by the riverbank, Aju and her daughter sat quietly in a gazebo, waiting. Old Liu, with a tired expression and a bucket in hand, approached his family. His gaze was distant, his mind heavy, as he realized today was the deadline set by the imperial envoy. In the gazebo, Aju sewed while looking at her daughter, her eyes reflecting an iron determination to face the approaching danger. A malicious voice echoed in old Liu's mind, mocking his hesitation. Horror enveloped old Liu as the voice made a gruesome offer, forcing him to choose between orders and his family. By the riverbank, old Liu splashed water on his face in despair, trying to fight off an evil voice in his head. The struggle failed, and a sinister shadow enveloped old Liu's expression as he embraced the darkness within him. Liang Kui and Xu Zishui approached old Liu, who was standing by the dock, indicating their desire to cross the river. Xu Zishui, with sharp eyes, directly requested old Liu's ferry service, hiding his inner turmoil beneath his conical hat. Old Liu bowed his head, agreeing to take them from the shore. Zhu and her daughter innocently waved goodbye to old Liu as he began to row the boat away. On the boat, Liang Kui stood alert, his gaze sweeping across the water, keenly aware of an impending ambush. Liang Kui issued a veiled warning about the Ghost Mother sect, a test aimed at the ferryman. Xu Zishui began his interrogation with a seemingly innocuous question about old Liu's family. Old Liu offered a falsely benevolent smile, confirming they were his wife and daughter, to maintain his disguise. Xu Zishui's expression turned cold with disgust. He exposed the lie of the one impersonating another. Exposed. Old Liu bowed his head, feigning ignorance, while sweat poured from him due to tension. The boat glided silently, the heavy silence signaling the inevitable confrontation. To force the impostor to reveal himself, Xu Zishui and Liang Kui simultaneously drew their swords, ready to strip away his mask. The impostor of old Liu, hidden beneath his conical hat, gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage as his plan was about to fail. His suppression shattered. He screamed silently, agony and fury distorting his face. His eyes burned with madness, deciding that if he couldn't get through today, he would have to resort to murder to silence them. Completely shedding his disguise, the impostor unleashed a surge of dark energy, two curved blades in his hands, ready to take the lives of Liang Kui and Xu Zishui. Liang Kui sensed the powerful killing intent emanating from his opponent, his eyes gleaming with extreme vigilance. Without hesitation, Liang Kui prepared his fighting stance, the wooden box on his back vibrating in readiness. Xu Zishui and the impostor of old Liu lunged at each other, their weapons clashing with sparks in a fleeting moment. On the narrow boat deck, Xu Zishui skillfully used his pair of sabers to directly confront the enemy's two curved blades. Liang Kui gripped his new Fuba spear, its shaft glowing blood red, ready to join the fight. Amidst the turbulent waters, Liang Kui and Xu Zishui formed a pincer movement, facing the impostor of old Liu alone on the boat. Xu Zishui looked at his opponent with cold, sharp eyes, provoking that with a 2-on-1 situation, he couldn't last much longer. The impostor of old Liu sneered sinisterly, challenging Xu Zishui's provocation. Breaking through the water's surface, a chained purple-haired accomplice surged up, announcing his presence with a powerful leap. The purple-haired man flashed a mad smile, reveling in his release to sow chaos. Liang Kui's eyes suddenly flashed with vigilance as he realized a new threat was approaching. Suddenly, iron chains shot up from beneath the water, tightly binding Liang Kui in astonishment. He was pulled head over heels into the turbulent water by an irresistible force before Xu Zishui's eyes. At the same time, seizing the opportunity, the impostor of old Liu lunged to attack Xu Zishui on the boat. The impostor of old Liu's two blades and Xu Zishui's sword clashed with sparks, the impostor roaring an inarticulate threat. Beneath the water, Liang Kuo was dragged into the dark depths by the chained accomplice. The purple-haired accomplice flashed a sinister smile, confident that in his watery domain, Liang Kuo had no chance of survival. He tensed, putting all his strength into the chains to drag Liang Kuo to his death. He braced his feet against the submerged rocks, trying to use the water pressure to crush his opponent. Suddenly, the smug look on the attacker's face vanished, replaced by extreme astonishment at an unbelievable sight. Amidst the bubbles, Liang Kuo opened his eyes, which emitted a blue light. His expression completely calm, as if he were born from water. He gently extended his hand, grasping the chain that bound him. His cold gaze locked onto his enemy. The pulling force suddenly reversed, and the chained accomplice was now dragged away by a terrifying power. In a panic, Liang Kuo stood firm in the water, the Fuba spear in his hand, surrounded by a blue aura, asserting his absolute dominance in this new battlefield. The dark stream of chained accomplice's memories resurfaced, where he bowed his head in chains, believing that this world had no gods. The memory continued with the scene of innocent people being massacred, a silent question echoing in his mind about the gods' indifference. His despair was reflected in the image of Liang Kuo being controlled by others, a twisted empathy with the victim's pain. Returning to the bloody memory, chained accomplice flashed a mad smile amidst the corpses, accepting violence as the only truth. Reality returned. Under the deep water, Liang Kuo and chained accomplice faced each other, connected by the same chain. Chained accomplice's eyes flashed with astonishment at Liang Kuo's unusually calm demeanor. With a smug smile, chained accomplice decided to use his home advantage. Preparing to launch an attack, he transformed into a shadow, gliding at terrifying speed underwater. Convinced that his prey could not escape, chained accomplice unleashed a finishing blow. Sharp claws aimed directly at the motionless Liang Kuo. Just before the attack landed, Liang Kuo dissolved into a whirlpool, vanishing without a trace. Chained accomplice was sent flying by a sudden punch from below, his face distorted by the devastating impact. He was knocked away while Liang Kuo had appeared in a different position, completely in control of the fight, hovering motionless. Chained accomplice looked at his opponent with eyes full of doubt and extreme horror. Liang Kuo, with a cold expression, yanked the chain, turning his enemy's shackles into his own weapon. Chained accomplice was dragged away mercilessly. His smugness vanished, leaving only pure fear on his face. Under the deep water, chained accomplice lunged to attack, but Liang Kuo was ready, his eyes cold, his fists clenched. Liang Kuo unleashed a terrifying surge of power, the violently swirling water sending chained accomplice flying away. After easily neutralizing his enemy, Liang Kuo exhaled, his confident expression affirming his absolute dominance in the aquatic environment. Completely defeated, chained accomplice lay motionless at the bottom of the water, black liquid oozing from the corners of his eyes. Accepting a bitter truth, Liang Kuo left his subdued enemy behind, his body slowly sinking into the darkness at the bottom of the water. On the way back to the surface, Tai Hua Croc swam beside Liang Kuo, both heading towards the faint light above. At the same time on the boat, Shuji Shuai was knocked back by a sudden attack. Shadowy leader restrained Shuji Shuai, cruelly mocking the certain death of his junior brother. Hearing the provocation, Shuji Shuai's face hardened, his eyes filled with extreme indignation and worry. Suddenly, a soaking wet hand gripped the side of the boat, breaking the tension. Liang Kuo suddenly emerged from the water, causing both Shuji Shuai and Shadowy leader to turn back in astonishment. Liang Kuo gasped for breath, trying to appear exhausted after being attacked by a water beast underwater. However, behind his tired appearance, his eyes remained sharp and cold, silently assessing the situation and preparing for his next move. Just as the enemy let down their guard, Tai Hua Croc, in its giant form, emerged from the water, its green eyes glowing menacingly. Xu Shuai looked at Liang Ku with a mix of relief and astonishment. Realizing that his junior brother had narrowly escaped death thanks to a spirit beast, old Lu's tortured, distorted face appeared, his blue eyes blazing with hatred, while a soldier in a blue uniform stood guard behind him, being escorted away by the soldiers. Old Liu looked back at Ah Zu and his daughter, standing helplessly in the distance in a small village. Old Liu endured in silence, his gaze resolute, without a hint of submission. Ah Zu tightly hugged her frightened daughter, her eyes burning with hatred and determination as she faced the enemy. Elsewhere, Liang Ku and Xu Shuai stood together. Xu Shuai, beginning to analyze that these Ghost Mother sect members were merely a broken generation, not truly strong. The scene shifted to a fiery dynasty in the past as Xu Shuai explained the generational break in martial arts since the fall of Great Qian. Xu Shuai concluded that the real danger was not these individuals, but the sect's elites. While Liang Ku listened attentively, the train of thought shifted to a large courtyard of a mansion, where a lone figure stood, embodying the danger Xu Shuai had just mentioned. Shadowy, leader. The leader walked with absolute confidence. He had spent 40 years building power and acquiring a supreme secret art. He crossed his arms, contemplating that the sect lacked talent and needed a new source of power to develop. With long black fingernails, he caressed a purple wolf smoke pill, placing all his hopes in this powerful weapon. A smug smile appeared on Shadowy leader's lips, but a loud noise from the main door made him freeze, his expression turning wary. The thick wooden door was shattered by a giant log, sending Shadowy leader flying backward in a surprise attack. He hastily unleashed a surge of dark purple energy to form a defensive shield against the sudden assault amidst the shattered wood. Shadowy leader stood firm, his angry gaze sweeping outwards, growling an unspoken question about the intruder's identity. Lu Gang and Lu Xiaohui of the Yang clan martial hall stood facing each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. Without a warning, Lu Gang delivered a thunderous punch to Lu Xiaohui's face, knocked back. Lu Xiaohui stumbled amidst the rubble while Lu Gang continued to charge forward at undiminished speed. Lu Gang stopped, his sharp eyes assessing his opponent. Realizing that Lu Xiaohui's strength was a level above his own, determined to end the fight quickly, Lu Gang crossed his arms, his eyes blazing with combat energy. Lu Xiaohui sneered, initially disdainful of his opponent's strength. However, his smugness vanished, replaced by astonishment as he realized Lu Gang had blocked his attack unharmed. Suddenly, Shadowy leader appeared, his sharp fingernails subtly moving as a deadly purple aura began to emanate. Shadowy leader's eyes flashed with malevolent light, delivering an unspoken threat that no one would leave here alive. Overwhelmed by the immense qi force, both Lu Gang and Lu Xiaohui could only stare in shock as Shadowy leader hovered in midair. Undeterred, Lu Gang gathered his energy, his eyes blazing with determination to face the new threat. He stomped his foot down, his astonishing strength shattering the stone ground beneath him. Using the stone lion statues as a springboard, Lu Gang launched himself toward Shadowy leader like an arrow. Shadowy leader merely waved his hand, his purple aura effortlessly crushing the flying stone fragments. With a contemptuous expression, Shadowy leader brushed aside the attack, deeming it a trivial trick not worth bothering with. Lu Xiaohui narrowed his eyes, firing an arrow from his long staff, aiming directly at the enemy. With a smug look, Shadowy leader easily stopped the arrow with just 2 fingers, his purple qi force rendering the attack harmless. His blazing red eyes gleamed with disdain, looking down on his opponent's efforts. Suddenly, the arrow in his hand shattered, spraying a cloud of white powder directly into his face. The arrow shattered, releasing a strange substance just before being completely crushed by Shadowy leader's purple energy. Shadowy leader screamed in extreme pain, clutching his burning eyes with both hands. Seizing the opportunity, a devastating punch struck the ground, shattering the stone pavement into pieces. Lu Gang lunged like lightning, his eyes blazing, delivering a decisive attack on the unsuspecting shadowy leader. A violent explosion erupted, engulfing everything in a massive column of white smoke. Lu Gang landed on the ground, his eyes intently fixed on the center of the explosion, assessing the damage of the attack. Amidst the dissipating smoke, shadowy leader lay on the ground, bitterly muttering about Zhao Hongyuan's betrayal. He staggered to his feet, blood oozing from his eyes, dark energy swirling around him with renewed fury. Determined not to let anyone survive, he pulled out a blazing orange pill from his robe. Deadly purple energy gathered at his fingertips, ready for a devastating counterattack. Lu Xiaohui pointed at the injured enemy, a sneer on his lips, signaling that his trump card had been neutralized and it was time to surrender. Shadowy leader scoffed, revealing a mysterious purple orb resting on his tongue. An unexpected trump card. Lu Gang and Lu Xiaohui froze, realizing that their opponent had hidden a dangerous object in his mouth without them knowing. Shadowy leader crushed the orb in his mouth, a triumphant smile appearing as dark power began to surge forth. Purple energy exploded from within, dark lightning tearing through Shadowy leader's flesh and clothes as his body began to transform. The transformation was complete. Shadowy leader was now a pure energy entity, his entire body pitch black with glowing purple veins. The new creature unleashed a terrifying energy roar, creating a giant demonic jaw attack that swallowed Lu Gang and Lu Xiaohui. Amidst the purple smoke, Shadowy leader's face had completely transformed into a demon, his eyes glowing with malevolence. In his new monstrous form, with bulging muscles and sharp claws, he challenged the survivors with an arrogant gesture. At the same time, on another street, Liang Ku and Xu Zishuai hurried forward. Xu Zishuai pointed to the end of the road, urging Liang Kui to quickly reach Zhao Manor. As they drew near, a sense of unease enveloped both of them, and the atmosphere became eerily heavy. Xu Zishuai suddenly stopped, his face changing color as he sensed his fellow disciple, Lu Gang, was in mortal danger. From the direction of Zhao Manor, a massive explosion erupted, confirming Xu Zishuai's terrible premonition. Back on the battlefield, Lu Gang and Lu Xiaohui stood firm amidst the rubble, their eyes filled with disgust at the scene before them. From within the dissipating smoke, Shadowy leader's final form emerged, a gaunt, inhuman creature, advancing with an eerie aura. In his new demonic form, Shadowy leader mocked the hypocrites before him, his body blazing with dark energy. His purple eyes flashed with contempt as he declared his identity as a discarded remnant, neither human nor demon. A flood of memories surged, returning to a terrifying night when soldiers stormed a village, forcing the residents to flee in panic. Amidst the sea of flames, Huang Zejun's father desperately tried to pull his wife away, urging her to take their child and escape the pursuit. The mother's last words to her child, praying for its survival. Before she drew her final breath amidst the rubble, the image of a masked sect matriarch appeared, one whom her followers vowed to serve with their lives. The sect matriarch looked down, noticing the survival of a small child amidst the scene of death. She declared that she would take the child as her new disciple amidst a sea of scattered corpses. The surviving boy, Huang Zejun, rose from the pool of blood, his eyes blazing red with hatred and rebirth. The memory faded, returning to reality. As Shadowy leader lunged to attack Lu Gang with overwhelming power, a terrifying energy explosion occurred as Lu Gang's attack collided with Shadowy leader's dark aura, shaking the ground. From a distance, Lu Xiaohui drew his bow, trying to find an angle to shoot at the enemy, who was moving too fast and erratically. He gritted his teeth, calling out his comrade's name in helplessness, as he couldn't find an opportunity to act. Just then, Xu Zishuai and Liang Ku rushed to the battlefield, providing timely reinforcements. Lu Xiaohui turned back, sweating profusely, desperately reporting to Xu Zishuai that he had failed to protect Lu Gang. Xu Zishuai drew his bow, his eyes resolute as he vowed to handle the situation from an advantageous position. Xu Zishuai and Liang Ku observed the fierce battle unfolding below. Lu Gang was completely overwhelmed by shadowy leader's dark energy. The opponent's power far exceeding expectations. Forced onto the defensive, Lu Gang strained to withstand the brutal assault, realizing he couldn't hold on much longer. Amidst the storm of blows, Lu Gang's eyes flashed as he pinpointed the opponent's fatal weakness right at the heart. An opportunity that had to be created for his junior brothers. Immediately, an arrow tore through the air, catching Lu Gang by surprise. The arrow struck shadowy leader's chest, but the wound was only superficial on his demonic skin. Lu Gang realized this arrow did not carry the familiar chi force of Xu Zishuai, an anomaly amidst the battle. Shadowy leader roared contemptuously, his purple energy aura exploding to repel the arrows, demonstrating his invulnerability. Lu Gang suddenly understood. He realized Xu Zishuai was intentionally using weak attacks to distract the opponent. While Xu Zishuai continued to draw his bow to attract attention, Liang Ku concentrated a blazing energy sphere into his fist. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Liang Ku lunged like a phantom, unleashing an energy punch directly at the weak spot on shadowy leader's chest. Struck by the sudden blow, shadowy leader's face contorted in shock and pain as destructive energy spread throughout his body. Realizing the time was right, Xu Zishuai placed a special arrow on his bowstring, pure green energy enveloping it. With a ripping sound of air, the green energy arrow was fired, carrying the power to end the battle. Faint memories resurfaced, showing the majestic sect matriarch behind her exquisite mask. In an ancient cave, the sect matriarch clasped her hands, posing a troubled question to her disciple about their fate of constant hiding. She turned her back to the young Huang Zejun, asserting that they were remnants of a bygone era. Huang Zejun's eyes flashed with indignation upon hearing that this era had no place for them, and a vow of revenge was silently forged. Returning to reality, Xu Zishuai's arrow pierced shadowy leader's chest, causing purple dark energy to gush from the wound. Shadowy leader staggered backward, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief that he had been defeated. From behind, a spark flashed in Liang Ku's eyes as he realized the entire plan. Xu Zishuai explained to Liang Ku that the first arrow was merely a feint to paralyze the opponent. Liang Ku looked towards Lu Xiaohui and Xu Zishuai, finally understanding the intricate deceptive tactic they had employed. With a confident demeanor, Xu Zishuai drew his bow, preparing for the second arrow that carried the full power to end the match. Collapsing onto the shattered ground, shadowy leader offered a bitter smile. Accepting his defeat, Lu Gang maintained a stern expression, ordering Xu Zishuai and the others to advance and subdue the enemy. Lu Xiaohui and Lu Gang quickly used special blue steel chains to bind the exhausted shadowy leader tightly. Liang Ku stared at the fatal wound on shadowy leader's chest, utterly astonished to realize he was still alive. To break the tension, Xu Zishuai slung an arm around the stunned Liang Ku, offering a mischievous explanation. Teasing smile, Xu Zishuai stood with Liang Ku, his eyes gleaming with disdain as he looked at the defeated enemy, uttering a scathing remark about their neither human nor demon appearance. Xu Zishuai's words seemed to be echoed by another voice, as shadowy leader, bound, raised his head with a defiant look. Shadowy leader growled, questioning them about the extreme suffering of living in eternal darkness. His scars and chains serving as proof of that past. He continued to wail, recalling the horrifying scene of crawling out from a pile of corpses, the wound on his chest like a deeply etched curse. With blazing eyes and frantic despair, shadowy leader screamed his sole desire was to live under the sun. Claiming that the pampered ones would never understand, Xu Zishuai remained unmoved, his gaze chilling as he dismissed all justifications for the enemy's cruel actions. He clenched his fist, his voice hardening as he mentioned the countless families shattered, children losing fathers, and fathers losing children due to his crime. His rage erupted. Xu Zishui lunged and grabbed shadowy leader's neck, roaring that his selfish desires were meaningless. Xu Zishui's eyes were sharp as knives. He declared his true intention to break his limbs and feed his heart to the dog. Witnessing his comrade's fury, Liang Ku turned to Lu Gang with a worried expression. While Lu Gang could only let out a long sigh, Lu Xiaohui quietly explained to them, revealing that Xu Zishui was an orphan who survived from a village annihilated by the Ghost Mother sect. Hearing the truth, shadowy leader was stunned, the defiance on his face crumbling, replaced by an expression of disbelief. Lu Gang signaled Lu Xiaohui. They advanced to subdue shadowy leader, preparing to escort him back to the martial hall. As shadowy leader was led away, Xu Zishui turned his back, bowing his head, his silhouette exuding a heavy sense of loneliness and melancholy. To break the tense atmosphere, Lu Gang friendly slung an arm around Xu Zishui and offered to invite him for a drink, but only received an annoyed glare in return. Lu Gang and Lu Xiaohui slung their arms around Liang Kui, their smiles full of encouragement as they declared they would showcase their talents. Under the friendly pressure of his two comrades, Liang Ku looked miserable, feeling as if he was about to be crushed by their enthusiasm. The screenwriter, a brown-haired man, stood apart and observed the trio, a sense of both unfamiliarity and familiarity washing over him. His thoughts led him to another world before a modern office building, where people in suits waited, their gazes creating an invisible pressure. Returning to reality, Lu Gang turned to Liang Kui, cheerfully inviting him to join them. The screenwriter turned back, his eyes meeting the invitation, a hint of surprise on his face. He forced a smile, awkwardly accepting the offer. The screenwriter stood silently before a punished figure, who was impaled through the chest by his own staff, a cruel reminder of the consequences of procrastination. Liang Ku slung an arm around the bewildered screenwriter, playfully urging him about the script for the new chapter. The scene shifted to an underwater cave, where a sign depicting a chubby catfish was planted outside, as if searching for a lost treasure. Inside, the six-whiskered man-eating catfish, also known as a fae, was sound asleep, its belly rising and falling with its breath. A distant call seemed to pierce through the water, startling a fae awake from its slumber. A fae jolted awake, its eyes wide with panic and bewilderment. Lying on a large seashell, a fae exhaled a bubble of air, its expression still sleepy. It gently rubbed its eyes, a mournful sigh escaping, seemingly unwilling to be disturbed. Underwater, a fin held a woven basket, ready for a task. A fae floated, staring blankly at its own reflection with an innocent expression. With newfound determination, a fae clapped its fins together, psyching itself up for action. A fae tensed its body, brimming with energy and resolve for the hunt ahead. A small, dark fish hid as the formidable horned butterfly fish swam past. A fae lurked behind the rocks, its eyes glowing red with predatory intent as it spotted its target. The horned butterfly fish patrolled its territory, oblivious to the impending ambush. Startled by a sudden movement, the horned butterfly fish bared its teeth defensively. A fae lunged forward with a fierce roar, attempting to shove the horned butterfly fish into its basket. The attack missed its mark disastrously, and a fae slammed headfirst into a large rock with a loud thud. The horned butterfly fish swiftly darted to safety, leaving the clumsy attacker behind. Dazed and defeated, A fae lay belly up on the seabed, fuming with frustration. The screenwriter appeared, sternly gesturing to a fae, Tai Hua Croc, and Stone Crab, ordering them to cease their conspicuous transformation. Reprimanded and weary, A fae let out a long, mournful sigh, abandoning its task. A fae lazily floated on its back, completely relaxed, standing before an easel. The screenwriter delivered a strategic lesson, pointing to an image of Tai Hua Croc to emphasize that intellect must take precedence over brute force. The teaching immediately sparked an idea in a fae's mind, its eyes gleaming with a new plan. Filled with resolve, A Fei darted into the deep water, setting off to execute its mission. Its target appeared a magnificent horned butterfly fish, swimming regally among the seaweed. Suddenly, the horned butterfly fish froze, its purple eyes wide with alarm. Instead of attacking, A Fei attempted a clumsy charm offensive, wriggling its body and making an unbelievably bashful face. Utterly stunned by the bizarre spectacle, the horned butterfly fish stiffened in horror. A Fei watched in stunned silence as the horned butterfly fish turned its back and left without a word. With a final, decisive flick, the target fish swam straight into the deep water, vanishing from sight. Rudely rejected, A Fei spat out water in annoyance, its intellectual plan having failed miserably. While A Fei sulked in defeat, Stone Crab and Taiwa Croc couldn't help but laugh, reveling in their friend's misfortune. The taunts continued as Stone Crab and Taiwa Croc even climbed onto A Fei's resigned back in celebration. Utterly dejected, A Fei lay flat on the bottom, its gaze fixed on the void, as if lamenting to an invisible audience its fear of being disliked. But then, another idea sparked, and A Fei sprang up with renewed determination to regain favor. It once again made a charming face, directly appealing for support from the audience. Only it could see, in the spacious courtyard of a grand estate, Liang Ku stood alone, arms crossed, in contemplation. He turned, restlessness evident in every muscle, as he couldn't stay still. His thoughts drifted back to the handover of Huang Zejun and the generous reward received from it. A debt now settled. Images of gleaming silver ingots flashed in his mind, a sudden wealth that overwhelmed him with joy. He envisioned himself kneeling in gratitude before the generosity of Yang Shuxi, who had bestowed the reward upon him. In his imagination, Liang Kui saw himself gleefully counting every coin, while Xu Zishuai and Lu Gang stood nearby, watching him with teasing eyes, shaking off thoughts of money. Liang Kui assumed a stance, focusing his energy on cultivation to solidify his newly acquired strength. A smoldering crimson energy emanated from his body, signaling a new threshold of power drawing near. His gaze sharpened, filled with determination and conviction that the day of his power breakthrough was not far off. Leaning against a nearby doorway, Xu Zishuai observed with an appreciative smile before speaking, calling out to Liang Ku to announce their master's return. Liang Kui turned, his expression surprised and eager upon hearing news of more rewards to be bestowed. Meanwhile, in another room, Huang Zejun was chained tightly, roaring a hateful curse directed at Zhao Hongyuan. Despite the prisoner's venomous curses, Yu Dun, Cao Reng, Lu Gang, and Xu Zishuai remained calmly seated around the banquet table. Two other female disciples at the table showed discomfort, complaining about having to dine in the presence of Huang Zejun and his accomplices. Yu Dun turned to ask Xu Zishuai why he and Cao Reng were absent from the battle at the Zhao family residence. But Xu Zishuai merely brushed it off, explaining they were on another mission. During the lavish banquet, Liang Ku expressed admiration for the thoughtful arrangements made by Madame Yang Shuxi. Xiang Chongsong leaned towards Liang Quill, his eyes full of hidden meaning, piquing his junior brother's curiosity about Madame's family background. A thought sequence appeared, illustrating Xiang Chongsong's account of a powerful Grand Marshal Xu from the ancient court. The scene shifted again to another third-rank official, also surnamed Xu, who was revealed to be Madame's father. Back at the table, Liang Kui made a teasing remark about their master marrying someone of higher status, causing Zhang Chongsong to signal a warning, while Yu Dun announced their arrival. Yang Dongxiang and Yang Shuxi took their seats at the head of the table, the head of the Yang clan martial hall speaking with dignified authority. Acknowledging he had overheard the conversation and commending the disciples' achievements, Yang Dongxiang's gaze turned coldly towards Huang Zejun, who was tightly bound to a pillar with a bleeding wound on his chest, and declared his fate sealed. Despite his chains, Huang Zejun roared a challenge, spitting out threats of his sect's retribution. Yang Dongxiang merely curled his lip in disdain at the threat. He looked directly at the prisoner, his eyes sharp as knives, uttering a contemptuous remark about the enemy's foolishness. Fury flared in Yang Dongxiang's eyes as he growled, asserting that Huang Zejun's life was spared only because he still held exploitable value. Yang Dongxiang's words were like a cold splash of water on Huang Zejun, leaving him stunned, cold sweat beating on his temple. After quelling the enemy's defiance, Yang Dongxiang turned back to his disciples, promising a grand reward soon for everyone. He unexpectedly called out Zhao Ju, causing Liang Ku to look up with a start, his face full of surprise. Yang Dongxiang pushed a long wooden box towards Liang Kui, explaining that it was a special gift from a senior brother for him. Liang Kui looked up, his expression surprised as he recognized the senior brother who had just arrived. At the same time, on a military fortress, a voice rang out, expressing astonishment that their captain would so easily give away such a valuable war trophy. A scarred soldier scratched his head, both envious and admiring of the captain's generosity, while his comrades chimed in, teasing that the captain shouldn't play favorites. A young man with long white hair and sharp golden eyes smirked, his gaze indicating he had read the thoughts of his subordinates. He laughed heartily, promising to treat everyone to a round of drinks upon their return, his excitement spreading to the soldiers around him. The white-haired man, now with an additional bandage around his neck, looked at his soldiers with a disdainful yet benevolent expression. He held his spear, his gaze softening as he wondered if Xiao Zhu would like the gift he had prepared. Turning back to Liang Qiu, he carefully opened the wooden box, and a mystical blue light immediately emanated from within. As the lid fully opened, a powerful green energy surged forth, taking the form of a demonic spirit, startling Liang Kui. Liang Ku's eyes widened, reflecting the glowing object with extreme astonishment. Inside the box, resting on a silk lining, was an exquisitely crafted short blade, its sheath radiating the aura of a powerful spirit artifact. Liang Ku's thoughts conjured an image of himself wielding the Fuba spear, recognizing that each spirit artifact was a unique treasure. Evolving with its master, another image flashed in his mind, illustrating the extreme hardship of forging a spirit artifact. With a scene of a warrior confronting a colossal python, Liang Ku stared at the gift, his initial astonishment transforming into a profound realization of its value. A smug and mischievous smile spread across Liang Kui's lips as he realized an astonishing truth. He now possessed two spirit artifacts. Liang Ku drew his new short blade, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he read the two characters, Qing Lang, engraved on the azure blade. With the new weapon in hand, a confident smile appeared on Liang Ku's lips. He imagined he could now easily subdue any enemy in close combat. No longer limited by the environment, the scene shifted to a row of ancient academy buildings under a clear blue sky. Standing before the academy gate, Liang Ku adjusted his attire. Determined to return to his interrupted studies, he stepped into the inner courtyard, carrying his shoulder bag, a hint of hesitation on his face as he looked towards the main building. Liang Ku strode across the courtyard, his gaze suddenly drawn forward. As if attracted by something, he paused, surprise evident on his face as he heard someone call his name. As Si Hengyi, one of the academy's teachers, smiled in welcome upon seeing Liang Kui's return. Liang Kui bowed awkwardly to express his embarrassment for his absence, but Si Hengyi calmly reassured him, stating that he had heard about his deeds. Si Hengyi gestured for Liang Ku to follow, informing him that the dean wished to meet him to discuss improvements to the phonetic transcription system. The two proceeded to a serene waterside pavilion located in the center of the academy ground. Inside the waterside pavilion, Zhao Zhishu, the erudite dean of the academy, sat waiting, holding a brush with an expectant expression. Liang Kui cupped his hands and bowed respectfully before the dean, while Si Hengyi stood beside him. Observing, Zhao Zhishu waved his hand, dismissing the formalities and inviting Liang Kui closer to examine the documents he and Si Hengyi had improved. Laid out on the stone table, Liang Kui picked up a sheet of paper to examine it, his eyes lighting up with admiration. as he recognized the streamlined efficiency of the new phonetic transcription system. Zhao Jishu stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction, his eyes reflecting admiration for the young man's intellect. Liang Ku smiled, his eyes filled with admiration for the dean. Admitting that his improved version far surpassed his own original, Zhao Jishu humbly shook his head, indicating that it was Liang Ku's invention that was truly admirable. A breakthrough for scholarship. Si Hengyi respectfully placed a hand on Zhao Jishu's shoulder, then turned to reassure Liang Ku that his achievements had been presented to his own master for recommendation. Liang Ku cupped his hands and bowed deeply to express his sincere gratitude to both elders. As they walked away, Liang Ku turned to Si Hengyi, his eyes reflecting a curious question about the identity of that powerful master. Si Hengyi paused, a subtle smile appearing on his lips as he realized he had never mentioned his master's name. Liang Ku's thoughts painted a picture of power. At the apex was the emperor, and beneath him were the opposing forces, the Sandian, Liang, and the 5 grand academicians. Amidst those powerful figures, the image of a dignified official in black court robes appeared. It was Grand Academician Li Haobai, returning to reality. Si Hengyi affirmed with pride that his master possessed enough influence to persuade the emperor. Si Hengyi gazed into the distance, his hands sweeping, as if sketching an invisible city wall, describing the ancient culture as both a source of pride and a barrier. Liang Ku furrowed his brow, expressing concern about the attitude of the other 4 grand academicians and the emperor's true intention. Si Hengyi calmly stroked his beard, dispelling Liang Ku's worries by asserting that the emperor always welcomed progressive ideas. He leaned closer, lowering his voice, preparing to reveal a secret about his master. The scene shifted to the magnificent Jingcheng, where power and political machinations awaited Liang Ku's invention. Inside the majestic Grand Hall, the Grand Academicians stood in rows before the throne, the court session nearing its end. On the throne, the emperor lightly tapped his fingers on the dragon-shaped armrest, signaling for the high officials to withdraw. The officials bowed, preparing to leave. The tense atmosphere of the court session seemingly dissipated. Suddenly, the emperor raised his hand to signal a halt as an official requested to remain and report. Grand Academician Li Haobai stepped forward, bowing respectfully, requesting to recommend a new method of enlightenment. With a solemn expression, Li Haobai announced the revolutionary invention, the phonetic transcription system. The scene shifted to the plaque of the Grand Hall, inscribed with the characters Qin Zheng Dian. Immediately, Nian Jiaguang, a white-haired official, roared in protest, deeming it preposterous. Zhang Juyi, another official, turned to question Li Haobai with a sharp gaze, challenging his understanding. Called a brat, Li Haobai was stunned with anger at Zhang Juyi's contemptuous remarks. To break the deadlock, scholar Su Yigeng spoke up in support, affirming the superiority of the phonetic transcription system. A young official from the conservative faction scoffed, accusing Su Yigeng of deliberately belittling the wisdom of their ancestors. Another young official chimed in, his voice full of innuendo, reminding them of the collapse of the former Daqian dynasty. Zhang Juyi narrowed his eyes, his gaze becoming menacing, and the atmosphere in the hall grew heavy. Under the intense pressure, the young official who had just spoken appeared stunned and faltered. The emperor's majestic silhouette sat upon the dragon throne, casting a pall over the grand hall. Before the throne, the court officials prostrated themselves in solemn silence. A sharp glance from the emperor swept across, a hint of impatience in the heavy atmosphere. Li Haobai stepped forward, bowing respectfully to begin his presentation. In the imperial court, Li Haobai stood alone, facing the conservative faction led by Nian Xiaguang and Zhang Juyi. Leaning against the armrest of the throne, the emperor listened with a weary expression. Seemingly fed up with the court disputes, Li Haobai raised his voice, delivering a stern warning about the dangers of stagnation. Citing the collapse of the previous dynasty, he directed his argument straight towards the throne, deliberately recalling the emperor's past travels and his open-minded spirit. To bolster his point, Li Haobai passionately presented the absurd complexity of the current writing system, a barrier to the common people. He turned, throwing a challenging question to the other scholars about the immense amount of time they themselves had spent learning the old script. A wave of confusion spread through the opposition. They looked at each other, unable to immediately refute the truth in his challenge. Confidence was evident on Li Haobai's face as he prepared to reveal his trump card. An incredibly effective learning method with a dramatic final declaration. He asserted that his new method could help the common people become literate in just a short period of time. Murmurs of astonishment and skepticism erupted from the ranks of the officials. Their composure broken by this bold claim. Nian Xiaoguang's face contorted with anger. He roared in protest, dismissing the proposal as baseless arrogance. Faced with the court's skepticism, Zhang Juyi jutted his chin in challenge, inviting the disbelievers to verify it themselves. Li Haobai confidently reported that this method was created by his student, Liang Kui, a humble, yet astute fisherman. With reverence, Li Haobai bowed and proposed granting rewards and noble titles for this groundbreaking invention. From the throne, the emperor's silhouette leaned forward, showing interest in the person named Liang Kui. The emperor decisively made his decision, tasking the sixth prince to personally test the new method before adjourning the court. The scene shifted to the gate of Yangfu, where Liang Kui stood waiting, preparing for a new challenge. Yang Dongxiong explained that to report information to Jing Cheng, identifying one's Ming-ge was a mandatory procedure for every martial artist. Placing a hand on Liang Kui's shoulder encouragingly, Yang Dongxiong emphasized that this was a rare opportunity not to be missed. Liang Kui listened intently as Yang Dongxiong revealed that those with unique Ming-ge were the chosen ones of destiny. The explanation was visualized. Ming-ge was not predetermined fate, but a template of potential, capable of transforming into a tiger with wind or a dragon with rain. The illustration showed that a superior Ming-ge would bring greater power and achievements to the martial artist. An example of a legend was given Wu Sheng Zhanglongxiang, who bore two Ming-ge imprints, one primary and one secondary, signifying extraordinary power. His power was demonstrated through an image of him standing alone on a battlefield filled with enemy corpses, showcasing the invincibility of a Wu Sheng. Another legend appeared, Wu Sheng Yuanji, who also possessed a powerful Ming-ge of his own. However, for refusing to submit, Wu Sheng Yuanji was defeated and killed by Zhang Longsheng in a fated battle. Yang Dongxiong's explanation was illustrated by the scene of an ancient battlefield, where the silhouette of Zhang Longsheng stood atop a mountain of corpses amidst a rain of blood that transformed all creatures into spirit beasts. That terrifying power was depicted through the image of a giant, mutated Ling Shou Chu, growling with the dark chi force surrounding it. Returning to reality, Yang Dongxiong affirmed that Ming-ge were not immutable. They could interact with each other. As Liang Kui listened attentively, Liang Kui tilted his head, his eyes reflecting curiosity as he asked about the method for measuring a Ming-ge. In response, an image of a bronze censer appeared, with Ming-ge incense sticks burning inside, emitting thick spiritual smoke. Yang Dongxiong revealed that he had prepared a special incense stored for 5 years, but his eyes showed a hint of regret as he said it still lacked the blood essence of a rare fish. The phrase, fish blood essence, made Liang Kui pause, a flash of realization appearing in his eyes. Yang Dongxiong's explanation continued with images of treasures of heaven and earth, glowing roots intertwined, containing pure fate energy. Liang Kui cupped his hands and bowed to thank his master, a subtle yet confident smile flashing across his lips. His gaze sharpened, a clear determination appearing as he realized this was precisely the field he specialized in. The scene shifted to a bustling dock, where Liang Kui stood, his steady gaze sweeping across the boats. Determined to find a suitable vessel for his upcoming journey, he walked among the crowd, memories of his old boat, destroyed in the battle of 2 giant spirit beasts, flashing through his mind. He stopped in front of a shop, looking up at the exquisitely carved wooden sign that read, Lin Clan Fish Market. Liang Ku looked out at the harbor, analyzing the boat business in the area, his mind already calculating the next steps. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Liang Kui turned to see an old fisherman sitting on the dock, puffing on his pipe and looking at him with an inquisitive gaze. Liang Kui arrived at a dock with a sign that read, Lin Clan Fish Wharf. An old fisherman, smoking his pipe, proactively struck up a conversation. Introducing the newly built boats, the old fisherman pointed to a wooden boat anchored nearby, indicating that it was a good price and came with 3 months of free rental. Liang Kui observed the boats, his sharp eyes realizing they were merely cleverly refurbished, not entirely new. The old fisherman suddenly recognized Liang Kui, his face filled with surprise. A well-dressed, middle-aged man, Lin Meng, along with his 2 children, Lin Songbao and Lin Fuyun, stepped out solemnly to welcome the distinguished guest. Liang Ku's appearance caused a stir throughout the dock, as those around began to discuss his reputation as Master Yang's disciple and the hero who had eliminated hundreds of mountain demons. Lin Meng offered a warm smile, expressing his admiration and honor at meeting an outstanding figure like Liang Kui. Lin Meng turned to urge his son, Lin Fuyun, who was standing behind him, to quickly step forward and greet him. Lin Fuyun and Lin Songbao bowed respectfully together, making Liang Ku slightly flustered by the address, Uncle Liang. Liang Ku smiled modestly, suggesting that Lin Meng simply call him by his name informally. Lin Meng, with a serious expression, got straight to the point, implying he wished to ask Liang Kui for help with a crucial matter. With a solemn gesture, Lin Meng made his offer, inviting Liang Kui to be the patron of the fish wharf, promising to share profits and gift the best boat. But he was cut off by Liang Ku's decisive refusal. Lin Meng was stunned, sweat trickling down his temples. Unable to understand why his generous offer had been so bluntly rejected, Liang Ku turned his back, his gaze distant towards the town, explaining that he understood the law of the jungle in this world. With a confident smile, Liang Ku declared that he was also a fisherman, implying that he would obtain what he needed on his own without anyone's patronage. Liang Ku stood amidst the bustling dock, his gaze thoughtfully analyzing the complex consequences if he were to interfere with the fisherman's business. Lin Meng, the owner of the fish wharf, approached Liang Kui with an urgent plea, promising a good boat in exchange for his help. Liang Kui raised an eyebrow, his eyes showing curiosity at the unexpected offer. Lin Meng explained that there were rumors of spirit beasts appearing near the border of Shuibu County, endangering his fishing boats. With a serious expression and clasped hands, Lin Meng earnestly asked Liang Kui to eliminate that threat on behalf of the Lin clan. Liang Kui's thoughts drifted to the underwater world, where countless treasures coexisted with deadly dangers from fierce aquatic beasts. A diagram appeared in his mind, clearly dividing the waters into the safe but scarce shallow zone and the dangerous but abundant deep zone. He envisioned the laws of the waters. Demons must obey the river lord, or they would be punished by the law enforcers riding water dragons. He recalled the example of the giant spirit beast crab that had entered the shallow zone to lay its eggs safely, and the terrifying great battle between 2 great demons, the giant firebird and the primordial toad, that had taken place in the deep zone. Back in reality, Liang Kui stood alone on the small boat, looking out at the vast sea, concluding that the monster Lin Meng mentioned was merely a stray. Beneath the surface, his 2 loyal spirit beasts, Taihua croc and man-eating catfish, swam alongside the boat, ready to carry out the task of cleansing the area. Liang Kui stood firmly on the boat, one hand confidently on his hip, the other beginning to control the water flow, aware that he was no longer limited to the shallow zone. His gaze sharpened as a rapidly swirling orb of water energy formed in his palm, proof that his power had reached a new threshold. With absolute confidence, Liang Kui steered the boat out to sea, knowing that in the deep zone, greater opportunities and treasures awaited him. With a confident smile, Liang Kui released blue water energy, ready for the deep sea exploration. He plunged into the water with a powerful leap, leaving the empty wooden boat on the surface. Beneath the deep water, Liang Kwa glided effortlessly, accompanied by Tai Hua Croc and man-eating catfish, observing his surroundings with satisfaction. After a period of searching, his expression became highly focused, his eyes patiently scanning everywhere. But he still hadn't found his target. He glided past a valuable patch of crystal grass, merely glancing at it before moving on, indicating it wasn't what he was looking for. Next, he discovered a giant feather master clamshell, a top-grade material. But he maintained his momentary surprise before continuing to swim. With a resolute gaze, Liang Ku dismissed all temptations, reaffirming the sole purpose of this journey. Suddenly, the man-eating catfish beside him flinched, seemingly having detected something. Liang Ku turned, noticing his spirit beast, signaling, indicating it had found something. He looked in the indicated direction, seeing a large blue fishtail appearing and disappearing behind a thick wall of seaweed. The man-eating catfish darted out from the seaweed with a panicked, confused expression, making Liang Ku realize something was wrong. Liang Ku became vigilant, staring intently at the seaweed, sensing an ominous presence from within. From the shadows of the seaweed, a giant 7-star eel burst forth, its body crackling with menacing purple electric currents. Without a hint of fear, Liang Ku landed on the monster's back, his sharp eyes directly confronting the deadly danger. In the middle of the ocean, a colossal sea serpent demon swam alongside a fleet of ships, demonstrating its absolute dominance. Meanwhile, in the depths, the 7-star eel unleashed a fierce purple electric current in self-defense. Without flinching, Liang Ku charged forward, moving faster than the electric currents. With a confident expression, Liang Ku summoned the power of water, deeming the eel's strength unworthy of concern. He plunged down, using the power of the currents and his body weight to completely overwhelm the struggling aquatic beast. With intense focus, Liang Ku controlled the water to tighten its grip, demonstrating his masterful control. Bound tightly in a prison of water, the 7-star eel was completely helpless, unable to move. Just as he had subdued his prey, Liang Ku sensed a threat and turned to look vigilantly. A colossal, inky black tail flashed past in an instant, knocking Liang Ku away. He watched with extreme fury as his prey was dragged into the darkness of the abyss. Liang Ku's anger quickly turned into an ominous realization, while the man-eating catfish beside him also showed panic. From the darkness, the colossal sea serpent demon emerged, its fiery red eyes locked on to Liang Ku. Liang Ku clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with defiance, determined not to let the enemy swallow his efforts. A surge of multicolored energy violently erupted around Liang Ku, his eyes glowing brightly, sending an unspoken declaration of war.